the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
All right, we got 8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Today's not any day. It's a charity charge day. We'll talk to you about that. Recap some very busy weekends and look forward to spending another week together. Let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Yay,
Gentlemen.
What is happening?
How are y'all?
Good. The old team Rick and Bubba text group was pretty quiet this past weekend, which is a good sign, and that is, hopefully drama was kept down to a minimum. But we go out and live life, and so normally when we do that, we encounter drama. I don't know what it is about this staff. We can't go anywhere.
Well,
But anyway, I hope you both had a good weekend.
I did. It was
Sure.
jam-packed.
Jam-packed. Jam-packed. No time to breathe.
No time to get in trouble.
Well, that's a good thing. You look up and it's Monday.
Yeah, sure did.
yeah, there it is.
Sure did.
Sure did. Busy weekend myself. It was full of busy work, and then of course the UAB game Saturday night, and it was one of those weather delays where they pulled everybody out of the stadium.
That's miserable.
The rain was so intense. If it hadn't have been a turf field, they wouldn't have been able to play. They would have. I don't know what they would have done, but it was the beginning of the second quarter. The UAB Blazers were hosting the Louisiana Raging Cajuns, and the I'm talking about the bottom fell out. There was a system that came through Birmingham Metro that had lightning, thunder, and rain to the point where they pulled everybody out. I'll give them this. They were about 10 minutes ahead of it hitting, so most everybody had cleared the stadium. But it was one of those rain delays that you thought, okay, it's gone, and then all of a sudden some lightning hits. You go, 30 more minutes.
I see.
And it just never ended. Never ended.
Do y'all realize, and I'm not saying that it should be this way, but when we were coming up, they didn't stop games for nothing.
Nothing.
I can remember an Iron Bowl, but the reason I remember it because a tornado hit in Oxford that very night.
Yeah.
They kept playing, and the rain was blowing sideways. Legion Field was full, and they never stopped, not one down.
Not one down.
They played the entire time.
Yeah.
And I remember when we were in high school playing in.
I was going to say, I remember playing
in
and there's one game in particular against Weaver, and I thought, should we be out here?
Yeah. I mean, they didn't stop them.
Yeah.
I never remember a game being stopped.
I remember practice sometimes. You hope in practice is canceled, and then you'd see something, and the coach, his back would be to it, and somebody would be, hey, it lightning. I didn't see it. What are you talking about?
But they weren't.
We just kept on going. But now you got all these detections, and hey, lightning detected within such and such from your location, and it got to a point where they were like, okay, we got to pull everybody off. But it was the I'm a rain sideways kind of thing, and the sides of the stadium are open. So if you go in to try to get out of the rain, it's blowing sideways, so you're still getting soaking wet. But it was one of those games that never would end. And we hung out and hung out and hung out.
There's nothing worse than a weather delay.
Oh, there was one time a white hat went out, and they were trying to figure, and then here comes back in. It's just, and then we all started throwing times in of when we thought it might start back up. It started at 8, and then I think the winner was more like 9. But anyway, so that was part of my weekend. And it's like with Alabama and USF, they got pulled off the field too. There was a big weather delay down there.
Yep, I was watching it.
And speaking of Alabama, they fall out of the top 10 AP poll for the first time in 8 years. They are now
pretty good run.
Number 13. It's been a great run.
The
13.
dynasty's over.
Crimson Tide are out of the top 10 for the first time since September 27th, 2015. They dropped out of the top 10 that September after losing at Ole Miss, but moved back in October the 3rd and went on to win a national championship. So all of you that are saying,
don't panic.
Doomsday, don't do that yet. And how funny is it they have Ole Miss this coming weekend?
Oh, yeah, that is. But like I say, I mean, they're in control of don't matter what they're ranked, they control their own destiny.
Yeah. Georgia's still number 1, Michigan 2, Texas 3. Florida State got scared by Boston College, but they won. They're at 4. USC at 5. Ohio State is at 6. This is the new AP poll. And then you've got Penn State 7, Washington 8, and Notre Dame 9, and Oregon wraps up the top 10. Speaking of Oregon, they play Colorado coming up.
Okay.
Saw some of that game.
Be a big test for the Buffs.
Second half of that game, I got home and turned it on and saw Colorado State. The big buzz during the weather delay is, hey, man, Colorado State's beating Colorado. What's going on? And I got home and got to catch the second half of that game.
I watched the second half, too, at different circumstances. Caroline got in. She went to Auburn.
Okay.
And she came home around midnight. And when she got home, it was stirring the house.
Yeah.
So I laid there and I thought, you know what? I'm going to go in here and watch a show. I can't sleep because I had gotten home. It was a long Friday, Saturday, good days, but just Friday night I was in Jacksonville till probably 8:30. Turn around, had to be back that next morning at 6 o'clock. And so just a long couple days, so I was exhausted. So when I got home Saturday night, I just went to bed. It was like 8-ish.
Yeah.
And I woke up at 12 because of the stirring around and thought, well, now I'm not tired. I'm going to go watch a show. So I go in there, and everybody's finally from Carolina calmed down, but Braden's on the couch. He's like, Dad. He's like, they've been fighting. Travis Hunter has been late hit. He's at the hospital.
Yeah.
And look at this score. And I thought, well, okay, I'm not watching a show. I'll watch this. So at 1:25 a.m. is when they won the game, and I was still up watching it with him.
Wow. I was long gone.
Where are you?
I watched most of the first half, and I was like, I got to go to bed.
Yeah. Well, if I hadn't come home so late, you get home from the game by the time it's all said and done. It was a 6 o'clock kick.
And it was a good game.
Yeah, it was a 6 o'clock kick for UAB, and I got home about midnight. That'll tell you how long of a delay we were in.
That's fine, wasn't it?
And so when I got home, starving, hadn't really eaten, nothing's really open on the. You don't want to stop getting some long drive-through line that takes forever. So I just like, man, I'm gonna go on home and grab something to eat. So by the time I made something to eat and everything, I sit down. I'm like, hey, the second half's just kicking off. So let me watch this. And then it looked like Colorado State was like, oh, hey, man, they keep responding. They're running away with it. And then Colorado gets the ball on their own 2-yard line, has to make a 98-yard drive. And I'd be daggum if they don't. Go for 2, tie it, and they go into overtime. And in the second overtime, Colorado scored and went for 2 and converted that. And
I forgot you have to do that now on the second go.
Yeah.
I completely forgot about
Yeah. And then don't they put it on like the 2-yard line and you go?
No, they
third,
well, Colorado
maybe it's the third round.
Okay. Well,
No, I don't
Colorado
know.
State,
There's at one point where they put it inside the
I think
5.
that's the third or fourth round, but they didn't need that this time.
No, Colorado held them out completely.
But I didn't know that. I had forgot that you had to go for 2 on the second go, on the second overtime.
So Colorado remains undefeated, and now they got Oregon. Now Pac-12 play starts for them.
I told Braden, I said, listen, I know you've enjoyed this time with your dad, but don't expect me to come in here at midnight and watch games for an hour and a half into nearly 1:30 a.m.
You're not going to watch all the West Coast games.
No. I can tell you this, I felt different on Sunday. I don't stay up like that. And we get up early, but I don't stay up like that.
No.
Well, I had an advantage because I actually had a 4-hour nap before I watched it.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code BUBBA.
If you've ever wondered if CBD and other plant-based solutions can help you, well, 90% of customers report better sleep, and 81% say CBD helps with stress and anxiety. If you've been thinking about trying it for a health concern that's not getting better, consider CBD from cbdistillery.com. Visit cbdistillery.com and enter the code BUBBA for a 20% discount. No prescription required. That's cbdistillery.com, promo code BUBBA, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip.
Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids' mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. A new season calls for new taste. There's no easier way to flavor your fall than with HelloFresh. Their fall lineup of delicious dinners is crafted by chefs using fresh produce and the best in-season ingredients. And with a rotating menu of 40 weekly options to choose from, even the pickiest eaters will be asking for seconds. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We start a brand new week together, and we thank you so much for making time to be with us. Today is not just any Monday, if you're listening live. It is a Charity Charge Monday with Buffalo Wild Wings, and that's where 10% of the Buffalo Wild Wings food sales at participating locations goes to the Charity Charge beneficiary. And this month is ALS Association of Alabama. We talked to you about them last Wednesday when we were issuing another charity discharge check and promoting today. ALS Association of Alabama support people living with ALS and their loved ones in Alabama through local care services and education. They were established in 1985, and the association is the only national nonprofit organization fighting ALS on every front. And so today, it is a win for everybody when you go grab some great food. You're going to enjoy the food, and you're going to help a great foundation with the ALS Association of Alabama. And don't forget, if you want to come alongside them, you can. We'll have a direct link to them in show notes today. ALS.org/Alabama is there. But whatever state you live in, right after that slash, you could put in your state, and then that individual state's organizational website comes up. Vestavia, if you're listening local in the Birmingham market, that's now part of the Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. That location is now open, so we're looking for a big number this month. So go out and enjoy some great food today. As we move along, we've discussed a few things. New AP Top 25 in college football is out. The NFL was a packed Sunday yesterday. I caught some of that. Yesterday, there were a few games that were of mention. The Giants coming back from their big, huge deficit. There was the Dallas Cowboys beating the Jets. Poor old. I felt so at one point, knowing what the Jets are going through just because of Hard Knocks, you kind of feel sorry for them because you had Aaron Rodgers for 4 plays, and then now they don't. But we'll look at all that here during the main show today, coming up shortly.
No, they do not.
It's just one of those things where you're just like, wow,
all the hype.
What could have been?
Yeah.
We'll have video today. I guess the Pat McAfee show. They have a good relationship with Aaron Rodgers, and they had him on, and he had a shot at Keith Olbermann because Keith Olbermann said that.
Oh yeah.
He was mad at him because he didn't get all the vaccines and all that.
Yeah. Hey Olbermann, really?
Yeah. Aaron took a shot at him.
Well,
he told Keith, "Well, just go ahead and get your 5th booster and be quiet."
Yeah, have at it, buddy.
Didn't watch a whole lot of the NFL. Braden sent me something the Falcons won.
Yeah, they did,
which was, I guess, big in his world.
Yeah, big Green Bay.
And the only other highlight I saw was the Seahawks, the official, and I sent this to Speedy.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious. I don't even remember, maybe whoever the quarterback is. The head official referee was trying to tell everybody what the call was.
Right.
He had his headset on and all this. And the quarterback, was it Smith? Whoever their quarterback is trying to tell him why it shouldn't have been a flag. And he said, will you get over here? I'm trying to talk to America. And he said it in his microphone.
And it came out.
And it's almost like it was funny. It was a great delivery. The whole thing was just excellent. Hey, I'm trying to talk to America.
Would you stop? My mic's hot and I'm talking to America right now.
It was great.
Yeah.
Only highlight I saw.
So he was pleading his case.
Yeah. They went into overtime with against Detroit and ended up winning that game.
I watched a little of Dallas.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons.
Hey,
it ain't fair.
He's
the most dominant defensive player I've seen in a long time. He's in on every play.
Yeah.
You can't stop him. And they move him around, so forget it.
I saw where Romo was like, look, I'm not putting him in this category, so don't freak out and everybody contact me. But I'm close to putting him in the hemisphere of LT.
Yeah.
Because
there's no doubt.
Because you can put him anywhere.
Anywhere.
I mean, you can be inside,
can't
outside, and you can't do anything with him.
It's unreal.
When he decides to go and he's coming to get you, he's going to come get you. And so that was interesting. But just seeing him week to week and how he rushes that quarterback, it really is. Did you see where he took up boxing because he said that he felt like he had his hands weren't fast enough on reading what the linemen were doing, and so he took up boxing, and it's helped him tremendously on his reaction on hitting the offensive lineman's hands or arms to get around him. And buddy,
it seems to be working.
He's got it going on.
He got around him a lot when I was watching.
They showed some video of him punching too, and good night.
Probably don't want none of that either.
And I think Adler, if you're listening coming in, he said he was about to take up jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, I heard that too.
He's
going to want to roll with Adler. He'd heard about it.
Yeah,
on the radio.
And this the other, I forgot about this one. The Hail Mary. from the Broncos. Did y'all see
Hey,
that?
was
thing?
that not wild?
That was crazy.
I
Now
love
they
when
ended
you
up
get
losing the game because they had to go for 2
Oh,
and they didn't get it, but
yeah.
they scored a touchdown at the end and it was tip here, tip
Throw it
there, and wasn't even in the end zone. And ended up tipping it towards the end zone and got it and scored a touchdown.
That was bizarre.
It was
because
bizarre.
you gave them no chance. They couldn't
I know.
do anything. Sean Payton looks like he could fall out at any second.
Oh, really?
He's so frustrated.
Is
He's
Russ
just all-
Wilson doing any better? Last year he was
I
a
don't-
flop.
I don't know. What do you think? It just looks weird, doesn't it, Helmsy?
I was just one play. I don't know as far as what the squad's doing. But
I went over to NFL Red Zone for a little bit, and I saw some of the game, and I don't know. It just looked like as soon as he planted that back foot, he was running around. He would because everybody was on him. So I
So
don't-
maybe
He
they
had-
ain't all on
he
him.
did have
He ain't got
over-
no time.
yeah.
300 yards passed and had 3 touchdowns. He did throw a pick, but again, they gave up 38 points.
Well, that's
So
why
I don't-
they lost.
Or
Right,
35
right.
points. I'm sorry.
And 50, 60
that's on the defense.
of that 300 was that Hail Mary. And
Yeah,
it was-
don't forget that.
Yeah,
That's true.
Hey, he slung that thing. Good night alive, he threw it.
But it's just their luck. They have that kind of big play, and then they don't get the
Yeah,
2-point
yeah.
conversion, end up losing the game anyway.
Everybody's fired up. Can't believe it. Oh no.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh no.
Because you get excited, then you forget.
And
Hey,
we
wait a minute.
lost.
We got to go for 2. Hang on.
Yeah.
But there was so much excitement that on the sideline, Sean Payton was like, "Hey, everybody settle. We still got to go for 2.
And-
Everybody chill."
Guess what didn't happen?
No, they didn't make it. So they lost. And he looked so red faced and frustrated. It just
He's thinking I should have stayed and retired.
I'm wondering if he is. I'm
I
wondering
can do
if
whatever
he
I want
is.
to do. I'm sure I got plenty of money.
Right. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We're just getting things started and hanging out, shooting the bull, seeing how everybody's weekend was, bringing up some highlights, and we'll get more in depth with all of that when the main show starts. But you can always join in the conversation if you choose to. 866-WE-BE-BIG. That's our number. Holler at us. They'll be on screen, but if you want to join in, please do. About 30 minutes or so, Rick and Bubba will join us. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life. And I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation. 24/7 live guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 live guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. We are off and running here on the kickoff hour. Today's a charity charge day at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, benefiting the ALS Association of Alabama. So go out and enjoy some great food and help a great foundation. All right, so we have been looking back at a busy weekend and looking towards a very busy week together. The questions have come in. Some over the weekend had suggestions for this segment, which, you know, we just do what we do, and that is Helmsy gets questions from you, the audience. He reads them, and then Greg and I do a really good job of answering them. And with no questions from us. But no, I'm kidding. But everybody seems to love these questions because it kind of brings everybody into what we think and also how they thinking. So what you got next?
Can you tie cherry stem into a knot with your tongue?
No, I've heard of that.
No, and I'm mad about it.
I've heard of that. I can't even roll my tongue.
Can't either.
Hey, there's Burge. I cannot do that. I've always been impressed with those that can, but I
haven't
can't
experienced
do
it a lot, but I have heard of it.
Well, when I was younger,
Yeah.
we tried.
Maddie can roll her tongue and all that.
Yeah,
and
I
I can't.
I
By the
can't
way,
do
she
that.
turns 11 today. Happy
Oh,
birthday.
wow.
Happy birthday
Oh, and I'm
to
gonna do you,
Maddie.
Maddie.
Remember us going to the hospital to visit.
Yes, Maddie.
Me, you, and Adler.
Mm-hmm.
11 today.
That was 11
That
years
didn't
ago.
seem like
We need to
11
make a
years
Hello.
bigger deal of it later on when
Hello.
I
she's
think
carpool.
yes, you can hear it. I
Yeah.
think we ate at that Stone Pizza place we liked that same day.
Yeah. God, I really
about that.
love that place.
Yeah, I did too.
Mad
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah, I can't tie a knot with my tongue.
I
either.
can't
No,
either.
I'm sorry. That's not a skill I have.
How long's y'all's tongue?
Not very. No, I don't know. Average.
I think
Yeah.
mine's probably average.
Can you
I know
touch it? Can you
Gene's
touch
doing-
your nose?
No, not even close.
No, buddy. You just hitting that top lip.
Not
bud.
That's
even
all I can
close.
go.
I
as far
can't
as
either.
Not
that.
even close.
Yeah.
Which, I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of glad.
You wish you had a longer tongue?
No, I don't.
Mhm.
Yeah, we've
I
had
really
that.
don't.
We've had that
I told y'all that
conversation. I
guy I
know.
went to school with.
I know.
Yeah,
Great.
well,
Let's-
that's impressive.
Don't get me started on that.
No.
Let's leave it at that. What is your favorite day of the week?
Friday.
Right, yeah. Well,
That's easy.
yeah. These are the
Well, hey,
first two-
hey, you
we've-
want to close second? Thursday.
Yeah, you talking about Little Friday?
Little Friday.
Yeah.
Those two together,
yeah.
I like.
Agreed.
Because you're almost at the weekend.
I've got to compliment the two of us. These first two questions we've answered immediately.
That's right.
No questions.
And that was an easy one, but
Yeah.
that's
Right.
what I like.
Well, you notice I'm staying in this vein, the easy world.
Well, that's probably not a bad idea.
It'll probably take a turn here.
Okay. All right, Snotty.
Would you rather be 10 feet tall or 1 foot tall?
I'm going to have to go with 10.
The world.
That's not a great choice,
Hey,
either one.
I got to tell you, though.
Got 10 is that's
hey,
really.
that's so tall. Think
but
about
you're
it.
a foot tall.
I know, but think about, like, getting in the shower. What the heck? How you washing yourself?
Well, but when you're a foot tall, you get in the shower, you're going to drown. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, but, I mean, you could sit in the
That's a bad scenario. I don't like them either. I go 10.
I think bigger's better.
And I'm
going to go
I make a
10
lot of money in
too.
the NBA.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
I can just stand there and dunk.
Yeah. No,
I
think
keep
about
hitting
getting in
my,
the car.
keep hitting my
I mean,
teeth on the rim.
How you going to drive like
I
this?
know. You know what? You hit your teeth on the rim if you're 10 foot tall.
10 foot for me as well. What item from the Rick and Bubba store did you use the most?
Beef jerky
Or do?
when we had it.
You did.
They
Beef,
love beef
hey, the
jerky.
beef jerky was good.
You can't use his answer.
That's not the rules. What
Yeah,
are you
kinda.
talking
Well,
about?
it's a new rule.
Let's think here.
Mine's the hoodie. I wear it all the time.
Mug.
Yeah, I like
There you go.
the Rick and Bubba can't have nothing T-shirts with the workout material. I wear them all the time.
You don't wear that much.
Yeah,
but,
okay, yeah.
Um,
No, it's not the can't. Yeah, we have the can't have nothing, and then the Rick and Bubba Common Sense. Both of those are really good.
I have one of those too. I like the material.
You can't agree with me.
But if
there.
my second one would be the mug.
Okay.
What was the first movie to make you cry?
First movie to make me cry. Let me go with Bambi.
That was so real.
Yeah.
That was sad. It was E.T. for me. I've
That
discussed
and
it
Oh Yellow.
before.
Gosh
Listen,
almighty, I was
wait a
coming out
minute. Oh Yellow.
I've discussed it before.
time
It's-
out. I
it's-
gotta read it.
But,
Oh, Yellow.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
And then Bambi.
Oh, you kidding me?
That old yellow dog.
Golly.
Yeah, it was rough.
That was
Yeah.
horrible. Yeah, no doubt that was the one.
Yeah.
Have you ever had chocolate covered bacon? And if so,
Yes.
where you at on it?
Not huge on it, but we had it at the old studio. We had a couple of times we had guests bring it.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I like-
it's not bad.
This
It
is
ain't
crazy.
my thing. I don't think those two.
Chocolate on anything just is pretty good.
It is,
That
and
was,
bacon
it
on
wasn't
anything.
awful.
No,
It's
I
the
could
only
eat
time
it.
I've ever had it though.
If somebody brought some by, I would eat it definitely.
I want y'all to be honest on this next question. Have you been asked by your wife to get a lizard or some kind of bug or creature out of your house, could not find it, and told her you found it and got it out just so everybody would go to sleep?
No,
No,
I
I have
haven't.
not,
Well, I
no.
would though.
Yeah, I would.
the
I would play that
opportunity-
too.
I've never been in that opportunity, but if I had, that's exactly what I would do.
Yeah.
Because what else you going to do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Normally
Keep
when I'm after something like that, she's playing assistant coach, and she's directing me on what to do, and kind of off on the side watching me
I
try
got
to
a
get
question.
it. So she sees if I get it or not.
Yeah, that's true. Which one would you rather have to deal with? I mean, that you couldn't find. It wouldn't bother me if a lizard's in the house.
No, it
Me
wouldn't
either.
be either. I'm okay
Yeah.
with the
I
lizard.
don't want it, but
Here, lizard,
compared
lizard.
to
Kind of
those,
like looking
no.
at lizards.
Yeah, it don't bother me.
Kinda
I got
like
a lot
I
of them
do.
in my house.
I like
Yeah.
watching them kind of work.
Yeah, wish I had their speed.
Yeah, they're quick.
Yeah, they are.
But I got a bunch of lizards.
Okay, that's nice.
You grab your
bunch
tail
of-
and it comes off.
Mm-hmm. Grow right back.
Mm-hmm.
Is there an exotic animal that if you had the means to do so, you would want as a pet?
Hmm.
Ooh. Okay, you don't want one that can take you though.
Well, most
I mean, think about that.
fainting goat.
That's exotic pet.
I don't know.
I don't know that
It
that's
faints.
the exotic.
No, that's something special.
You'd just like to watch it faint all the
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
Stiff his legs out, fall over.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah. Probably some kind of bird.
Some kind of a bird.
Yeah.
How about a peacock?
Yeah.
I've seen some people that have their own peacock. And I'm gonna tell you, they'll scream and they'll scare you to death.
They will.
I don't like them.
What's the oldest thing you've ever found in your fridge?
Oh. Oldest thing I've ever found in my fridge.
Yep.
You ever let a cucumber go bad?
That's not good.
That's
not
nasty,
good.
buddy.
It's not good.
That's probably it.
How often do y'all go through and look at the dates and toss stuff?
Every time I use something, I look at the date.
Well, I got to tell
kinda
you,
sensitive to
I'm
it.
not
I
a
am too.
date person. I don't. Now,
And then
Terry,
you get
Terry
this
does.
argument over sell by or best. It's best before
sold by,
or don't
normally.
eat after, whatever, how they word it.
Normally that date means it needs to be sold by that
Let me
date.
ask you this. Let's just go here. Expiration date, not sold by or Best Buy. Expiration date
I chunk
is
it.
no. Listen, Greg, you have fixed you a salad, and you've got it like you like it with onions and peppers and croutons and bacon bits.
Oh,
And you go and the ranch or Thousand Island, both of them, the dressings that you were thinking about using is July of this year. You use it or no?
yes, because it's been in the fridge.
See, this is the argument.
Yeah.
See, I'll probably toss it.
Nah, I'm eating it.
Boy, that'd be a tough decision.
I'm
for
eating
me.
it. I'm gonna shake it though, real good.
For some reason, I feel like that makes it better too.
Right.
And
Because
okay.
I go by this, I feel like they probably exaggerate it just to be safe.
I think they
Yeah.
do.
Just
too.
like when you see like.
But I'm
this,
gonna tell you, sometimes they don't want milk.
Like,
Oh no,
you're right about
you
that.
get anything
you can
like
judge
that, I'm
milk.
not.
You
I'm
can
not
judge
doing that.
milk.
Yeah.
And most of this stuff probably has.
You ever
dash of
taken a
milk in
swig
it?
of milk and realized it was expired
Oh, yeah.
and before you
It's
didn't
not
look
good
at
at
it?
all.
No, it's not.
But now, like when you have like something that's rated to lift so much weight, it usually lifts a lot more than they rated at because they're just to give me a little buffer zone. So maybe they're doing that with food too. I don't
Look at
know.
me. I know stuff about weight.
I know about it. But capacity on a good old strap.
Have you ever gotten poison oak or ivy on your face?
Yes.
No,
That neither.
Scratched myself one time on my cheek. Got it.
I've never had a lot of it. I don't get it.
It was
that
just
much.
right here though. I realized once.
Well, it looked good.
Oh, it looked great.
Have you ever had a celebrity crush?
Nah.
No. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Only into people I can date.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, why would I have a crush on somebody?
Why am
There's
I gonna
no
fantasize
chance,
about some chick
no
on TV?
chance that you ever have anything to do.
Guys, I'm just reading the questions that come in.
Oh,
I
I,
think-
mean,
I
there's
think-
I know
yeah.
the people who actually thought they were in a relationship because they liked this celebrity so good.
I've only liked my wife.
Boy, that sounded good. I mean, you like my wife.
That was a robot over there.
Yeah, what was that?
I only like my wife.
Love you.
What is your favorite leftover?
Favorite
Macaroni and
leftover?
cheese.
That's a boring answer.
No, homemade macaroni and cheese. The next day, leftover, you get it out of the refrigerator.
We
That's
got
the
it.
best.
I just
Yeah.
wasn't expecting
Homemade.
that. He keeps shouting homemade.
Leftover. I go. I know this is
Spaghetti.
crazy. Cold pizza's not bad.
No, but that's
It's not bad.
Yeah.
Spaghetti's easy to heat up. I'll give you that. It is.
Ain't nothing like
All
homemade.
right, let's change it.
macaroni and
What is
cheese.
your least favorite? leftover?
Least favorite leftover.
Yep.
You know.
Hey, you know what? Back to my good. Lasagna's good too.
Oh,
leftover.
that's
Yeah.
excellent. It's right up there with mac and cheese.
It is. Least favorite.
I like a good old. I can't think of any I really don't like.
No.
I like anything off the grill
Yeah.
that you put in the refrigerator.
Helmsy, I think we like leftovers.
I'm gonna say hot dog, my least favorite.
That's tough.
I don't like wings leftover.
They're not. They do. You're right. That's a good one.
just
They
can't.
lose it. They're
If
better.
I got
fresh.
3 or 4, I'll just go ahead and eat them. There ain't no sense in putting them in the fridge because they're not going to be good.
That's
the
a
next
good
day.
point.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults. Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for healthcare. And here's why. Because right now, you can join Medishare and save even more than usual. For the average family, switching to Medishare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. And what's more, they like it. Medishare has double the member satisfaction rate when compared to health insurance. Double. Bottom line, it works. There's more than 400,000 members who have shared over $7 billion in medical bills, so they can handle your bills too. And here's the thing, if you join before September 30th, you'll save another $150 on your first month when you join. Nice. I'll give you the number here in a second. Just tell them the promo code SHARE to receive your additional savings. And again, the deadline, September 30th. So call now and you'll save even more. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
I've been taking Nutrafol 4.5 years.
My hair was thinning.
I was under a lot of stress.
I like Nutrafol because it's drug-free and the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement.
My hair feels thicker,
stronger.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
Klein tools are new at Lowe's, pros. Lowe's knows you want top brands and quality products, and Klein Tools delivers. Right now, get the Klein 3-piece ModBox mobile workstation for $319.94 and the Klein 5-piece cushion grip screwdriver set for just $34.97, both exclusively at Lowe's. Shop the largest selection of Klein tools, the highest quality tool brand at Lowe's. Because Lowe's knows tools, Lowe's knows pros.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life, and I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please.
9 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the kickoff hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. Today's show here is brought to you by ReliefFactor.com. Look, we've talked to you a lot about suffering from aches, pains, or inflammation from time to time, and some more seriously than others, some a bit less. We hope yours is less and not too serious, but Relief Factor is a 100% natural research-based formula that was created to help combat those root causes of inflammation, the body's natural inflammatory response function that can cause those aches and pains from time to time. Maybe it's from exercising, overexertion, aging, maybe just everyday living, getting older. Check them out, relieffactor.com. That's where to go. Look for the 3-week trial pack. It's just $19.95. It's, again, a starter pack, a quick start pack, $19.95. It's at relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we love talking to you, the audience. We love how y'all contact us. You help us out tremendously from time to time when we come to you. But then there's sometimes that you come to us and we try to help you with maybe an answer that you might have or question you might have. Go ahead,
this
Helms.
just came in. I think Greg can probably speak to this
right.
better than anybody. This is from Brittany. Brittany, hello. Hope you're traveling safe this morning. She goes, how do you guys stay awake on the way in the mornings? I travel about an hour and a half to teach. The struggle is real. Do you have any suggestions? I drive an hour and a half, 3 hours, about 2 hours, 45 minutes a day, okay? But the time of day in which I do it and what Brittany does and you do is completely different. So I give the floor to you, Greg. You got any suggestions for Brittany?
Well, my struggle, it's good traffic-wise, but it's so early, just the getting up at that time of day.
Yeah.
I just straight up, I get me a double-decker thing of coffee.
Mm-hmm.
I do. And if I feel myself getting sleepy, I just pull over and get out and walk around the car.
Do you really?
And then I get back
How
in.
many times have you had to do that? You think?
Not many, but normally it's on the way home.
How many laps around your car?
About 4. If it's on the way home, normally.
So you say coming in
on the front.
Right,
The front
so
end,
it's-
I'm usually pretty good.
Yeah.
It's the coming home.
Okay.
That sometimes can be.
I would think
I'm
coming
a little
here,
sleepy.
you're sipping on the coffee. You're getting ready
you
for
get
the
up
day.
when you first get up. It's horrible, but you get you a big old. I got a big thermos.
Okay.
And I sip that coffee and find you something good on the radio helps.
Sure.
You know, if you can get a good podcast or
Yeah.
that definitely helps.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
It does.
You know what else? Eat ice if you can't stay
Okay,
awake.
yeah.
Chew on ice. I've always
Okay.
heard that.
All right.
That's
See,
me.
that's good suggestions for Brittany.
It is.
And like I say, normally if it gets to the point where I can't keep my eyes open, it's usually on the way home. Now, if I'd like when we had puppies at the house and I'd get to sleep 3 hours, a lot of times that was tough on the way.
That's
in.
totally different. Yeah.
Yeah, when I leave here, I never have any trouble. If I have any trouble at all, and it's never I feel like I'm falling asleep. I just you just get tired of driving. It's usually late.
Yeah.
The Friday night thing wasn't fun after, being there late and then turn around and coming back. I guess the Friday night wasn't that bad. It was the Saturday night because I got up the next morning and did it again within 10 hours of being home. So that wasn't fun. But, yeah, I don't know. That's the thing. I tell everybody, every time somebody asks me about me driving back and forth to Jacksonville, I always think about but it's not doing it in the times in which you're doing it. And
And I'll be honest, the ride itself is not the distance.
It's really not
doesn't
that bad.
bother me.
Yeah.
Not now.
Yeah.
And it helps me when I go on trips now. I mean, things that I used to think was a long ride.
Yeah.
But if it's anything that's within an hour and a half of me, I feel like I'm just running around the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Running around the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm, pretty much.
I know you
Because
can
my
get
neighborhood comes from here all the way to Jacksonville.
Yeah, I know you can get into a routine, and I'm talking to both of you now, and those that commute where, you don't really time because you're so used to the drive, it doesn't feel that way.
Oh, you how many times do you sit there and you're on the road and you go, I don't remember coming through.
I know.
Yeah.
Right, and that's a little scary. But,
it is.
But
You
you're just in a
No.
routine.
I look and I'm on 144 and I'm going, I don't remember turning
listen,
off.
Listen. I was on, this happened to me Saturday night. I was on 77, and I thought, wow, okay, you're already on 77. I could not remember turning over there.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm serious. I was like, wow, so you're about to jump on the interstate.
What about when you go, hang on a second, and you had to gather.
I know.
Oh, I'm here.
I know. Yeah, I did that a
that's
couple
good.
times. I hope we've helped Brittany. Probably not.
Brittany.
Probably
Like I
not.
say.
What if Brittany's out right now walking around her car?
Look, it works.
Yeah.
Look, I used to think how does anybody fall asleep driving? But it happens.
Oh,
easy.
yeah. There's somebody right now that's really tired. I hope we're keeping you up.
I can remember trying to get home when I worked for the power company and having to pull over.
Somebody told me one time
because we'd worked
a trick.
ridiculous hours. Hey, Trent, you looking good?
Real tired. It was really late.
rough day
Saturday
for
night.
him.
Lost too much weight.
It was to hold like a bottle of like a drink, like a Coke or a water bottle with, like hold it in this free hand. And then if you ever fell asleep, you would drop it.
Yeah.
I tried that one time, but I got tired of holding it.
Yeah, you were thinking, when am I going to fall asleep so I can drop it?
Yeah. My arm was falling asleep from holding it.
I don't know. Maybe I'd find something different.
Yeah. I've rolled the window down.
Stuck my head out.
Stuck my head out, started screaming.
Oh, yeah.
You know, all that kind of stuff.
Dump water on my head.
Yeah.
Well, all right.
Then. So there.
Have you ever had anybody call you that was sleepy and say, "Hey, man, you got to talk to me. I got to get home."
Yes, man, I got to get home. That's another thing. If you get in a conversation on the phone, that does.
Yeah.
Not many people want to talk to you at 2:30.
Let me ask you a question. Were you that helpful to that person, or did you be like, yeah, all right? Or did you actually talk to him?
I tell them I'm really tired. I ain't got time to talk to you.
You're really tired, too?
Yeah, I'm tired. What do you want me to do? Stay up?
Hey, man, you're keeping me up. What's going on?
You know how it feels.
Yeah.
I've never taken up anybody on this, but you do have those people in your life that'll go, "Hey, man, if you're ever on the road, you go, hey, call."
They don't mean it.
I've never called them.
I know, because you don't want to be that guy.
I don't.
Just luckily, like some of my buddies, like I got a friend of mine I used to work with, and he knows what time I come into work, and if he's up, because he's one of these early risers, he'll call me, and I'm like, okay, that helps me.
Yeah.
I do stay on the phone a lot,
and he's usually got some good gossip.
Great.
Yeah, on the front end, you're up late and getting home is if you call us and we're already up coming to work.
Oh,
that's a late night for you. And I have had that happen. A few of my friends that were traveling.
Oh yeah, that happened to you trying to get home from that rain delay.
Yeah, good night. I just don't see how some of you, and I know being a trucker or whatever. My gosh, there's some times where you're like, hey, man, that's pretty easy money. And then there's times where you're like, man, I'm earning my money now. Some of you that drive all over this country and then wake up and do it again, I don't see how you do it.
I don't either.
Dealing with traffic.
I don't either.
I really don't.
Traffic.
And maybe you just got some special superpower gift, but I don't see how. Like this one dude said, yeah, man, I go down to Nashville to Miami, twice a week or whatever. I make the loop and come back and got a day or two off and do it again. Yeah. I'm like, how do you do that?
And I'll see him pulled over sleeping.
Yeah.
And it's before daylight and I'm coming to work. I say, ooh, I wish I was asleep.
Do you ever wish you could like knock on the door of that 18-wheeler and go, could I check you out in here? Not check you out, but could I check your sleeping?
I think those are called like.
Could I check your sleeping arrangements out? You want to know kind of like how they got it going on in there? You know what I'm talking about?
Situational entertainers.
No better time to be doing what we do.
Have ever had at our disposal. Don't forget, you got Biden, who will be the front runner, but he's got a long record of gaffes and misspeaks and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, he wanted to take Trump out behind the barn and whoop him. Remember?
That's right.
Yeah.
We could see our first physical altercation between candidates since we've had who was the one that got shot in the duel? Was that Van Burr or one of the vice presidents?
Raymond
Burr. It was Aaron Burr.
Raymond Burr.
Was it Aaron? Somebody shot. No wonder you said
we may see a. Hey, I'm gonna tell you what. I would tune into a debate if after it they went to blows. I'd be all for that.
Knuckle up a little bit.
Yeah. We're moving to the segment where they actually fight.
Yeah.
It
By the way, I have a question to ask you on the air today, and you got to make a ruling on something in this genre.
It also sets up an interesting scenario because on the Republican side, you have those that like Trump, and you have some who are never Trumps.
Yeah.
And there's some in the middle, and you have different degrees. Now, on the Democratic side, this is going to cause a big split because he will be the front runner going in. He will be able to raise more money because of all of his ties and time, but he is not the candidate that a notorious AOC or a crazy Bernie or all of that bunch will be happy with. So you may see one of the more diverse political splits in the Democratic Party than you've seen in many, many years.
Absolutely.
It's been coming, and you saw that with the rise of some of these new Congress people that went in. But it's going to be, this is going to be, I know a lot of us miss Barnum and Bailey, but this will replace it.
Oh, it will. We thought the last one was good.
Yeah, no, you're right.
You haven't seen anything yet.
And for us in our line of work, as you said, Bubba, and you were 100% right, we ought to be celebrating.
I am so thankful.
This is going to be so easy for us. And then if we ever get down to, I don't think we will because I kind of tend to agree with Limbaugh. I don't know that Biden can get the nomination because he's not going to be able to do what Hillary did because they've been busted doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So now Bernie's going to get his straight-up shot.
But I don't think Bernie can get it either. I think the far left wacko bunch is the media makes them look like they have bigger numbers than they really do, and I don't think they can. I don't think they can dictate terms either. So what are you going to do? You're going to have a split deal.
Well, we can't go back. You're right. I mean, the Democratic Party, the way they've set it up, they really can say we want Biden over you, so we're just going to make that happen. I mean, they can't do that.
Oh yeah,
and they've set.
But they did away with the super delegates, right? Or limited.
That's what I was
going
to ask you. Did they? I don't know. But anyway, the classic of what's ahead, like you said, and I didn't see it. I'm so glad y'all told me. So Bernie Sanders, the great socialist, who thinks everybody should pay more taxes, when asked why he didn't pay more, all he said is, "Why didn't you?"
Yeah, he said, you make more money than I do.
By the way,
it was a nah on you type thing. I mean, I thought I was watching a kid on the playground.
But
you talking about
because
ridiculous.
he didn't know what to say.
But you guys have said it. I've seen discussions about all sorts of things. When somebody thinks that they're trying to be sharp, and you show them that there is a pitfall in their logic, to make that logic true, you have to get through the pitfall, not just pivot to something like that.
What he should
I'm not
have
going
done-
to answer this. I'm just going to but.
That's what
You know, he would have still been wrong, but what he should have done is said, you know what, you're right. He should have got his checkbook out and wrote it to the IRS right on the stage and said, I'm putting it in the mail tomorrow. Here's you $10 more million or whatever.
You know what he should have said right after it, and that's what leadership looks like, folks. Vote for me.
That's right. He would have still been crazy, but at least he would have backed it up.
All right, so I mentioned that we've had a lot going on at our house, and we got a busy weekend coming up, and so Sherry and I, after we finished up practice yesterday, and Sherry had things going on, and we finally got the photo shoot behind us, barring a few pictures in what Sherry deemed was her favorite shirt that Brody had on with the one collar not buttoned. I got through that as unscathed as possible. I really thought the photographer summed it up, and we laughed about this last night. And the photographer is a friend of the show and a friend of ours. And what he said about Sherry noticing that there was one picture that my son's collar was not buttoned correctly. Of course, Adler fixed it, then put it on our Instagram account, and I appreciate him doing it.
Great, by the way.
So listen to this.
I didn't know they had collars that you could put on there.
Isn't that funny? But this is the text that I got from the photographer, and this really does sum it up, doesn't it, fellas? If you're not if you haven't gone down this road yet, but young men, listen to this out there, who haven't decided who will be the woman that God places in your life. 158 great pictures and one stupid button picture. This is why God created woman. And but anyway, so we were discussing and we realized that now, when you can sense something coming, like I'm going to be, we'll do the show, then the guys, those of us that can, are going to try to get to Kevin Derryberry's golf tournament today, which we've done for many, many years. We love Kevin and support his ministry, and those of you that are coming in for that, hopefully we'll see you there for lunch today. And so, and then from that, I'm going on to speak down in Linden, Alabama, at a men's event tonight. And I don't know whether that sold out. I knew there were a few tickets, only a few, when the week started. I haven't gotten an update. So if you're wanting to come to that tonight, check and see if they have dinner for you and all that. So we'll be there tonight. And then tomorrow after the show becomes the induction weekend with Dad. Minutes past the hour, brand new day, brand new week. Thanks for being with us. This hour starts with the national anthem. Here we go. we go. Brand new hour, brand new day, brand new week. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. Team Rick and Bubba continuing to plug along day after day, show after show, year after year. And we sure are thankful for each and every one of you that take the time to watch and or listen to our time together. I mean, we would do all this whether you were here or not, but it would be awkward. It's just who we are, and I'm thankful, we're all thankful that you have some interest in this, even if it's kind of a freak show kind of thing, like you can't believe this is actually happening, and how have these people been given this job? Whatever, we're glad you're here. We'll unpack the weekend. We'll talk about your phone calls. We got a Rick and Bubba charity charge going on in Sweet Home, Alabama today. We're missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere along the fruited plain, welcome to another edition of Rick and Bubba, your two buddies on the radio and streaming and on TV and
everywhere,
several other ways.
Everywhere.
Just come on in, either way. Anyway.
He's in the pouring rain. I wanna scream for you.
Come on. The world's greatest garage man, Mr. Lucky.
What about it?
You know what? I started thinking, because when I think of our garage man, I think of Fat Fest. And when I think of Fat Fest, I think about a location where it was held for 5 years in a row, called at the time, Oak Mountain Amphitheater. I don't know what it's called now. It's got another name. I don't know what it's called now.
Horizon at one time.
Whatever. But young Broderick and I were coming back from the farm, which takes us right at that exit. Well, I let him know, but I didn't let him know in time. I thought he was far enough back. I said, ooh, don't take this one. I said, I believe we are in Nickelback traffic. And so, and then it hit me, the guy who said he was going to be singing with Nickelback on Friday, and he told us on Saturday it would happen. We get home, and the biggest flood, I'm talking about and we don't live far from the amphitheater. And I mean, it was raining. It was raining to that point that you don't need thunder and lightning. You can just hear the rain. That's how hard it was raining. And I thought that's got to be the biggest. You can't have nothing. Yeah. I mean, we've had really, really nice weather. Had nice weather, pretty much the whole weekend. And then they get down to that. The evening's cool. The humidity's backed off a little bit, and it just comes a flood. Yeah. Now, I don't know how long it rained. It rained for a pretty long time. I don't mean like it stuck through the whole evening. They probably got it in.
Yeah, they just had a downpour.
But I bet they were some wet people.
That's miserable.
I was out in it.
Yeah,
Eddie got to see it up close.
Yeah, and we had a weather delay where they had to.
Where were you?
I was at Protective Stadium at the UAB.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
And literally, they cleared the stadium, and it's like, hey, we
weather
got
delay.
So that hit you too.
Oh yeah. I got home really late.
Picture you ready to sing with Nickelback.
Oh,
and you had this beautiful afternoon, and you're just all fired up.
No,
I think the news just did a story on it, so I think they did pull it off. Okay, it showed the stage. It said somebody got to sing, so I think they did.
Okay, so Jimmy got to sing. I think his name was Jimmy.
I
just making that up?
No, you're right.
Yeah, there we go.
Went by James.
So anyway, there you go. So he got to do it, but I've been in those situations where you're really looking forward to something, and the weather has not really told you that there's a high percentage that you're going to get in rain, and then where you are,
that
even
one
though,
spot,
even though it's not scattered, it is just rain, and you're just like, well, you can't even. But I
got in a little of that Friday night, but it wasn't the soaking rain. It was just that mist rain, you know. And you look at the lights, and it looks worse than it is.
Right.
But it was just that one spot, according to the radar, right where we were at was the only place it was raining.
Yeah.
Well, so speaking of that, sounds like the team that you follow, the offense finally woke up.
Wow.
Yeah, back to normal.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, they went nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
so.
We started getting at the UAB game the folks that have the two ways and talking to the PA booth and all that. We started getting word, hey, there's weather coming. We might have to clear the stadium about 30 minutes before they actually did, and we're like, oh no, but it might miss us. It's a maybe, but they just letting us know. And then it got about that time, and I got to commend them because they cleared before. Lightning was in front of rain, not reverse. Because sometimes the rain will get there, and then all of a sudden the lightning hits and everybody's wet. This one they cleared first, and then the rain. The steps leading down to the field looked like a stream.
Yeah.
It was just awful. But some of the stadium is open on the sides, and the rain was blowing in sideways, so everybody was still miserably wet.
Oh yeah.
But it was.
I was about to say, how do you get dry when you're in an outdoor stadium?
Oh, and then you come back out, and all the seats are wet.
Yeah,
so you have to make the decision: do I just sit down in it?
Right.
You know, what do I do?
How the Blazers do?
They got beat. When the rain delay happened, it was 0-0. It was the starting of the second quarter, and then it got away from them there. But
Louisiana, good team.
Yeah, they are. And we had a few
They showed
things. We threw an interception going in, and from that point on, it just
Terry Bowden's
seems to turn.
Which one is he?
No, he's in Louisiana Monroe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They played somebody.
Or he
else
was.
this week.
I think he is.
The team
it was the Raging Cajuns.
That's what it is. The Raging Cajuns.
He's the one that
Lafayette.
Napier left to go to Florida.
Right.
They were playing somebody on TV.
Yeah, they were Louisiana Lafayette then.
Yeah.
But now they're just called Louisiana. The Raging Cajuns.
Raging Cajuns.
Yeah, I got you. So anyway, we'll unpack the weekend. I got to see a little bit. I didn't see a lot. Of course, I think some of the things that we said on Friday, people said, "Wow, y'all called a lot that happened over this weekend." Like everybody trying to overlook Florida.
How about that?
Spanked Tennessee.
They didn't just beat them
in the swamp.
Yeah.
So
they beat them convincingly.
Florida's not done yet.
You're right. Yeah. Still, I mean, Bill, I beat them bad.
Yeah.
So there was that, and if you trash talk too much going into the game, somebody might just take one of your players out.
Yeah.
Boy, did they.
Boy, he did.
I can't believe I didn't throw a guy out of the game for that league.
I know. Hey, he's out.
I fell asleep after that. I hated. I missed a great game, but I'm sorry, I can't watch a game at midnight. I done got old and I can't stay awake.
I couldn't do that either. What was funny though is I told Bubba, I saw the coach for Colorado State, and he kind of said, "Look, I understand the trash talking caused some issues, and our team was fired up. I don't know why I couldn't make them understand that we actually could have won the game."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and they could have.
Yeah, and these penalties really probably cost us the game.
They did.
Most definitely. You're right.
That's a great point.
We really should have just won. If you want the ultimate shut up juice, just win the game.
Just win it.
And we were there. We
They
could have.
absolutely
Had it.
could have won.
Yeah,
Had it.
So I think he was like, there really wasn't any need for all these penalties.
No.
Of course, they took out the all-world player.
Well, they did eliminate one of the weapons.
They did eliminate one of the players, which might have kept it close.
Yeah.
So we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
So I'll be leaving the show right after. Greg's going to try to get Mom and Dad into town tonight. I'll leave the show tomorrow, get into the hotel with them, and kind of go through that weekend, and then Sunday we'll have a man church with our men's ministry at church, and be teaching Sunday morning. So Sherry and I knew last night if we were going to have a cut up night and goof off, last night was the night.
Right, got to get it in there.
So I get home, and of course, the teenage son that's at home, that you see him when he walks in from practice, says I'm taking a shower, and then you see him again when he says I'm out, and he goes out and goes over. It was Wednesday, so he went to church, and then he hangs out with his friends till we're already in bed, and so. Sherry had a lot going on too, and we got to every now and then. Sherry is fortunate enough to be married to a man who is a former DJ, I mean,
I
I have spun the hits.
Yes, you have.
I have been a teen club DJ.
Scratch.
I
remember that day.
I have spun the hits for dances. I mean,
mini prom.
She knows that she's
Mini homecoming.
She knows that she's married to a man that just has just a never-ending knowledge of music and types of music, and so she loves. We were cutting up on. I said, that's because if she's ironing or whatever. And I'm goofing off, I'll come in and I'll be like her DJ and I'll mix while she's ironing. and she admits, she says, your flow of music is really fantastic. And I said, well, I know the deal. So last night, there came a little bit, you have to watch bold statements, okay?
Very.
So Sherry said, I got to tell you, I think if you just get over in the dance music category, she said, I really believe that Let It Whip is the walking dog. And I said, Sherry, that's a lot of dance music, honey. You're throwing.
Granted, it's a good one.
I said, honey, Let It Whip is certainly, she said, I'm just talking about a song comes on and you can't help but move to it. And I said, but honey, I can tell you, but I will tell you this one thing, and it really led to almost an argument. She was very disrespectful to Word Up.
Really? How are you going to get around Midnight Star? I mean, you got to.
Well, let me walk you through it because I want y'all's feedback on it.
Okay.
So I said, well, then DJ Rick is checking in, and I said, and I will throw out before you're going to declare this, and she said because I kind of want to get a song list of just my favorite kind of groove music. I said, well,
is this for ironing?
Yes, this is for ironing.
Okay.
And I said, honey, well then, you might as well settle in because we've got a trip through some music we're going to have to take here. And I said, you can't just walk through our kitchen and declare that Let It Whip is the walking dog. You can't. You're going to have to hear some other stuff. And I said, so I guess Drop the Bomb's just out. She goes, oh, when I drop the bomb.
Band.
She's like,
the Gap Band's got a whole list of them, Rick.
I said, hey, and if you'll listen, you're going to hear the sound of the party train that we're going to run through this kitchen as well.
That's right.
And you're going to have to
got
hear
to get
that.
up early in the morning.
That's right.
To get them chores done.
And I said, and so we're just not going to burn rubber on anybody. And she goes, no.
Or are we going to look where all the humping people at?
Yeah. Well, we didn't do that one. But so
there's no parking either.
Yeah. Well, I got there on Midnight Star. So what I did is I said, I will now bring out, and they were times like, and this is sad, and I hope your wife Greg is not listening.
Oh boy!
Because Sherry declared that she thought Brick House is overdone and she's burned out on it.
Oh boy!
Like I hate to say it, I had to go with her on that.
She goes, "I'm sorry, I've just heard that song too many times."
I agree.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay. She was disrespectful to Word Up. I finally made her listen to Word Up. I said, "You're not paying attention. This song," I said. We had Larry Blackman on the show. I said his liner for the show has "ow" in it, and I said, and I said, so you're just not even going to consider the first time we all waved our hands in the air like we just didn't care? Oh my gosh! See, but what happened was this is when because the fact that I'm 54 and she's 40, is she 49? Whatever she is, it's not a big deal now. But I said, but when we were in this era, I hate to say this, you were too young to know.
That's right.
I said, so I'm gonna have to help you here. I was up there spinning hits while you were just hoping your mom would drop you off to hear the music. I said I was way ahead of you here. My knowledge of all this far
choosing the song.
far exceeds yours.
I agree.
And so we started. I told her. I said, so do you not even want to be a freakazoid? And she said, no, I need to hear that too. And I just ran through song after song after song. She admitted that there were songs she would say, I don't know about that, and she would say for us, that's too old for me. I said, groove line is too old. And so I played it. She goes, no, that is really good. I said, okay. So just stay with me here.
That's a good one.
Right. And I said,
everything you said.
And then I said, now for a minute, we're gonna detour out of what I'll consider to be just kind of pop music. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. So as we're working our way back, we got stories from the weekend coming up, and I know we recapped a lot of football, but so those of you that are new, that this may not be your thing, this is typical. Once football starts, we got a lot of football on our mind. We come back on Mondays, and you go, but weren't you also talking about on Friday? Well, yeah, Friday too. Anyway,
Friday, Monday.
Yeah,
Friday, Monday.
Really, we do 2 full shows on it. But anyway, we'll update you on some of that. Also in Sweet Home, Alabama, and by the way, we're adding a new Buffalo Wild Wings today, still in Alabama. Today, the charity charge with Buffalo Wild Wings at participating locations in Alabama. We add now to the list Vestavia. Highway 31, that's one of those grab and goes, right? Is that what that is?
Yes,
Is that a grab and go?
Yeah, we actually did that yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, and
there are a limited amount of tables.
Just a few
Go ahead,
you can
just
sit.
calm
What'd you
down.
call it, Bubba? Wednesday with Tim? You called the restaurant?
Gosh,
That was
I
Wednesday. He's
remember.
forgot by now.
Yeah, that's been a long time.
It was, I thought you came up with a good one.
I did, but I can't remember.
That's been 5 days ago.
Yeah.
So anyway, a charity charge today.
Grab and go.
Benefiting ALS Association of Alabama. Can I tell y'all what was hilarious about this? And I'll tell you the story of it, a story of Camp House from this past weekend, is that Jordy Henson, who's our friend that unfortunately has been diagnosed with ALS, and one of the reasons why we were doing this is, we certainly love the organization and have done stuff with them in the past, but now it's even gotten more personal because of our friend's battle against ALS, and he's doing some of the experimental stuff, and hopefully can play a role and things maybe being different on treatment going forward. But anyway, so he came in showing me what was out there. And you know how he is, when Jordy gets something. I mean, I've heard him on the show. I mean, he's when he gets wound up. I mean, at one point I was saying, "Who gave Henson coffee?"
Yeah, I know.
And it's just some. I mean, and anyway,
just say no.
He was like, "It looks like everybody's taking credit for this, and I'm not even mentioning this." And I said, "Jordy, what did you want a picture of yourself on there that we do this for Jordy? I mean, it's for everybody." And he goes, "But yeah, but I'm the one that put all this together." He goes, "Now somebody's gonna get Employee of the Month at the ALS Association, like they discovered y'all." And then y'all are getting big credit, like all of a sudden y'all become big-hearted by ALS. He goes, "I put all this together, and I'm not him being completely overlooked in this." And so anyway, but it is today, and you can go out and enjoy the delicious food in Alabama at Alabaster, Birmingham on 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, Alabama, Chelsea, and now Vestavia. So there you go. Go out, 10% of all food sales. Now, I also noticed that Henson, even though he is Baptist, which I thought was odd, he tried to negotiate getting a percentage of alcohol sales. And he said, "Let's really get some money for ALS." And I said, "Jordy,
we're not doing that.
I don't think your pastor is going to be thrilled about you trying to get 10%." He goes, "Well, the devil's
bottoms up for ALS."
He used the famous Billy Sunday line. He said, "Hey, the devil's had that money long enough." And so. So anyway, that's going on today. We'll recap some of that. So, anybody got any more football stuff y'all need to purge? I mean, it was.
There's all kind of good stories out there from this weekend.
Yeah, it was I was watching, one of the things that it's and it is true is, and Greg, you had already gotten on me about this in the past. I'm catching a tremendous amount of heat. Y'all have all been on me about the size of the TV at Camp House.
Yes.
And I mean,
I'm really usually not that
a tremendous
bothered,
amount of heat.
But that's really bad.
Well, what I said was, and I finally, it's almost, I think everybody, I said, can I just tell everybody something here? Okay. First of all, I don't watch a lot of TV at Camp House. Very little.
Right.
Good
okay.
thing.
Very little. Yeah. Usually if we're here, we're worried about hunting, not watching TV. Okay.
Yeah, but it's good to have.
Every ball game on.
Yeah, every now and then we get a ball game on, and I said, and this TV to me in this room, in the space it's in, is fine. I see it just fine, and so, but I finally just had to come clean because I took so much heat about it. I just finally said, hey, here's what happened. It's no more do y'all want me to go get another TV? And I mean, they were doing things like, hey man, is Rick and Bubba Incorporated, y'all hurting? I mean, is it?
It's like my laptop.
Ricky, do you need? Are y'all okay financially? I actually said yes, we are hurting.
Rick, and TVs
we're down about 20%, and at one time down as much as 40% during the pandemic. But anyway, so but I started heat. It was no more complicated than this. I was headed for hunting season. I was ready to get hunting season ready.
Right.
The TV that was there was no longer working. It was on them big old clunk tube ones, okay? And the original flat screens that are on the big old tube TV.
Yeah.
It
weighed 800 pounds.
Yeah, and I just ran into a store, and I just, in my mind, I couldn't figure out, I couldn't see in my mind how big that space was, and I looked at a TV and I thought, well, that ought to be enough.
Were you going to put it in a closet?
No, there you go. And so, and then when I got
That's a
there,
kitchen TV?
when I got it there and I set it on top of the little table, I knew I knew
You knew what was coming.
I knew the heat was coming.
Talking about tiny TV?
Well, and I
How
can't.
big is it, Rick?
Oh,
What's
you
the
saw
size?
it. You saw it. Didn't you? When we were doing.
What's the size of it?
I don't remember.
Is it? It's not the size of that, or is it even
No,
smaller?
no.
It's smaller.
No,
than
yeah.
It ain't
If you
smaller
were close
than
to
that
me,
one.
I would
Yes, it
pinch you.
is.
It's not smaller than that.
Yes, it is.
Rick.
That right there is
that what I
twice the
need?
size.
It's
That's
smaller
what
than
that would
20.
be
It's
perfect.
smaller
No,
than
let's
20.
if you're
know,
going get
how
one a
big are
little
those?
bit.
When
Get
we were
one a little bigger
when
than
we
that.
were
Can it
growing
fit?
up,
Get a 50.
a 25-inch
Good
tube
night.
TV was what the family looked at
Absolutely.
in the den.
Yeah.
25 inch is what people put in the bathroom.
No, you're right.
Oh,
I
yours
mean,
isn't even
it's
27 right now. You need to get a 50 or 55.
I think those are 40s.
No, you don't need it.
You're not
40
27.
something.
I bet you it's not. It's
I
tiny.
bet it is a
It looks.
27.
It's
That's what I thought it
You
was.
don't think 40?
What is that?
Just about a 20.
That's probably a 43.
That's a 40, 45,
The one Rick's got's
43.
probably
Yeah,
What
it's
is
not
that?
that big.
Yeah, maybe a 27. Rick, it's about as big as this monitor you're looking at.
Yeah,
It
that's,
is.
That's
So
about
it's bigger than that.
Nah, it's not much. Not much.
So anyway,
What is that? A 25?
So when Wingo, and I'll tell you why
18,
I'll tell you why
20.
they were down there. So when Wingo came in, he looked and he said, "Oh my goodness." He goes, "I can't even believe." And then I said, "Hey man, look, and he said, "Look, if just before you say one word," and he's right, all y'all said the same thing. He said, "If this was at my place," he said, "your little TV jokes would not end."
No, he's right.
And then I looked at him. I said, "I know you're going to try it." I said, "I'm going to tell you this. I would have better little TV jokes." I said, "Some of yours, I mean, you're trying to hit at me a little hard. The one of us, we going, hey, y'all hurting financially. That's pretty good." I said, "I have some in my mind that are better. I'm not going to let you have them." And I said, "But if I could get you in this situation, I would have better lines."
Mm-hmm.
He goes, "Now that may be true." He said, "But you would be on me." He said, "You would be on me from the minute you set your bag down." He said, "Until you put your bag in your truck the next day."
Rick,
And I
we've
couldn't
been
deny
on you.
that.
We've been
I
on
couldn't
you,
really
buddy.
deny that. Yeah.
I mean, you joke about the TV jumping in your bag and going away. All that.
I would tell him how you want me to put that TV in my wallet and get it worked on for you.
Do you give me a telescope to see that thing?
I didn't think the TV.
Or you
at
take
Camp
your
House was
chair
that
and
big.
slide
We've been
right
talking
up
about
there.
it for years.
Yeah.
We've been making fun
Did
of
you
it.
resolve the problem?
Oh, but I'm going to. This year's hunting season will have a different TV.
Could I be with you on that?
Yeah.
Because I think you're gonna do it again.
If I give you straight cash, would you just go get it?
I would.
Okay. All right.
And hang it.
Yeah, I can hang it, or you can put it on that table.
Where are we gonna hang it?
On the wall.
Hang it
don't
on the
do all
table.
that.
Well, can't we just set
Buddy,
it over
you're
there?
not even in
There's
this
no
conversation.
reason to do all that.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Your groove lines, your let it whip. I said, now I'm going to say you may not be able to handle funk.
Oh.
You may, but we're going to hear Parliament. We're going to hear Ohio players. You may not be able to handle that, and I acknowledge this may be too on the edge for you because But then I sit there and before you know it, I mean I've dropped Flashlight. And she thought because she had a bad attitude about the title that Atomic Dog wasn't going to move her. But no, she did. Yeah, before you know it, bow wow wow yippee yo yippee. I said, so we don't like this at all. So and I said, you know what? So are you going to park on the dance floor? Because if you are, I'll be forced to give you a ticket. So get with it. So before we were done. Now this is totally Sherry's opinion.
Okay.
This is not that, but I would love to get your opinion, all of you. She said that it really came down to the Super Bowl, and that was you dropped a bomb on me versus Let It Whip. And she said, in her world,
I can see that.
Yeah, in her world, she thinks Let It Whip is still the one.
That's not my two favorites, but I can't argue it.
And she acknowledged that she was wrong not to have Let's Groove Tonight on her list from Earth, Wind, and Fire. I was able to get Let's Groove.
September.
Hey, I got no. See, she said, I said, hang on. I said, so you're not going to put Let's Groove Tonight, Boogie Wonderland, and you're not going to put September in there? And so I played all three, and she goes, they have to be on there.
Rick,
You're right. And I said, this is why you married me.
Don't stay away from Serpentine Fire.
Yeah.
She wasn't crazy about that one. I love
Rick, what about Stomp by the Brothers Johnson? I think they're a top 10
well,
all
see,
the
keep
way
in mind,
around.
what I found out with Sherry
And you
last
got the
night.
whole Michael Jackson category you hadn't even touched.
You know what got about that? We looked at all that, and we realized that the latest documentary on Michael has tainted all the music.
It has. You can't listen to it. If you feel bad for listening
See,
to it.
I haven't seen it yet. I just heard the reviews.
We declared we don't know how bad a people Daz Band is, so we're not.
Right.
We just don't want to know.
Yeah.
So you have to understand, we're not talking about just songs that are cool songs. She said, I'm just talking about a song comes on and we got to move.
Control, yeah.
And when you would listen to it, you would realize some of the beats are good songs, but they're not
Staying alive? What about the beaches
No,
category?
she said
disco's out.
She calls that corny dance music.
Okay. She missed the disco era.
She said let it whip.
Rick and Bubba.
Discussion before we went to the break, and Bubba, you're the one who just brought it up. I'm completely out of the loop. I mean, I'm familiar with, hey, we got a problem because we have people coming into the country unvetted that they're not required to get any vaccines. Also know and certainly understand and have seen the front line discussion. With people saying, well, I'm concerned about, there's people who think vaccines, they don't want to be forced to give them or take them. And then there's people where I would land. I'm not anti-vaccine because I see the obvious need for them. I don't like to be told not to question the way we do it. I think
anytime you question science and medicine, it's good for everybody. I don't think questioning is ever a problem.
Right.
Rick, we're having a problem with a measles outbreak right now. We've got, and it just depends on what story you read, what numbers they're quoting. But they're saying right now we've got 695 cases in 22 states. It's highly contagious. They expect that number to go way up. And the problem, according to the World Health Organizations that monitor this kind of thing, they say that there's nearly 170 million children worldwide that have not been vaccinated in the most current decade, which is going to give us more problems down the road. Now, all this, it's hard to separate science from politics a lot of times.
To my point.
And we know that there is some degree of risk anytime you get a vaccination from anything. But that number is fairly low for a lot of the what I call well-established vaccinations, measles, mumps, rubella, whooping cough, all that stuff you had when you were a kid. And we had these situations come up where people, and I'm not a big flu shot guy. I just haven't seen the widespread success, so I've stayed clear of that. That doesn't make me an anti-vaxxer by any stretch, but and we've had the autism questions come up that where people were looking at maybe where this is coming from, and it apparently has spun into more people becoming anti-vaxxers, and the fact that we have people coming into our country who have not been vaccinated. Same thing. If you're unvaccinated, it causes a problem. And vaccinations really only work when everyone has been vaccinated. So we had rules in place where you had to be vaccinated. Those were lax over the past few years. Now you're seeing states go to...
All right, here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Go there, and you can get a customized mattress. I mean, it's one thing to sleep on, kind of a one-size-fits-all mattress that anybody can buy at any store anywhere. But what about if you were sleeping on a mattress that was actually customized and designed for you? The way that you prefer to sleep. They'll ask you things like that. Greg and Lisa sleep on one, and they let them know that they. Is Lisa? How does she sleep? I know you're a side stomach. What is she?
She's a side.
All side. Always side.
Yeah, not back. Neither one of us sleep on the back.
But also, what kind of mattress you like? Firm. What'd y'all go with? Medium.
Medium.
Maybe soft. There are people that
perfect.
like a soft mattress. Soft mattress makes my back hurt.
Yeah.
I got to have some firmness there.
I'm with you.
I thought I was firm, but then I got a firm mattress and realized I'm really not. I'm a medium.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, right.
I like it.
Yeah,
firm.
so
like you're laying on a board.
Yeah. So anyway, and they'll send it right to your home, and then you've got 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure you do love it, and you will. So go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Hey, specify too. They also have big and tall. And they also have children's, so customized for kids that maybe are getting in their first, big girl or big boy bed. So go right now to HelixSleep.com/Bubba, HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Save 20% and get truly amazing sleep, and it'll be shipped right to your door. The link also at rickandbubba.com, as I said, under sponsors. All right, so Bubba, some stuff going on. In the top 25, that's really kind of historic.
Yeah, it is. Georgia remains number 1, Michigan 2, Texas 3, Florida State 4, USC 5, Ohio State 6, Penn State 7, Washington 8, Notre Dame 9, and Oregon 10, and then followed by Utah, LSU, Alabama at 13, Oregon State, Ole Miss 15, Oklahoma, North Carolina, Duke at 18, Colorado 19, Miami, Washington State, UCLA, Tennessee, Iowa, and Florida rounding out the top 25. You know, there's one thing, and this is what I always hate about the polls, and then we'll talk about the historic situation with Alabama. Florida just beat Tennessee convincingly. Florida is 25, but Tennessee is 23. Now, no offense to the Vols, but if you just got beat by a team, I don't think you should be in front of them if you have identical records.
Bubba, that goes back to the Rick and Bubba, I got your slot format.
Yeah, I think you ought to get their slot if you beat them directly for that week.
If I beat you, then that means I was better than you, and everybody thought you were this slot, so I get that slot.
Yeah.
I won that slot on the field.
And that's kind of what Texas and Alabama did. When Texas beat Alabama, it's almost like they swapped.
So the announcements of Florida's death have been greatly over-exaggerated. They're still alive. Be careful of the Gators. They're still biting.
Well, how about this? They got players. Of course, everybody does now, which we saw that over the weekend. Everybody's got players now.
I think the NIL is spreading out the talent pool a little bit, don't you?
No, the transfer portal is the one
smoothing
out the
Well, that means immediate reaction.
Right. Sure it does. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what it means too, and we've talked about this. It also means, there was one problem that we were having that this has only made worse, and that is that we think people shoot, ready, aim on firing coaches. They don't give them enough time.
Yeah.
Well, they sure not going to give you time now because they think the first year you're there, you should be able to have enough players to win because of the portal and the NILs and all that. So, I mean, Wyoming takes Texas into the fourth quarter. Still, tied?
Tied going into the fourth.
Yeah, 10-10, was it? Or I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
And so you see that that wasn't a blowout. It looks like a blowout because they scored 21 late. But everybody's fighting and clawing. And then here's Alabama leaving the top 10. And, boy, that hadn't happened in a long time.
Yeah, that's the first time Alabama has been out of the top 10 since September the 27th of 2015. That's long before we ever heard of COVID, by the way.
Yep.
They dropped out of the top 10 that September after losing to Ole Miss. But good news for the Tide fans. They came back in on October the 3rd and went on to win a national championship.
There you go.
So,
of course, this team doesn't quite look as good as that team, but you never know. I mean, they got to get the quarterback situation figured out, and we'll see. They might. But
Coach Saban's been down this road before. I'm sure he'll get it worked out.
Well, and I like Saban's attitude when everybody's talking about fans walking out of the stadium and this kind of stuff or whatever. He said, well, that just means we've created the right atmosphere. People expect us to play better than that. People expect us to be better than that.
Yeah, and I think he does, too.
Yeah. So. Well, he said, we're not pleased with this. This is not us. This is not our standard. So we're not going to cry about it. We created the standard. So when you've created what we've created, then what is happening right now should be unacceptable.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that attitude.
Yeah.
Tennessee was the biggest fall in the polls. They fell 12 points.
Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see about what's going to happen there. But has anybody got a Dickey? Anybody talk to him at all?
No, I haven't. That's he's been quiet.
He's dangerous now.
Yeah,
because
he probably drove off in the water down there in South Florida.
Yeah, I assure you,
a camper may be stuck on the beach at low tide.
Sure.
So the Nadmeyers of the world, I'm trying to think, are they a walk out of the stadium family, or do they stay to the bitter end?
No, he's staying.
Just getting more and more angry.
He's staying.
Is everything?
He probably boos.
Right.
Well, his RV's parked right outside.
He stays in booze.
So he's probably staying, and then he'll walk out.
He stays in booze. That's true.
Yeah.
Because he expects better.
Right.
But maybe we'll hear from him towards the end of the week because they host Ole Miss this weekend. So I know he'll be fired up.
Now, there's no doubt that he thinks Saban's stayed too long. There's no doubt that he's in that.
Well,
right
now
the Nadmeyers of the world.
He does, but when they turn it around, he'll be legendary.
Of course he will.
Yeah.
Of course he will. Yeah.
So you got Lane Kiffin coming to town with you kind of sputting and spittering a little bit there. So and that's a good week.
Yeah, I mean, Lane Kiffin's a good football coach. Of course, so is Saban, but and he's got a good football team. There's a lot of good teams and a lot of good coaches out there, and I think right now, if you're one of these people who tries to predict what's going to happen in any given game, you may be having the toughest time right now you've ever had.
It's tough.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
So let's think back when Deion took over. We knew he was going to make a lot of attention at Colorado. Did anybody think he'd be 3-0 right now? Didn't we all think he might get 6 wins?
I thought he'd be 2-1 at this point.
Yeah.
I didn't think he'd beat TCU.
Well, first of all, I thought, the TCU thing. I'm looking now. Don't they continue to do poorly?
I don't know.
I mean, it seems like I saw they were struggling again Saturday, and
probably so.
I don't see them in the top 25.
Yeah. So TCU, I think maybe it might have said more about them than it did Colorado, even though what Colorado did was special.
I got caught up in we just were in the Final Four.
No question.
And you can't be that. You can't drop that far off.
And nothing wrong with that.
No, and I was wrong.
Well, look at this, and also compare it to the state of Colorado before he got there.
Yeah.
Now that team that went 1-11 is not. It doesn't exist.
No,
that team's gone.
Right.
There's one player.
They're playing another player
physically and mentally.
There's one player from that team, and that's it. Okay, so they were all replaced, and they should have been replaced. Frankly, the product they put on the field.
But what a game!
But the fact that they didn't dominate Colorado State like everybody thought they would. Yeah. Now that may say a lot. I don't know why we can't do this, and I'm as guilty of as anybody when I get into pure fan mode. Is I just won't get. Why don't I give Colorado State some credit? Because they played hard.
Quarterback played well. That Horton, that receiver, was unreal all night.
Won the game.
Of course,
Hey, he was.
Decided to take out Colorado's best player.
Yeah.
And they accomplished that.
And I think there's going to be more of that too. If you see him before the game, hey, people don't like when you're talking trash.
We talked about it Friday. The emailers were saying
it's going to continue to happen.
Well, the emailers said y'all called this. Y'all tried to warn.
Hey, Travis Hunter before the game was running up and down the sideline, barking off, going, "Hey, y'all are all bite, or all bark, no bite, all bark, no bite." He's screaming that at. Hey, guess what? They bit you right into the hospital.
And if I'm sitting there, I don't know if was that a safety, Greg, that hit him?
Yeah. Yes.
If I'm sitting there at safety, you know what I did? I just got my pen out and said, "And
absolutely
taken." And, buddy, when he got his shot. Now, unfortunately, like I said, they played well enough to win the game, and some of these things probably cost them the game.
Yeah. Yes,
but
what was up with that number 9? He just kept slamming people. Penalty after penalty.
It was funny to watch their coach after going, look, I appreciate how we got after it. We got physical. But, hey, we probably could have settled down one game.
Yes.
Which would have been the biggest in your face.
Yeah. Sure, at the time.
But anyway, so, hey, Colorado's 3-0. However they got there, they're there. Now, we're going to find out a lot coming up this weekend.
So anybody want to guess? Now, if we go with the scenario how it's worked every week, Coach Prime will have to find something to be highly offended about to motivate his team. Wow. So what will Oregon do, you think, to highly offend them?
Well, it'd be this is their first Pac-12 game. I mean, their conference play starts this weekend, so he'll probably go off that. And in the I didn't get to see all of ESPN Game Day when The Rock came and all that stuff. But one thing that Deion did say, and y'all might agree or not agree, but this is what he said, is that I'm not going after anybody. They're all coming after me. I'm just responding. Like the Colorado State coach said something about him. So whatever. So he's saying I'm not trying to pick fights with everybody. They're coming after us, and we're defending ourselves. Now, y'all might agree or not disagree. That's just what he said.
Oh, no. What I would say to him is what I say to people all the time that say that somebody triggered them. I said, well, you can't control what they do, but you sure can control how you
absolutely
react. Yeah. So your action can be to elevate it, or you can deflate it,
right?
And so he elevates.
He does.
He does.
I think he's hoping there's a trigger out there.
Yeah.
He can build his emotional game on this week.
He's going to get Shador hurt is what he's going to do by continuing to run his mouth. I mean, I'm just telling you, it's going to happen.
Will he be the next target?
Yes.
He's
100%.
doing this.
Hey, he was the target this week. He just didn't get hurt. There were several times.
He's doing this just like he did when he came up with Primetime, the player. Yeah. It's a product.
And
he promotes it, and it's working.
Yeah,
I mean, he any news you get in the news any way you can. Not negative because he seems to hold him accountable. But my point is, he loves this hype.
He actually has a PR person that runs this whole Coach Prime thing.
Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. They're constantly video. There's constantly. I mean, he's promoting his product, and it's working. 800% more merchandise sold than this time last year.
I will say this: what's going to happen, Bubba? You asked what he's going to use. Of all the uniforms Oregon has, look what they picked. This is a direct shot at us. That's what he's going to say. Yeah. This uniform
they've disrespected our quarterback talking about Bo Nix.
Right.
Something like that.
And the uniform was designed to dog us.
Rick and Bubba.
The loopholes on that to require it for school children, all this. We still have an open border situation. So, I don't know what the exact answer is going to be in this, but we've seen a dramatic increase, and it's going to get much worse before it gets better. And I guess for us personally, we have to ask the question, we all had the vaccination, is it still good?
Yeah.
Well, and that's a question I've got. So, and this may sound ignorant when it comes out of my mouth, but I don't know. So we're probably at that point in time where kids who went through the non-vaccinations are getting to be adults. And now they're going out of the country, or they're taking trips and vacations and mission trips, and they're getting it or possibly bringing it back. So to Bubba's point, two questions. Is that possible, what I just said? Is that scenario possible? And two, are we good? Am I sitting here at 41 good just because I was vaccinated as a kid?
Yeah, because if you take what you're just talking about, and again, I know that some of this is oversimplified. If I'm vaccinated against the measles, well, and then we have a whole generation of people who were.
Yeah.
If somebody comes in with it, then I'm not at risk. The only people that are at risk are people who are bringing it in and people who are in the country when they bring it in who didn't get vaccinated.
Right.
And so
But if you have widespread going on, it also will can affect people who maybe are weaker immune system or their vaccination is not still current.
Well, that's back to your question.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, if the question it's not for life. Right. Well, then it is a huge problem.
And what was the one, too, and I'm sorry, I can't think of it, that can cause you to actually be crippled?
Polio.
Mm-hmm. The polio vaccine was very successful.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it did the job, but if you don't get it, then it's out there and available, So,
I remember all that. Ladies and gentlemen, I think Chris Adler is weighing in.
He is. He actually has the measles.
All right, I actually have measles right now, so hopefully y'all's vaccinations are good still. No, from what I'm reading is when you are a child before preschool age and you get 1 to 2 doses of the measles vaccine and you're not traveling to areas that have high cases of measles, you are considered a low-risk adult and you don't need to get revaccinated. Also, if you were born before 1957, for some reason, I was just reading on the CDC website, I don't know if it's because of the types of vaccinations they were using back then or because you're at a certain age at this point, you're unlikely to get it or what. But if you are, like I said, an adult that got the vaccination when you were a kid and you're not traveling to high-risk areas, you don't have to get revaccinated. If you are traveling to these high-risk areas, you probably need to get revaccinated.
See, but when you say a high-risk area, how do you know you're not in a low-risk area with a high-risk person come trucking through there?
There you go. When this outbreak goes, it'll be high-risk here.
See, that's the thing that we can talk about the border all day long, but we really do have a generation of kids that their parents said, I'm not doing these vaccines, and now they're adults, they're making their own decisions, and they're going off and coming back, and that's not good.
So what kind of numbers are we really talking about? People who not just delayed vaccines but didn't get them at all. Is that really a big number?
I don't know. That's the question.
I'm going to give you that.
It's a good question.
It doesn't feel like a big number to me.
But there was a pretty big stance, back years ago.
Jenny McCarthy.
Yeah, well,
everybody knows that.
Why are we
according to UNICEF, they said that there's 21 million worldwide that did not get their first dose.
Yeah.
Well, worldwide, I mean, they don't require it worldwide. Yeah. I'm talking about in this
specifically in this country that parents made that decision to say no to the vaccine.
What kind of number are we talking?
I don't know.
It doesn't seem like it's a big number.
And how old are they right now?
And we've talked about this too.
Probably teenagers,
while these
college students.
While these measles and mumps, rubella, all that stuff, the vaccines work. The fact that parents would not bring the kids back for the second dose or whatever the series was, they started pumping them all together into one, which was not necessarily good for an immune system to get them all at one time. So, then you got a behavior problem dictating science. Right. And like now we have politics dictating science. We're giving some kids vaccines for things that don't even affect them till they're much later in life, and they don't need to fool with it while they still have a very young immune system.
Now, I will tell you this for the family that travels worldwide. There's people who travel more than we do, but we're probably in this room travel the most. We don't go anywhere without getting shots before we go.
Yeah.
Because you're like, well, if you're going to this place,
are those boosters or how's that work?
That is, you're going to an area that has this problem, this problem, this problem. Do you have shots against that? No, I don't. Well, you need to get them. So they will actually give you shots before you go into these countries. We're back. Rick and Bubba Charity Charge today going on all over Sweet Home, Alabama, participating Buffalo Wild Wings, benefiting the ALS Foundation. All right, so we've got clips from Deion Sanders, Coach Prime.
Let's run the Deion list.
The Deion list. So we'll get started. We'll start with his discussion with Shannon Sharp. And he gets asked a pretty interesting question about all the things he's been involved with. So here it is, Coach Prime. Coach Prime with Shannon Sharp, talking about what was the most difficult thing he's done of all the things that he has tried to do over his year, including football, baseball, and coaching.
You played football, you played baseball.
Nice in basketball.
Nice in basketball.
All-state.
All-state basketball.
Yeah.
And now you're a coach. What's the hardest one?
Hitting that baseball.
It's harder than coaching.
Hitting that baseball. Hitting that baseball. Right. Yeah, that baseball ain't no joke. That's why they fail 7 out of 10 times, and they still making 400 million a year. Right.
Hitting that baseball. By the way, ESPN, we don't need people shouting while the whoever's being asked the question is answering, or whatever network this is. What network is that? That's not
that
ESPN.
was from. Was that not the game day?
I didn't see. I don't know. Shannon's been hopping around a little bit on where.
Okay.
Is he back with? He was with Fox. I don't know if he is anymore.
But that's Steve Smith that was sitting there, right?
Yeah,
so
yes, it had to be ESPN.
That is yeah, that was a weird combination of people.
Huh. But on game day, they brought him in with the panel.
They did.
And did a real good
and The Rock came out.
The Rock came out.
Yeah,
I see. First Take cups on the.
Part of First Take.
I guess it was First Take.
Okay, all right, there you go. So he said hitting the baseball is the hardest things he ever did, and he makes a good point. We've said that it's a game of failure. I don't think anybody can argue against that.
Mm-hmm.
If you go
fail 7 out of 10 times and still make $400 million,
getting the Hall of Fame, being mostly unsuccessful. So there you go. All right, so next our Deion stuff. He is. This is his mama in the locker room. Now I understand she does say
a barnyard term.
Yeah, barnyard term.
Yeah,
one that's in the Bible though. But I'm not sure she's using it that way.
She talks about kicking it.
And don't forget, and don't miss the fact that The Rock is just standing there.
Yeah,
with his mom.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, it was on me. You're good. I had it potty down.
Get upset a lot, unless they talking about y'all. Or they talk about my mom. See, back where I come from, when somebody says something about your mom, you put one foot back. So you were ready to get down. He didn't directly say something about my mama, but he alluded to the fact that his mama raised him, and my mama didn't raise me right.
I raised him right. Be yourself. Yeah. And if you have to kick ass, kick ass.
His mama, look at her.
That definitely is your mama.
And that's a playoff.
That's prime mama.
That's a playoff of when he came on sports or the college game day earlier that morning, and then The Rock came out. It was a playoff. He said his mama was going to be part of his pregame speech, and then that's it.
There we go. So
if you wonder what was going through Deion's mind when he was getting beat by Colorado State, he alludes to what was going through his mind the whole time.
All right, so here he is saying he started thinking, "My goodness, we may lose."
Yes.
Here we go.
Truthfully, it's one point in the game I said we can't let this dude win. Ain't no way we let this dude win. His press conference is gonna be unbearable if we let this dude win. And but I knew even when we got the ball on the 2 or 3, 4 yard line, I said, as long as the ball in Shadour's hands, we gonna get down this field. I knew that without a shadow of a doubt.
So he said
they had to drive the whole field.
Yep, as long as we can get it in the right hands, and he trusts his son and the quarterback to get it done, and he did. So here comes the question. The question that we all asked: did Colorado State play dirty? Well, when you have they had 16 plus penalties, here they are, and this is and good night. There goes There goes Mr. Hunter.
And they haven't disclosed what's wrong with him. They did say he's going to miss a couple of weeks.
Right, yeah.
That looks more like his chest. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that's
some.
He had him in the sights, didn't he? He saw him running. He said,
did.
I'm about to end this.
Yeah. You can tell too that he knows that this is.
Now, is this a dirty play or just a good?
Yeah,
it's
you
a
can't.
late hit.
Yeah, you can't. Rick, I know you hate this, Rick, but you can't put all the pressure down on top of him. And plus, it was targeting.
Yeah, he was ejected from the game
for driving into the ground.
Correct. Yeah, body weight and all.
Well,
and
helmet to helmet too. If you see
crown.
The crown went there too. Watch his helmet just turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I went to the next one. This was what now? Was there
no, this was the blindside crackback block here.
14. Okay.
Yeah, that was the penalty that brought this play back.
Yeah, you just can't do this anymore. Yeah. I know it
wasn't dirty. This wasn't necessarily dirty. This is just was impact in the game,
and it's against the rules now.
Right?
Yeah,
exactly.
It is.
You have to be totally in front of him, right? I mean, because he hit him from the side.
This is the one.
Oh,
this is the one.
You're
if you
right.
watch his head, watch the helmet completely turn. Click,
right,
and then he drove him into the ground. And of course,
you realize at one time though that play would be on your highlight reel to get people to come.
It would be.
Yeah,
it'd show you how to do it.
It would show you how to do it. That's how I was taught to play football, like that right there.
You drive through.
As a matter of fact, I think that all three plays we showed at one time were completely legal.
Yeah, this high fives.
Yeah, this happened real close to Deion. I mean, he was merely a couple yards away from this play when it ended, and it was interesting to see the interaction between the two after of going, "You okay?" You could tell it's like, "Hey, really talk to me. You okay?" Because that was pretty rough.
I'm going to say my point again that we said on Friday, because we all know this game. This game offers all sorts of opportunities for people to take out their vengeance on you and your players.
Yeah,
and when you work opponents that don't think they have a chance to win anyway, and they're not playing for a national championship, and you send your team out there trash talking, you've been trash talking, everybody's been trash talking, you do send them into a dangerous atmosphere.
Yeah, you do.
And I want to just say that point again. And one's not going to be with you against Oregon, and you really needed him against Oregon.
You did. On both sides of the football.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like losing two players.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about how we treat our livers. Our poor livers, I mean, they just don't get treated very well at all, especially here in America with, things that we throw at them, the GMOs, the cholesterol, sometimes people, overdo alcohol, toxins, Tylenol, statins, cigarettes. And this is why a lot of Americans, and by the way, that'd be 100 million Americans, that's why they have sluggish, fatty liver that makes us gain weight, makes us feel tired all the time. For decades, your liver has done nothing but been good to you, providing over 500 key functions daily. So maybe we go, I'm going to stop mistreating my liver. I'm going to be good to my liver. Well, here's something that can help. It's called Liver Health Formula. It's an all-natural supplement. It has 12 clinically proven botanicals that help recharge and protect your liver. Now, because you're watching the show or listening to the show, you can get a free bottle of the blood sugar formula as well that helps you reduce your sugar cravings. You can join the happy customer list by going to getliverhelp.com/Bubba and go ahead and claim your free bonus gift because you're part of the show, okay? That's getliverhelp.com/Bubba. It's time for you to do something and stop mistreating your liver. Give your liver something that your liver will love. That's getliverhelp.com/Bubba. Because they tell
is that the law, or is that people looking out for you? In other words, mission trips and churches are going to say, "Hey, Rick, we got to have you do that because we want to take care of you." But is the law saying you got to have these things done?
I'm assuming that you can travel without and put yourself at risk. I'm just wondering if I was a small child and my parents were worried that this does have something to do with this increase in the autism spectrum, which is real, we just don't know what's causing it.
Right.
And but something is going on, but we just don't know what it is. And some people think this has a play in it. You can believe that or not. That maybe by the time you were an adult and somebody says, now if you're going to Kenya, these things are going to kill you.
Yeah.
And somebody says, well, I tell you what, I'll take it now.
Yeah.
Now, it's not mandated, though, to your question. I don't think so. Now that some of these countries may require it, but I don't think. I think that's more of a heads up. I mean, there's locations that all they do is if you're traveling abroad, you come in and they look at the map and say, where are you going? All right, well, you need this. So, but that doesn't mean people do that, though.
And it spreads pretty fast, what I understand.
Yeah, it spreads through the air. It's highly, highly contagious.
Top of the hour, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Information.
Sure.
And people will give us bad information with very confident voices, as if they know what they're talking about. We will think that they are right. We will even say, okay, that clears it up, until another person calls and says that person is completely wrong.
Yes.
And
they sound just as confident.
So I hate to say it, I'm gonna have to ask for some credentials. If you're gonna comment on this, I need you to give me something that makes me think that you may have some idea what you're talking about, and you absolutely cannot say that you heard it from Alex Jones. Okay, I mean,
or you read it online,
or seen episode last season of Madam Secretary.
That is correct.
That does not qualify you.
And I want you to know that the measles thing they had on House is probably not accurate. No. So I want to hear,
or the good doctor.
Right. And you know what? I don't want to. I really, honestly, I don't want you to say you heard us say one time, because we probably didn't know what the heck we were talking about.
No, we didn't.
So I want some kind of credential that you're like the person who's waiting right now who claims we're now immune to measles. That's a big statement.
Right. We don't know what their credentials are, right?
But
what do you do for a living?
Ellen, what are your credentials?
My credentials is that I want to talk about the people who don't have to worry about it if they're born before 1957, and I was. That is my credential.
So you're saying you heard what? Now keep in mind, your information just came from Adler, but
my information is accurate.
and we didn't.
If you were born before 1957, your immunity is natural because you had the measles.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
And
yeah,
you were
I
just
started
tougher.
to say our national vaccination program didn't start till 1963.
Yeah. So if you were born,
my credentials are good.
You're very good. And as how about this? As Helmut just said, y'all just tougher people.
Yeah.
I think measles are afraid of y'all.
Yep. And talk it off of you.
How do y'all talk? I had the measles as a kid, so I'm good.
So Ellen, what was
it?
it?
You made it.
What was it like? Was it just kind of a heavier version of chicken pox?
It wasn't as bad as chicken pox. I had those too.
Yeah, I mean, what are we? What am I afraid of?
Why we're good with chicken pox? We're good with everybody getting chicken pox.
Again, children.
I don't have any credentials on this, okay?
How old were you?
The problem is not that it bothers the person who's having them that they know of. It's that virus can cause heart issues and other issues that can affect you later on in life.
Gotcha.
It's not that my having the measles is a terrible thing at the time.
How old were you when you had it? Do you know?
I think I was 5.
Okay, so you were young. You were just a kid.
So what we're talking about, though, any of these things, we're talking about babies and probably the elderly.
Yeah.
They're always at a higher risk that it can kill
because
them.
of what she just
Well,
said.
I'm not calling myself elderly because I'm not at a risk anymore.
No, you're not. I hear you.
No.
And by the way, you're going to be in Linden, Alabama tonight, and that's where I'm from.
It's just a men's event, though. They've got you kicked out, didn't they? I think so.
What now? No, they let women come.
Can you come to this tonight?
Now. They didn't used to.
Okay.
Or you just changed your service.
Okay.
Well, I finally got the vote, too.
All right, wait a minute. Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. On all sorts of platforms, live and or archive, you're never in a position that you can't hear or watch this show. You're never in a position where you have to miss an ounce of it. What you don't catch live, go back and catch on the archive. If you can't catch it live, enjoy the archives. All that at rickandbubba.com. The content is there for you every single day, Monday through Friday, and even on the weekends. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. I be Rick, and there be Bubba.
There be Bubba. Glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We're recapping a heavy sports weekend. Rick, I've watched a lot of football over the years. I don't think I've ever seen anybody try to block a field goal the way the Patriots did last night. Has Belichick invented a new way to block field goals, and will everybody start doing this immediately?
Well, they probably will, because as soon as somebody figures something out, everybody starts trying to emulate it. Now, it does require perfect timing, but the Patriots basically put somebody out there and put him in motion, and he times his leap toward the ball untouched, as having the edge guys outnumbered.
He's basically got a running start, but he's going with the line of scrimmage and then veers off toward the kicker at the last second.
And boom.
He's in there really quick.
He is. Now you got to have a quick guy. He's got to be quick.
And if you're offsides, but think about a short field goal in the NFL, one that you feel like would be, a high percentage to make it. Why not try it? If you're offside, you back them
big
up.
Deal.
They get 5 yards closer and try it again. So that I don't know. I've never seen that.
Good.
I've never seen
that. Is good.
How come somebody hadn't thought of that before now?
He did it perfect too.
How come we hadn't thought of that?
Yeah. To your point, though, the timing, my goodness.
You got to
get it
off.
Right.
You would have thought everything had been invented and tried on the football field, and there's something new.
Of course, Patriots wearing the more ugly uniforms they used to have.
What was funny is
he's in there so quick, Rick. I mean, he almost flew by the kick.
Right.
Yeah, he did.
But I told young Broderick, because he was like, I think that's kind of a cool uniform. I said, I bet it represents it all
that's
negative.
The old Steve Grogan days.
Yeah, that's not the uniform that
old Patriots snapping the ball.
That's not
that's
the uniform.
The one they wore when the Bears drug them all over the field.
Yeah.
Craig
Super
James.
Bowl.
Yeah. So there you go. So that may be a new way to take on.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah. All right.
He laid out too. Look at him.
All right. So we also have in the funny a couple of things involving other people, not football players. Video 10. We have an Iowa male cheerleader loses his pants.
Yeah, he's doing flips in the end zone, and his britches comes down.
So he loses them completely. Okay. Well, that's
so good. I like the reaction of the cheerleading squad too once they see it.
All right, so here he goes, and so he's doing his. Oh my goodness, he completely loses his pants.
You better be glad he had something on under there.
That is, I tell you, that was not the day to go commando.
No, thank goodness.
That's
how he kept his balance and almost in one motion pulled him back up was amazing.
It really was.
Let me tell you something.
Slow-mo that thing.
And then in high school, the intensity of the Battle of the Bands.
Hold on.
Yeah, there he comes.
That is amazing to watch in slow motion. Anyway.
Oh, right in the middle of the twist.
Yeah. There it is.
I can't believe he didn't fall.
I mean, it looks like a pair of biking shorts, so it's not that big.
If he went commando.
If he went commando, Greg. If he went commando.
That'd have been so bad.
Oh, my
Rick,
God.
I notice you're moving past 9. Are you protecting yourself? Is that what?
I don't.
Oh, okay. I just didn't know.
Am I going to be okay?
Yeah, it was an emotional time. Coach Lee Corso had done his 400th, helmet prediction or whatever, and he gives a very emotional speech as to how he thanks the staff and those around him because they had honored him, and he and Kirk had a very emotional moment where you could tell how much Kirk cares for him, and I just didn't know if I didn't know how you were going to.
Well, he's not going to make it to 500.
Well, I'm going to tell you what.
That's a fact.
Kirk, I tell you what Kirk is emotional about. It's almost over.
Rick Burgess.
Kirk Herbstreit is exhausted.
I blame you for this.
Rick.
Kirk Herbstreit is exhausted.
Speedy, why'd you bring it up?
It's part of the list.
You and I had a really good moment with this, and we kept it in its proper place.
Yeah.
Exhausted.
He has aged him.
Look at his face. How tired
Kurt's
he
aged
looks.
10 years.
Imagine you're in this beautiful place. Look at that beautiful weather and those beautiful mountains, and all you can think about is, I won't be able to relax for 1 second. I'll be in charge of him this whole way.
They love him.
They're friends. Rick.
This is her.
I love my
being
daddy.
sure.
I love my daddy a lot, but it is extremely exhausting.
Yeah.
To take care of someone that's lost their.
Let me ask you
cognitive
this: did he get the pick right?
He
picked Buffalo. Colorado.
He had whatever the buffalo's name is.
He had the buffalo head on.
Ugly face crying. Wow.
Greg,
bad crying.
That's not what Greg is.
That means that Herb has had to watch over putting on the head 400 times.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'm still confused. I know Bubba. I know this staff, and I certainly agree with you. I know y'all are sick and tired of Bubba and I saying we thought he retired, but we did. I know I saw tribute to him, and that we were saying goodbye, and he just came back, and he's been. Now, is this another goodbye?
We saw a tribute to him, but we weren't saying goodbye.
Okay.
We this was the
even in the past
400th helmet.
Why do you
pick.
do a tribute when you're not leaving though? I don't understand.
Well, people recognize people for
Like
what
a
they've
marker,
done
he
for
hit a
certain
marker.
years or picks or whatever. It happens all the time.
I thought he
never
was
had a
retired.
tribute for anybody on here.
Huh?
We've never had a
Well,
tribute for anybody.
I will tell you this: y'all keep it up. It's coming.
Yeah,
That's true. We had to talk about it.
it really is.
We had to sit down and discuss
It really is. All right, since we do have videos, and I'll get to the Battle of the Bands Go South, but
which is a good one.
We don't have video with it, so we'll do that maybe next segment as its own segment. But Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers on 7. Say, I love this. Oberman is one of the most unlikable human beings on the planet. I mean,
Rick, I gave you your shot at him too. I spotted him in New York for you.
No, that was my fault.
I said, Obi.
No, we saw Obi on the streets, and he was fearful and everything because he couldn't believe we spotted him.
Yeah.
All I had to do was get out of that horse-drawn carriage. That's all I had to do, and I had him wide open. I had a.
You could have been like that safety for Colorado State.
I had a moment of clarity, and I probably maybe if I'd have just reacted from the flesh, we could have had a great story. But
the consequences wouldn't have been good.
Oberman, first of all, being dumb enough to think that Aaron Rodgers somehow was this rogue, dangerous human. He's still on the narrative, people who wouldn't get the vaccine, that somehow we're evil people.
Mm-hmm.
And which is, I think that narrative has been proven not to have been correct.
Yeah.
And I think it's well established. And I'm not saying people who took it are bad either.
No.
How about whether
everybody made a decision based on their own situation?
Whether you took it or didn't take it, neither one of those makes you evil. Okay. Yeah. It might make you, easily, convinced to do something without really looking into it, but
maybe the people who let it loose on the world, we could say they're evil.
Let's be mad at them.
Yeah.
But I love Aaron Rodgers because I think Oberman tried to suggest that Aaron Rodgers getting hurt because he wouldn't take the vaccine was some sort of justice.
Karma.
Right. Karma. He wouldn't say anything scriptural, but some kind of karma. And here's Aaron Rodgers' response to Pat McAfee.
Hey, hold on, there's another guy. What's it? Keith Olbermann said that.
You love him, though.
Because you're not vaxxed, that's why it happened.
Yep. Yeah, get your 5th booster, Keith.
That's good.
Hey, Keith, isn't there a 5th booster out there you should be taking right now? Good gracious.
Olbermann has lost it, though. He absolutely lost his mind.
Well, you know why? He's took all those vaccines and boosters. It's affected his mind.
He is like the poster boy for Trump derangement syndrome. You guys heard of this?
Yes.
I mean,
he's got a lot of disarrangement
He's
syndrome.
broken.
Yeah. I honestly think that if he wants to be an ambassador for the vaccine, he's the last one they want.
Right.
So we'll turn out like him? They're like, no, it won't do that to you. But we'll be back. Battle of the Bands Go South in high school football right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Message, Rick.
Wait a minute. Now I got to cross things out I was going to say.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Here's this pen.
Thank you, buddy. All right, so, and I don't know whether there's any tickets left for that tonight. That's why we're kind of
Bring your antibodies and come on.
Yeah, sure. Note to self, I can shake her hand. Let's go to Brandy. Is that what that says? Brandy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Seeing her in measles?
Hello.
Hey, Brandy.
I'm a postpartum nurse in Birmingham, and I take care of newborn babies.
Great.
And I would say that maybe a third of my newborn babies do not get their vaccination before leaving the hospital. And, of course, measles, an MMR vaccine is, not that big a deal for an adult that's been vaccinated when they were a child, but for a newborn baby to contract measles, it's a very, very serious thing. And the anti-vaxxer movement has really, really had an upturn in the past few years.
Well, I tell you, there's a public relations problem that the medical field has too. Is just what Bubba said when we started trying to combine all these vaccines. So because we're afraid people won't bring their kids back in on the periodic table with at one time we laid out with the boosters and all that, and a lot of people have seen things happen with their babies, and they've heard of other things that have happened, and they see things like diseases that are sexually transmitted. Going, why is my newborn baby being given this before their brain has developed? And sometimes there's fear that there could be some adverse side effects to that. So there needs to be a better job of saying we got things we need to give the baby, but there's things that are not necessary to give a newborn baby, and we probably need to take a look at that based on some things that I've seen and some things that I've heard, and there needs to be a come to the table and let's discuss. Because I'm certainly not anti-vaccine, but I am anti being told, trust us, we always do everything right from the medical field, because that hasn't been the case.
Always ask questions.
And you know why? Yep. Because we're human beings, and a lot of this stuff is research, and we find out things, and things change, and we do things better going forward. So I think the attitude of if you don't want your baby that was just born to be shot full of these things, that somehow you're an idiot, I think you got to drop that attitude and sit down and try to have a conversation on, well, the baby probably does need these things. They certainly don't need something that would protect them from a sexually transmitted disease right here, right, and we're still cleaning them up.
Yeah, but go a little longer on that one.
And then come up with a plan like we had before where we spread these things out, because there's just too many unknowns on a baby that is that young, and you say, here we go, let's just start. Here's another one. Here's a shot of this, a shot of that. I do believe that some of that needs to be examined. So anyway, we'll continue. 866 We Be Big. Amy in Montgomery, I-92.
I want to hear the trick.
Amy, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
How are you?
Great.
Good.
So there is a blood test that you can have drawn. It's called an MMR titer that will tell you if you are still immune to the MMR vaccines that you got as a child. And if you are not immune, if you have a non-immunity or what's called an equivocal immunity, then you probably need another booster.
Give us the last name of that test again.
It's an MMR titer, T-I-T-E-R.
A titer.
T-I-T-E-R.
Yeah, I've never heard that
titer,
term.
Well, yes, sir.
There's another way to pronounce that.
Well, I know. I was a little scared there.
Easy.
Why is everybody lining up?
Yeah. Well, you have to take your shirt off for that one.
You got to talk to them. That's the
exactly. How did they give you that booster?
Better talk to the lactation consultant for that one.
Yeah, you bring her in.
I'm sorry, this person wants to talk, but they say that their resource is AL.com. We can't trust that.
No.
Come on, man. Let's go to let's go to
That's hilarious.
Jonah, go ahead.
Hey guys.
Hey. Or John. I'm not sure.
It's John.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, what I seen, it was a report 22 hours ago from AL.com.
22 hours.
And it says the CDC considers people who receive 2 doses of the measles vaccine are protected for life, but adults born between 1968 and 89 need to have at least 1 dose of the measles vaccine.
Bubba, we did
a booster.
So we had the double. We're 64.
But yeah, they're saying adults between 68 and 89.
Which is me. I'm 68. I need to talk to
Speedy, you didn't make it.
I did make it.
You didn't make it. 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big is our number. Rick and Bubba charity charge today at participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations in Alabama. By the way, that includes Vestavia this time, benefiting the ALS Foundation. 10% of all food sales today. We'll also update you on some things that are going on this week. I know that Ottawa, Tennessee, coming up this weekend, a man church. They're going to have one of those where we're going to send a couple of our teachers there. Andy Blanks will be going there. Lance Ingram will be there. It's going to be a Friday night into Saturday morning. And you can find all those details at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. And then, Lord willing, on Monday the 25th, I'll be over in Tuscaloosa You can find that one at rickandbubba.com or burgessministries.com under events, and speaking at a banquet that's raising money for Save a Life over in Tuscaloosa on Monday. So those two you can find at those two locations to get your details and be part of it coming up this week. And we'll update you on some other stuff later. All right, so we know that when it gets down to high school football, I love high school football. It's just, to me, it's just so Americana, especially if you can get in the right communities, where rivalries and things like that can be a lot of fun. And one of the things you have is, you got school spirit. I mean, we got school spirit.
We got spirit. How about you?
How about you? And the bands, there's always a little bit of the battle of the bands. Let's see which band. I've never really understood how you declare a winner when bands do halftime shows, but
it's a little subjective.
Would somebody say, though, Rick, anyone, if you could be subjective, you could see that one halftime show was superior to another, right? I guess. I don't know. But one of the things that happens is sometimes bands will stay after the game and continue to battle.
Oh, yeah.
I play something, you play something. We got spirit. Yes, we do. We got spirit. How about you? We got it all.
We got more. We got more.
Oh, come on. You must be putting us on.
Right, all that.
And so
I will say this is a little intense, though.
Yeah. Well, apparently, those that like to go home and turn the lights off at the stadium, they want the bands to stop. And one band director was very committed that his band would continue to play. But he got so committed to it that the police began to disagree. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes. That's what I'm understanding.
They're ready to shut the lights off.
And so this is in the Birmingham, Alabama area. The schools' names are Minor High School and Jackson Olin. And so the officers were trying to clear the stadium, and the school bands continued to play, and the police asked both bands to please stop playing, pack up the gear. Jackson Olin reportedly complied.
Mm-hmm.
But Minor's band director, Johnny Mims, refused and instructed his band to play on. I guess this would be the way you declare victory.
Yeah. Last band standing.
Last band standing, something like this. But unfortunately, now keep in mind this is the band director. Don't miss that in the story at all, please. Okay? When the band director refused the request, the officers decided to place him in custody, which led to a physical altercation, which led to the band director being tased by police. Okay, when your band director gets tased, I will say this, his commitment to school spirit must be recognized.
Yes, it is.
Now, I realize that his commitment to school spirit probably blurred being respectful to law enforcement.
The lines have blurred, Rick.
Yeah, and I will say, no one hear me say anything different, that when the law shows up, we must all comply with the law. And if we do, we usually don't get tased, we don't get hit, and we don't get cuffed. But in this, unless they request a cuffing, and if they do, just put your hands where they tell you, and then you can work out whether you were wronged or not. But you don't go against them when they show up. It usually goes poorly.
Yeah, and according to the published reports, they said Mims refused to place his hands behind his back and then allegedly pushed an officer who deployed a stun gun on him before taking him into custody. Mims was then get this, he was then taken to UAB hospital, I guess, to be sure he was okay for the running. And then to the Birmingham jail, where he was charged with disorderly conduct, harassment, and resisting arrest.
And I thought in kind of bad form, here's a recording of Jackson Olin's band because they weren't completely packed up. After they stunned him and they were taking him out, they began.
Yeah, well, I mean, they had one more song.
They had one more song for Minor's band director.
Don't taste me, bro.
And everybody said, hey! So, which I thought was in bad taste.
Well, Rick.
No, I'm just kidding.
You have to wonder if hindsight, which we all know how that is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Does he go, maybe that last song wasn't that important.
Well,
maybe I should have complied. I think he had a visit to the hospital. Then he had a visit to the jail. It was quite an evening.
Yeah. Greg, you remember, Rick? And I'm going to be very, very, very general about this. You remember one time, even though it was going to end poorly, there was a moment of, but they never got my arms behind my back.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Do you think
that was pre-stun gun?
It was. Do you think that? Do you think this guy said though, as they were stunning him and dragging him, we won the battle of the bands? Do you think he got that?
You know what I think, Rick? I think he didn't.
We won.
He didn't want to put his arms behind him because he was still directing.
That's right. It's hard to get his arms.
Yeah, you can't direct when he's going.
Got to bring him in. Bring him in. 1, 2.
I love the fact that he said rather than stopping, he instructed his band to continue playing.
Play on. The band played on.
I got to know, if you're in the band, do you keep playing?
Of course I do. I don't care if my band director gets stunned.
Listen,
matter of fact, it gives me a Monday story that's outstanding.
That's what I was fitting to say. Can you imagine the conversation when they go,
By the way,
no, they just stunned me.
By the way, think about all the band directors you know. Think about all the band directors you know. Picture one getting stunned.
Because you know how you look when you get stunned.
Oh, yeah.
How you go, there's nothing like it.
You start peeing on yourself.
I got to tell you what. Now, again, I want to. Here's the two. This is the dilemma. Are you upset because you have a band director that would not adhere and comply with the law? Are you kind of digging his commitment to the band playing on?
I just don't know how he thought he was going to get away with it. I question his judgment big time.
No, let me tell you this, and speaking from experience, once they declare the law's getting involved, you have to stop. That has to
and
be
this
there.
is all because they wanted to shut the place down and everybody go home. They were like, look, y'all,
everybody's ready to
leave.
go home. The game, it doesn't say who won. Who won the games? Anybody know?
I don't know. We can look.
Yeah, but it's time to go home. Everybody's done. Y'all have done your little time after, your post-game concert.
We've had it.
You've done it, and we're all ready to go. And
I think when I see the taser come out of the holster and they flip the charge button on it, that I'm at that point I'm going to drop directing the band.
Right.
At that point, I'm out.
And maybe I'm being ridiculous, but I think the minute the police said, "Hey, let's wrap this up," I think I wrap it up then. We never even get to the taser.
You know what? I might ignore the first wrap it up. Maybe.
I don't know.
But let me tell you when
I didn't hear it.
All right, let me tell you when I do wrap up. When I see the opposing band wrapping up, I'm like, well, now we're all. So I'm not going to leave and they get to play. If we all have to shut down, I'm good. Let's all go.
Yeah. All right. So I'm seeing here they played last Thursday night, and it looks like Minor won 27-0.
Well,
and then they got
some people are actually saying now 35-0.
They added one
because the band was good for another 7.
You know the officer had to say, "Sir, you've already won." See, they've stopped.
Right.
So
they're leaving. So why are you still playing?
What I was
Y'all
saying,
keep playing. We'll show them.
Do you think he was like, the song's not over, let us finish the song? I can't understand this defiant standing there.
A lot of times when they deploy the taser, the assailant is running or fighting or trying to get away. I mean, he had to be a pretty easy target there, right? Because he's still directing. Right?
There's got to be footage out there of him falling.
I know it. There's got to be.
I thought the tuba players showed a lot of restraint. We'll take your phone calls next. First phone calls segment of the week. Any topic you want to talk about. 866 We Be Big. Phone calls with America right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Adler, you didn't make it.
What
Drops
part
of
of
Jupiter, you're not even close.
But are they saying that we didn't? We had an option, or we actually?
I didn't go completely into.
I think we all need that tighter test.
Headline.
It seemed like
he got tired of reading by halfway
I don't
down
remember
page
what
one.
Reagan's bit.
I don't remember which vaccination it was, but you were getting it because you were starting school, and Mom made me get it too. Of course, we both threw a fit. And then the next year when I started school, you didn't have to have it. I wonder if that's when they cut off.
Might have been.
I don't know.
I remember us running through the health department.
Yeah, ran down the hall, out the front door.
And you had that old bubble come up on your arm.
couldn't swim.
And everybody went to the wave pool, and I couldn't get in.
I know it.
Hated that. All right, you want me to do a phone troll here, and we'll be done with all the measles talk and move on to something else? And I love, let me tell you what's hilarious talking about people. We literally just had an email that somebody said, I tell you what nobody's talking about. It's the fact all the illegals we let in.
Huh.
No, we've been talking about that ad nauseum. As a matter of fact, this statement was made on the show moments ago. Due to political correctness, there'll be an attempt not to talk about that this is tied to the fact that, because, here I go walking around, I can chew gum and I can walk. I can chew gum and I can walk.
Do you think maybe we should have some diseases because we have a bunch of people coming in that we don't know where in the hell they came from?
I mean, is that a difficult thing to go? You might want to throw that in there.
Well, it's back to what I said, Rick. We need to have good science and put politics on the back burner. We can argue about all that later, solve problems scientifically, and then we can figure out the rest.
But if I'm going to sit down and I'm going to talk about the return of a disease that at one time this country had under control, it is fair to say, just so everybody says, what about them? Does the anti-vaccine people play into it? We put them in there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And we'll say. Well, let's look
It's
at
got
it.
to be a deeper conversation altogether.
But we cannot throw out the fact that we don't control our borders anymore, and we've got a hole where people just come in here for who knows where and has been and for who knows what. You realize you can't get any cover. You see the other night they stop a truck going through that looks like it's got some furniture and stuff in the back. They start moving everything. There's guns and ammo. And so it's I don't know how to break this to everybody. If you do not vet it's not immoral, it's not evil to vet a border when people are coming to your country so you know whether they're sick, you know whether they're terrorists, fill in the blank. And that's not an immoral thing to do. So if we're going to have a discussion on, hey, where in the world did measles come from? How's that back down here? What happened? I mean, then we're going to also have to say, I tell you what also has to be to come to the table is people are coming in for who knows where. I mean, that could possibly be it.
It could, right?
We're worried about our own citizens not being vaccinated. What about people coming here that we know are not vaccinated from who knows where? They could be coming from Measles City, USA. Hey, the measles are back. Somebody got polo too. And you're just like, I tell you what, where'd the whooping cough come from? There's people hooping. And I tell you where it came from. It could be that we let people come in here from who we don't know where they came from, and they're not vetted out. Couldn't that be part of it?
Do you know
doesn't
too?
sound complicated to me.
Rick, do you know too?
No, it doesn't. We need to let them in. They might get us sick. Well, we never thought of that. But they ought to be able to come in here, by golly. Well, then don't complain when you got the whooping cough. They're here. Cough away.
You know what's also
You got measles. They're here.
disturbing about this?
I tell you, it's probably Jenny McCarthy. No, it could be that.
Do you realize in the year 2000 they declared measles dead in this country? There were no cases.
Completely eradicated.
Well, I wonder how it came back. What the H happened? Are you for border control? No, I think people ought to come in wherever they want. Who are we to deny? What is that? Why are you being evil? Where'd the whooping cough come from?
I came
But
back.
think about it. Let me say this. Oh, this is good. And I'm going to calm down here because I don't need to have a heart attack.
Give me confused, Rick. Give me confused, Rick.
What's going on?
Your eyes when you do that.
Bubba has said, too, the new glasses have made my eyes bigger.
Yeah. When you open your eyes, it amplifies them even more.
So listen.
And you don't open them much.
It's confused, Rick.
But anyway,
Say what the H one more time.
What the H is going on?
You got to have your shoulders up.
That's all.
I would explode if I had Speedy playing the tuba and him doing this at the same time.
Hey, love wins. Love wins. I don't want to live in a country that lose. All right,
Chris Farley.
$35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We be big phone calls. America coming in speedy on the phones right now. While you're coming in, lines are available. Carshield.com/Bubba. How about this? If you're out there right now and you are driving an automobile that is no longer under warranty, if it's got a problem, you're going to pay it unless you've got a CarShield protection plan and that particular situation is covered. If it is, they'll pay the mechanic of your choice or the dealership as long as they're ASE certified directly. And auto repair costs are up nearly 20%, like everything else from last year, 4 times the rate of inflation. Wow. So right now, go to carshield.com/Bubba. Find the protection plan that works for you. They've got 24/7 roadside assistance available to you. Courtesy towing is available. A rental car while yours is being repaired. And like I said, and if it's a covered repair, they'll pay for it directly. So why don't you look now at the options by going to carshield.com/Bubba, and you use our URL, and you'll get 20% off the protection plan that you select, okay? And they're as low as $100 a month. go to carshield.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go, 866 We Be Big. Tanner out of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Tanner, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Reed. This deal, every time somebody writes an article about Twitter, they put the X and they say formerly known as Twitter. They're trying to pull that Prince run.
Yeah.
Can't we just call it Twix? Just put the Twitter and X together, just call it Twix, and be done with it. I mean,
And it would be tasty, too.
Yeah.
Twix,
Candy bar
yeah.
people might not like
Yeah,
that.
anytime we're transitioning a name, like I find myself going, and I mean, it's called X now, but, with Twitter, I mean, just so people know what you're talking about. It's like, it was
By
late.
now, everybody knows.
Yeah. But think about it right now. If somebody says, hey, did you see that on X? Are you saying that yet?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Did you see that? Did you see that X somebody put out?
I'm really not sure why he changed it.
Right. Well, he didn't like the bird logo. Let's go to North Carolina. Scott standing by. Hey, Scott, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, Scotty.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
What's going on? Hey, guys, I've been doing announcing too. I've not done radio, but I've done high school sports, college sports, PA announcing, and that type of stuff. But I watch, and I live in Chapel Hill. I live about 20 minutes from the stadium. And I now understand why, Rick. You have a grown distaste for Beth Mullins. OMG.
I warned. So you thought it wasn't as bad. You thought, well, they're embellishing, for comedy, which is fine. And you can embellish, in the world of comedy. But you thought it was not as bad as it was. And now you know.
Well, it's not really necessarily that. It's the fact that I've heard Beth Mullins on women's sports, WNBA. If it's just he didn't really pay me any attention. But she's talking about a sport she's never played, she's never done anything with, and I'm like, what could you possibly fathom about a sport such as this? And I'm trying to be objective, but I was working on something at the house at the same time, and my wife parks down. She goes, "Who the blank is this idiot?"
No, you
got to understand.
Yeah.
And my wife is like, and she understands sports too, but she's like, she said this person has no clue what she's talking about. So I'm like,
yeah.
Then I realized I've got this thing called Sync My Game, and I now listen to, if I'm watching North Carolina, Appalachian State, whoever my team is, I listen straight with Sync My Game, listen to the radio broadcast, and it syncs up with the TV.
Yeah, that's one of the things a lot of men are telling me about. Now, you're about the fourth guy in the last 2 weeks that said what was shocking is it seems to bother my wife more than me. There's no sisterhood in all this. I talked to a guy. He said, I was at the game. My wife was watching the game, and we got the Beth Mullins game. And my wife was texting me going, who is this person that's calling the game? They don't even like it.
I don't think you have to have played a sport to be an announcer for it. You can be well educated on it either way. I don't think Beth is uneducated on it. She knows it. But what I do think is the presentation is a little over the top, and it is hostile to my ears.
No question.
It is. I agree with you 100%.
Of course, she did refer to a DT as a defensive tackler. There's a defensive tackler. Playing defensive tackler. Things like that don't help. So it's.
I feel like she's almost trying too hard.
Yeah. Now that you're right on.
And over-pronouncing everything to the 10, and that shrillness is just painful. I don't.
Tar Heels.
And no, I just.
PJ Fleck rowing the boat for us tonight. Sean in Huntsville. Sean, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, how y'all doing? I think the only thing that would have been worse at the Alabama game this weekend is if Beth Mullins was there calling that game. But, hey, I want to say thank you to Greg because he mentioned something about Virgin River being on last week. And, Greg, thank you because I got to watch the whole season with my wife this weekend. Appreciate you bringing it up.
You're welcome. I've been there.
That's what we. That's our goal here.
Hey, appreciate you. Thanks, pal.
Bring families closer together. So,
Jamie in Springville. Jamie, go ahead.
Yes, I need to know, did Minor High School keep that band director?
Don't know that yet. I kind of like his commitment.
Yeah.
I love his commitment.
I mean, he's all out there for the school spirit, but what does that say for his enforcement of the rules?
Well,
yeah,
Vicky
as a police
Magmire
officer.
needs to
Yeah.
Well, Nicky Nadmeyer needs to direct that.
No. If Nadmeyer probably is all for it. If he was the band director for the Tide, of course he's probably he's done with the Tide. I'm sure.
I think if anybody who's got someone in authority, you would tell them they need to go to the police when the police come.
Yeah, we don't do that. Now, does it give us?
It's a bad example for the children.
Does it give us solid gold?
Yeah,
for this show,
absolutely.
it does. So we appreciate.
You know what?
it.
You can't write something that
No.
good.
Heather in Pensacola.
Please, we need video.
Heather, go ahead.
Yes, good morning. I have a question for you guys. Would you rather, topic of your choice, have a face-to-face conversation with Joe Biden, Fetterman, or Beth Mowins?
I'd actually go Biden.
Probably Biden. I'm
I couldn't handle Fetterman.
I really honestly think that's an honest choice. I'm not even trying
Now,
to.
it would be tough between Fetterman and Moen. I don't know who I would
Well,
pick there,
if Beth
I-
is not
I'd probably
in
go
her,
Beth is just talking,
if she's
it may
not
be
in
better.
her high pitch,
Yeah, good
screaming mode, then it might be a good conversation.
Yeah.
I don't think I could talk to Fetterman. I don't think I could talk to Biden.
I'm picking Biden.
I
of
think
those
I
three.
am too of those three.
Of those three.
For sure.
Because I think I could actually, find a way out of the conversation with President Biden and get him going down the road and getting him telling me about when he was, had hairy legs or something.
Maybe a good corn pop story or something.
Joey.
What I'm afraid is back to your correct assessment of Mrs. Mowins, or Miss Mowins, is she married? I don't know. Is that she may want to try hard to convince me that I'm wrong about her and she really knows football, and now I'm trapped in that conversation. I don't want to be in that. We continue. Rex and Auburn. Rex, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, just wanted to, I know y'all were Mike Leach fans as myself, and on Deion's press conference Saturday, he was asked that the Colorado State coach had actually insinuated that Deion had called him concerning the offense, and he said no. He said, I don't remember that. The guy we reached out to was Mike Leach, and that's who he said, I want to learn everything I could about the offense, and he said, God rest his soul.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. That he well, look, if you want to talk about offense, Leach is a great resource. Jill in Pensacola. Jill, go ahead.
Jill?
Yes.
Hey, this is Jill. I was just going to say, listening to you guys, had a friend one time from the north, and she'd lived here a long time, wanted to know, when can I become a Southern? She tried to do Southern slang, and she can't get it. I said, honey, you are never going to be a Southern. You can live here all you want, but you're a Northerner. That's what it's like listening to Beth Moore, listening to a female doing sports. You'll never be a bud. You'll never be a guy doing sports.
There it is. That's from another woman. One of the misnomers out there, and we've said this for years, radio people never get it. Sports people never get it. You think women want to hear other women, and they just don't. I mean, there's very few. The percentage is low. You talk about the people that are turning on them the quickest is other women.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Every time.
We continue. Let's go to Ryan in Georgia. Ryan, go ahead.
Hey, guys, how are y'all this morning?
Good.
Good. Rick, Greg, I had one of the many that had the opportunity to play for your dad there at the last few years at Jacksonville State. Great man. But I also, we had, I'm sure you guys have seen this, and especially you, Rick, with Coach Sachs, but, Charles Kelly, the defensive coordinator, was with us then and then became the defensive coordinator at Jack State. So it's great to see him on the sideline with the bus and doing well.
Is he there in Colorado?
Yeah, he's there at DC.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I knew he had been a lot of places. I didn't know he was there. How about that? That is a big deal. And I remember when Coach Kelly was with Dad many years ago. Let's go to Jason in Huntsville. Jason, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. God bless. How are y'all?
We're great. Thank you, buddy.
I'm a big Alabama fan, and my greatest fear is not Alabama losing a game. It's Beth Mowins calling one of our games.
Well, let me tell you what.
Y'all gonna have to start playing better.
Can I give you a word of
And
advice?
the way we're playing,
you better get it together. You're headed that way if you don't get it together.
If
that should be motivation enough.
If that doesn't motivate teams to get their act together, I don't know what will. I mean, the fan base is like, please, if we keep playing like this, we're going to get Beth Mowins.
Please help us.
Right. You got to be up there in those marquee games. If you're not, you're in danger. What did Whoopi Goldberg say in Ghost?
Girl, you're in danger. You're in danger, girl. We'll be back 14 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But let's go back to this again. If you believe, this is it. This will solve it. This is it. If you believe that your own citizens that have stopped vaccinating their kids contributed to this, then you have to believe the border contributes as well. You can't have both.
No, it's
I mean, you can't have one.
absolutely both.
You can't say I'm anti my own citizens, but I'm fine with these people. You can't do that. If you want to be consistent, say I don't like these people not vaccinating their kids, and I don't like there's people coming in here that we don't know where they're from. We think those two contribute. You can't pick one or the other.
But the liberal media will.
But the liberal media will say, I'll tell you what the problem is. And these people probably go to Christian schools.
Yep.
And they probably homeschool. I got news for you. I'm not afraid of those people like I am people coming from who knows where.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid of either. I'm just saying that. But if you want to be concerned, you got to be concerned about that other situation, too. You can't have it both ways.
No, you can't.
I tell you, I'm not. That's Jenny McCarthy. It's probably her fault. No. I mean,
looks like a completely different person.
I know. Where'd the whooping cough come from?
And then once you start, it's hard to stop.
Yeah. Well, I'm just. That feels good.
Yeah, right. Does it help?
It does help.
You talking about confused American?
That's one of my favorite.
That's confused
Hey,
American.
Have we really gotten that stupid?
Yes.
I mean, that's just
Speedy mark
Rick,
it down
from this point forward
for the night before Christmas.
Yeah, when we
he was on there last year.
Christmas? Where'd that come from? Twice the night.
Anytime we have a question like that, we're going to call in confused American.
Yeah.
Let him see what he thinks about it.
Greg, the dang measles are back. They said somebody in Fort Payne made a chicken sandwich. Where'd they come from? What's Jenny McCarthy doing in Fort Payne? And her unvaccinated kids.
Rick, be in the left lane driving slow and about 20 cars behind you, and you don't know why they're behind you.
What's all these people doing coming up on my bumper? I'm doing 48. Trying to keep it in between the lanes. There's a lot of space to my right. What's it for? What's it for? What are these 2 lanes? Oh, gosh. Goodness.
Oh, don't pass out, big guy.
What if Beth
What an
Mowens-
embarrassment this
What if Beth
confused
Mowens?
American want to know
What if
why?
Beth
Somebody's got to
Mowens
get
had
a
a
timeout.
question?
Can't make the game tonight. Got measles. Not sure where they came from. As we make our way back, so we've been talking. So James Dodd is here today, and James, I didn't know you were a tuber.
Come on up.
Yeah, and James has been trying to get different size. Now, James, your font's not very big.
Get up here in the light.
Yeah, we'll get up there. I mean, I know you threw it together at the last minute. Your font probably could have been bigger. But now tell me what the tubers have sent you here to do today in the golden ticket seats.
Well, I just chose to bring the sign to give them a shout out.
Right. And
so there have been some suggestions that I should do the Speedy Wiggle when Speedy
Yes.
yeah, well, I mean, if a tuber comes here and is in the golden ticket seats, and you've got shout outs of these various tubers that are here on the sign, it says hello tubing friends. Tuber. Yeah, and tubing friends, hello tubing friends, and here they all are. So now, how you've been listening to the show a long time, though, haven't you?
Yeah. I say back in the early 2000s.
Yeah. So how tell me on the journey all the different ways you've gotten the show. Certainly radio.
Yeah, and Ustream back when you had Ustream.
Yeah.
The TV when it was actually on what channel was that?
Turner South.
Heartland.
Yeah.
Turner South. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's quite a list. You need a lineup.
So,
but the YouTube option has been huge.
So is this your favorite so far?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Just the simplicity of it, and then not having to worry about somebody gonna rip us off
and the
there.
availability of being able to chat with other viewers.
You like that chat room option over there? Yeah. Now we still have days like the 23rd when our archive was sent to YouTube court, so there's no perfect situation.
Yeah.
We seem to always find our way in some sort of
That's common.
Yeah. So anyway, so you're now here today representing the Tubing family, and trying to get the sign in various places today.
Yeah, what I love is that following the chat room, I love the fact that people have asked him to come.
People can't hear you nod.
Hey,
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us again today. Okay. All right, so we were going to talk about this, but I'll let Mike in Charleston, South Carolina, kind of kick us up because that's his question, what we're about to talk about. Mike, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, gentlemen. I was wondering what y'all's take is on a $80 million plane missing somewhere around Charleston.
Yeah, we saw that. There was an accident, a mishap, the military's calling it, on the F-35. Now, this is our latest joint aircraft, Rick, that was built for all the forces. There's different versions of it.
Right.
But it's the stealth fighter. It can do vertical takeoffs. It can do this depending on how they set it up. And they were trying to save money, buying one airplane for all the forces and let them, put the attachments on it they needed.
Right.
Well, military officials are searching for a missing F-35, $80 million plane.
Right.
After a mishap caused the pilot to eject on Sunday afternoon. And this happened for the folks at Joint Base Charleston are handling this.
Wow.
The aircraft was the Lockheed Martin F-35 Lightning II belonging to the Marine Corps there. The pilot ejected safely and was transported to a local medical center.
Right.
The base is working with a Marine Corps air station to help locate the missing aircraft. Emergency response teams have been deployed to find the jet. Based on the jet's last known position, in coordination with the FAA, we're focusing our attention north of JB Charleston around Lake Moultrie or Lake Marion, according to a statement from Joint Base Charleston. Now, Rick, this is
Tell me what's going on here.
This is kind of odd. Listen, the public is asked to cooperate with the military and civilian authorities as the effort continues. Anyone with information about the jet's whereabouts is urged to contact the JB Charleston Base Defense Operations Center, and they give the phone number, 843-963-3600.
What, I'm looking for an F-35?
Rick, one of our most...
Didn't it blow up?
What, am I getting my metal detector out? What are we talking about?
Shouldn't somebody seen like a big...
Now, if I understand this correctly, the pilot ejected when he didn't want to? Or did he do it, or did he automatically get ejected? Because
Grisham all over again.
They're saying the plane went into zombie mode then because it didn't have a controller, and I don't. Does it just keep flying? What does it do?
That's what I'm saying. It's going to run out of fuel. I mean, but did it just keep on flying?
I mean, I have an air tag in my wallet. Surely they have an air tag on this $80 million jet.
We don't have a beacon?
We got all kind of satellites that are taking pictures on the globe all the time. I mean, I don't see how anything can go missing.
So I can find my wallet, but I can't find an F-35?
This is
GPS? You'd think it has GPS, right?
Well, they have to have some type of control channel with it too. I mean, they communicate. It has telemetry.
I just looked at Life 360. I know where all my family is right now. What are we talking about?
Is it not on Find Friends on my iPhone?
Right. Toss an iPhone on it.
Yeah, Find My Jet.
What are we talking about? Find My Jet.
Y'all,
That's a good one.
There's something.
Yeah, I was going to say, Greg,
That's what I
you're
was gonna say.
pretty quiet here, Greg.
Boy, he is. He's
They
going
know.
solid.
They're just not telling us.
Yeah, exactly.
Something's
They know
Is
exactly.
this-
Surely
is this-
they know where. If not, I'm more concerned about that.
Is this a plane we wanted to give to the Ukraine, but we just couldn't say we were giving them one?
I was
Is
about
that
to
it?
That's
say
funny.
that. Zelensky's like, oh yeah, I'll look for
Suddenly, the zombie plane landed.
Hey,
in Israel.
Zelensky, keep it down home.
I'll fly it back.
Keep it down
Y'all.
home. Is that how he talks?
He did.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how he talks.
Man of a thousand. Man of a thousand voices working on his Zelensky.
Y'all, how do we lose an $80 million aircraft? I cannot believe that it doesn't have all kind of telemetry channels going and coming.
And why did the pilot eject? Did he make a mistake, or did it just shoot him out of there unexpected?
AI shot him out.
What if he's making a turn and it just ejects him?
You must go.
I don't know.
Goodbye, Mr. Pilot. There you go.
Well, look, don't laugh.
I know.
Greg, you're really quiet.
Y'all,
No, I mean,
there's got to be more information.
Like I said,
than this.
it had to blow up, and that you would have seen it, right? When it crashed, somebody. Be tough to hide that.
Do you think it's possible that the Biden administration couldn't take any more flack about Hunter Biden, and he's certainly promised this to someone? So after he let him meet his dad, is this their way of getting it to who he promised it to? I don't know.
Either that or it's a transformer pretending to be an F-35.
Could be.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one, Speedy.
That is good.
It was in autopilot mode when the pilot ejected, and it's like it was flying itself.
Was he flying over Skinwalker Ranch by any chance?
It was close to it.
There it is.
That's a legitimate.
Did an orb pull up next to it, or some kind of flying triangle?
Do
or
aliens
something?
have it?
Rick, this is unacceptable. We're not being told the whole story here. There is no way that plane goes missing.
Nope.
It cannot happen.
No.
I mean, people find their golf ball all the time.
Yeah, this is. I mean, how do you not find a jet? You know,
there's satellite pictures of our tiny dog in the yard outside going to the bathroom, and you see the shadow of the dog.
Right.
Surely we can find an airplane like this.
Right. Yeah.
Pretty big.
By the way, remind me, make a note. Get Rick to tell the story about two fawns that think that they're my pets.
Mm.
I'm like, guys, y'all don't live here.
Yeah,
they're hanging out in my backyard like they're dogs.
So
and the fence.
Does somebody in North Carolina have more on this?
Yeah,
I can't believe this.
Yeah, right.
I can't. Believe
I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do. But I'm shocked that we can't find it. So we'll.
It had to.
What if
you're
you're out
going out towards the water? Or like, is it just over?
What
over
land? What if you're out at the farm
explosion.
and you see an F-35 come and do a vertical landing in the field and nobody's in it?
Right. Yeah. Can I tell you this does explain something though? Because I was walking down where I live and it was one of the power poles. There was actually somebody had tacked on there and it was a picture of an F-35 missing.
Call us if you see
they
this.
want the help.
Reward.
Lost my F-35. Please help. Our family loves it. Yeah, answers to the name. Maverick. It's
Did it say again?
I mean,
that
they're acting like this is something
Right.
like you lost your pet or something.
Y'all help us find it?
again in the story? Does it say? Did the pilot emergency eject or what? I mean, does it just say?
It says a mishap caused the pilot to eject.
Does that mean I accidentally ejected myself?
Does that mean there's a mishap with
That's
the plane
pretty hard to
going
do,
down,
right?
and he knew it was going down, or is it a mishap that
Well,
it
we may-
ejected?
we're
Well,
not knowing
apparently it
something.
wasn't going down because it flew on off after the pilot left.
Y'all.
It just feels a little the way it's being presented. We look kind of goofy right here.
Yeah, you think?
I mean, if Biden ain't bad enough, our planes are disappearing.
Yeah. So
Our pets' heads are falling off.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was
Top
from
of the
Dumb and
hour.
Dumber. I'm really sorry about that.
Rick and Bubba.
People have
Well, Greg, he's a tuber, so
Yeah,
it's
that's true. That's true. They can.
yeah. You know,
he's just looking at the camera going,
yeah.
Think so?
Yeah, that's why. This is why I can't watch.
anybody hear me?
They've asked him to like come thump me in the ear, stand behind you
Okay,
at the
right.
wheel.
Then you take
take his shirt off and walk
Right,
around,
right.
stuff like
Okay.
that. Have a cold one with Greg. Plays here in the break room.
Yeah,
Things like that.
Well, and one of the things I think y'all all agree with me on, and it seems to be better today from us looking, is I've told everybody, Bubba, were you back that day when I was saying, look, I've noticed the chat thing, but we got to stay on topic.
Yeah.
Like y'all talking about somebody's shed today, on whether he got it put up or not, and I mean the show's got another topic going. If you're going to be in the comment part of the show, you got to talk about stuff that's going on.
You got to stay real.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad that shed was put up. I mean, I'm excited about it, and I'm sorry to hear about Just John's feet, but still, I mean, sorry them old dogs are barking. Well, James, enjoy your day, buddy. Anything you want to do while you have the moment?
What's that?
I didn't know if they
Shout out.
if the tubers are trying to get you to do something, I mean, you've never been more in the spotlight than you are right now.
Yeah.
They wanted to James, I think they're regretting it at this point.
He's watching.
What we love to hear is the tuba song.
Oh, so that's all
That's
you can
always
hung up on it.
requested
Yeah.
and encouraged.
Go to.
Okay. Go, let's go. Get over there.
Yeah, get it. You gonna do it?
Just picked up on something, by the way.
Okay. Boy Scout dance all over again.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is. There they are. What is that? Greta something? Greta
Fleet.
Greta.
Come on, Rick.
Greta
ancestry.
I was about to say, didn't Fox News? Didn't Fox News fire her and go with the younger broad?
What if she was the lead singer in that group? Wouldn't that be great?
Greta Van Fleet.
She's kind of funny looking anyway.
Look, I know it's been covered, and I know they tried to, all this, but. And it's been said 1,000 times, but they don't just sound like Led Zeppelin. They sound exactly like
they do.
Uh-huh.
The same style of music.
Same everything.
But I really like it.
Yeah, it's good. So we got a lot to unpack going forward on the show today, and there's a lot to prepare for. It's kind of one of those things. One of those things you feel good about something, but at the same time you feel kind of sad about it. And the fact that both Speedy and Helmsley are going to work for Kevin Derryberry Ministries. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's good. It's been a good run, guys. Are y'all doing this part time, or will y'all be leaving the show? I mean, we're certainly glad y'all going to be working with a great ministry. But we had Kevin Derryberry's golf tournament, which will lead to my first story today. But and so Kevin always gives out, shirts and for everybody to wear who are participating or helping with it, and we're certainly grateful for that. But we know that Helmsley is next day guy. If he gets a shirt,
yeah. But see, he threw a fake on this one.
Then he'll wear it next day, and
that would have been yesterday, and I didn't do it
because this year they gave him to us a day early.
Correct.
Right. And because Derryberry actually brought him by here, and then forgot why he came by to see us, but then Greg brought him back. That's funniest thing is when Greg busted in. Bubba, did you hear that story? So Kevin was coming here to get his door prizes from us.
Yeah.
Some Rick and Bubba stuff. And Greg puts together a box for him, and then Kevin, being efficient, he said, look, I know everybody's crazy, Hall of Fame, Rick, you got a speaking engagement, don't know who can come, who can't this time, so I'm just bringing your gift bags and some gifts for your wives, which are always very kind. And, I got to come home and tell Sherry, said, somebody gets a happy. Mm-hmm. And from really Kevin's wife.
Really good
and that. So the whole reason Kevin came by here wasn't to bring us our stuff. He just said, since I'm going to be there.
Yeah.
So he goes
here
out
to pick up the prize.
I mean, he made all that effort to get here, and we can't say anything. We're right
he's
there.
He's walking around carrying the box.
So all of a sudden, Greg looks outside, and Kevin's getting his picture made with Big Boy, and he's just heading out. No box.
No, even worse. He gets his box, and I said, look, hey, set it on Speedy's desk.
Nobody can get it made with him right now.
I say, set it on Speedy's desk.
Right.
And get it on your way out because he was giving everything out. He's walking out the studio. Yeah. I go, Kevin, don't forget your box. Within a minute, he's outside. Mm-hmm. I just said it. Right. I go to the door. I said, Kevin, you're forgetting your box. Tries to fake it. He goes, no, man, I'm just getting my picture made. Look, and then he goes.
I didn't love big boy.
And then he stopped. He goes, plus I forgot the box.
Yeah, then he admitted it, Greg. He was like,
he tried to go. It's right, man, I'm just getting my picture made. He goes, and then plus I forgot the box. I'm talking about, I did, Kevin, don't forget your box. And he walked right out the door.
So anyway, to explain, so Helmsley's got his shirt on from Kevin Derryberry, and so does Speedy. And these shirts are
matching shirts.
The problem is they're not just the same color; they are the same shirt.
Yeah, they're a unique style.
Changing in the commercial break. I don't know what's in my office.
There's nothing wrong with it. Listen, it's race weekend. I don't look like a pit crew.
You think the Kevin Derryberry pit crew can get Big Boy out there?
Yeah,
we're like they're changing the tire.
Yeah, you're about to see us in the break.
Well, look, Greg called this. We knew it was going to happen. All right, look, let me tell you on this.
It's
thing
tough to remember every day, but we'll do it.
Right,
y'all.
Here we go 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Let's go! And so as we work our way into this hour, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here ready to go. Let's welcome back Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day when we do appreciate you being here. Without you, we'd probably be tending a fruit stand somewhere.
Yes.
And that wouldn't be too pretty.
No, that wouldn't be good. So over the weekend, I know that hopefully everybody had a good weekend. So we were going into the weekend with a couple items that we needed to deal with. And one of the things I've talked about, and I mentioned that in the last segment, so I'll do that first, even though it's a little bit out of order chronologically. But if you remember, does everybody remember, well, I'll tell you what it was. It was about a year ago. Does everybody remember when the female deer, a doe, a deer, a female deer, attacked our dog Buddy?
Yeah.
And I thought, or Sherry thought, that the dog had been killed, and the dog somehow survived being stomped. When you weigh 7 pounds and you're stomped by, a large doe, it can be the end. And we realized that the reason why this had happened is because it was fawn season, and she had put a fawn on the ground inside our backyard is fenced in, but a adult deer can easily jump it. And so what she had done is jumped there, found a good bedding area, and there's some trees back there up in a corner, and she birthed the fawn and kept it there and thought it was a good safe place, which it is, because can't much get to you because you're now in a fenced-in yard unless it can jump the fence like she can. And then when the deer gets old enough to jump the fence, it'll leave with her or go on its own. So it's really kind of an ingenious plan by the doe, unless there's something there that can get you. And of course, and she thought that the dog would pose a threat. So we had kind of forgotten about that. That's all moved on, and Buddy's moved on to new owners and all that. And so we don't have a dog, and so there's not a lot of worrying about what dogs do because we don't have to deal with that anymore. So Sherry and I were looking out in the backyard a few weeks ago, and she goes, "What is that?" And I looked and I said, "That is a fawn." And the fawn's just walking the fence like a dog, like, here's where I live. And I was like,
this is what I do.
like, she goes, "Do we have a pet deer?" I said, "That looks like we have a pet deer." And I said, "He's just walking the fence," or she, whatever it is. And so eventually it gets out of our sight, and I'm like, okay. So then all of a sudden, about a week ago, I look out the window and there's 2 fawns.
Oh.
And they're just kind of hanging out in the backyard, running around, galloping, and all this. And I think what has happened
got quite the play
is
area.
this same doe has come back and realized this is really a pretty good idea. and
I got rid of that dog.
I got rid of that dog.
Yeah.
And so she has now birthed twins in her spot, and they stay out of sight until she decides, I need to go find something to eat. I guess there's not enough in the yard to keep her satisfied, because it wouldn't be, I wouldn't think. And she'll go eat the flowers up in the front and that kind of stuff. But so when she leaves, I think they just start walking around the yard, and so Brody was over at the house. And his fiance Cameron, we're getting toward the next wedding, which leads into the rest of the weekend. And all of a sudden, they're like, he's like, "Dad, do y'all have a deer?" And I'm like, and he goes, "There's a fawn in the backyard." And I said, "I know. I think they live here." And he's like, "You have fawns?" I said, "No, we didn't go get them. Their mama decided that this is going to work, I guess." And so I just want y'all to know, like, it's nothing for me to be going to get a cup of coffee or whatever. I go, "Well, there's the fawns again," and they're just
out there just having.
They're just walking around in the backyard.
Well, they're going to hand that down now to theirs, and then to theirs, and then to theirs.
So, am I now going to be a fawn birthing place?
I guess so.
Get
You're
some
like
of
a
them troughs out
sanctuary.
there to feed them.
You're a nursery, Rick.
Well, I'll tell you what I took.
You're a deer nursery.
I'll tell you what I took note of is I don't want her to think I'm a threat, and all of a sudden she starts rearing up on me back there.
You don't want none of that.
So
Or you can get a crossbow and thin them out.
And you know how these little ones are. They're not smart enough. They're very curious, so they'll just look at. One time they saw me looking out the window, and they just stood there and looked at me like, "What's up?
What's up? Hey, buddy.
And they're like, "We don't know where we should run from you, or what."
You live in that building,
right? Yeah.
I'd like for you to feed them.
No.
Please eat out of your hand.
Please video yourself feeding them, eating out of your hand.
Yeah, what if y'all want me to see if I can get them to eat out of my hand?
I want you. I just want you to walk around.
Is that gonna get me? Is that gonna get me pummeled by Mama?
No,
probably.
But
I don't think so.
I don't know where she is. I haven't seen her.
She'll just sit there and go.
No,
Right.
Rick, you better feed the mom first and let her it.
But they're very cute. They're still in their spots and everything. They just walk around back there. So apparently, yeah. Yeah. So, and I've heard that some, but and I think what's happening now is like you'll see somebody walking a dog, and the dog will like look at like, what are y'all doing with deer in there? And the dog will start going nuts, and they'll just run back to where they were because the fence they can't get them.
Yeah.
If you think about this, it's pretty ingenious.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They found a sanctuary they can get over.
Right.
Smart mama. Nobody else can get into.
Yeah.
The fawns can't get out of.
Right. So what she does when she goes to make her rounds today, she just goes, well, they're fine.
Yeah.
They're inside a fence.
I got them in a playpen.
Hey,
basically, you built a giant playpen.
Right. How about this? Unless Beard's a problem, I think we got it.
Yeah.
I would like for you to walk around the yard and see how they react to you. Do they
I tried
run and
that.
hide,
I
or do
tried
they-
that yesterday, but they had moved out of my sight by the time I got
Okay.
out because I went out there to see if I could figure out. I know where they're all bedding down at because that's where she was when she tried to kill Buddy.
I know how you call a dog or hey kitty or something like that. How do you call a deer over
That
to you?
I don't know. I've never called one before.
Deer.
I usually call them with a grunt call, then lay them down.
Hey.
But that's what we normally do.
I know.
Right. I'm not to Bubba's point. That's our normal routine,
little
right?
deer.
I mean, it's
Here, little deer.
It's not like I don't know, but I don't take.
But
fawns.
maybe you could create a call. They know you're going to feed them.
Yeah, no. Well, I'm going to do something today.
What was that called?
Yeah, now.
That's your deer call?
They actually make calls.
You think here now?
How about
that replicate deer?
What if I went out and did the turnover?
Yeah.
What if I did the little where it's supposed to be a doe can, like a fawn in
Just
distress?
get that sound that sounds like a feeder going off. They'll come to that.
Yeah.
Daddy's got food.
Yeah.
Daddy's got food.
Yeah. Or you could just do something like a skiwee, and they know.
Skiwee.
What is that? And they know. They come running.
Here they come. I'm afraid if I
Sweetie,
do.
you're not calling hogs.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Right.
saying.
Yeah. Well, here's what I'm doing today, and this is only I would think of this, and I had this already planned, so don't think I'm sick. As my plan today is that I'm actually going to cook a deer tenderloin. That is in my plan for dinner tonight. And so I'm going to go out there and cook that deer tenderloin and see how everybody reacts.
That's just wrong.
That's a little bit morbid.
Yeah, Rick.
Well, it was already on the menu. It's not like I've got it marinating right now.
Wow.
Nice.
That sounds really good.
Yes, it's going to be delicious. You talking about that 24-hour marinade before we go out there?
Yeah.
They're gonna be like, "Do you smell something?"
Right. I don't think they
familiar.
But they won't know, will they?
Like
No.
that.
What if I start cooking it and they start coming to me like they thought I was mom or something?
Or they give you a look like, "Hey, man, what gives?"
Right.
What's up, buddy?
You know,
That's when you go, don't be scared.
I've always thought of them as strictly eating, berries and grain. They eat meat too. Have you seen some of those videos of them eating a snake or something?
Yes.
They'll tear one
Really?
up. Yeah.
That's strange.
I thought it was too. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. No, I didn't.
They'll eat a cheeseburger.
They'll eat a snake.
They'll eat peanut butter. I know that.
Right. Saw one with a protein bar.
He's trying to do a little better.
Trying to cut back.
He's trying to do a little bit. So I'll tell you more. We had a gathering at Camp House, which led to ridicule, and it's still leading to ridicule. It's now Wingo is now texting Bubba one-liners to throw at me.
Oh, really?
Oh, he's so excited, and I think he's afraid to send them to me because he think I'll one-up him. You know, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, I'm not here to nag you about.
I think y'all's car would be a Toyota Camry.
Hey, Greg, I think
Toyota.
I don't know whether
I
don't know whether to ask him how the Dairyberry Camry is going to run this weekend, or whether to walk over to him, stand in line, and say, "Do y'all still have Kevin's stuff on CD?"
Do y'all have Birmingham tonight anywhere?
Where can I get Tiny Fingers, Tiny Toe?
Saw Kevin at the thing yesterday, and he's
Weather.
So Kevin's still trying to wear the size he had when he lost the weight.
So you're going there.
He said,
Huh?
Kev,
Rick.
Hey, look, we all struggle with it. We are our weights down, our weights up, our weights down,
It
whatever.
is.
But the only problem is when you're down, you don't buy clothes then.
Well, Rick, I'm off the roller coaster. I'm
Yeah.
just up.
Oh no, you're consistent now.
Yeah.
You've decided which one of those camps you're going to live in.
He was bragging today how he went with horizontal stripes because they make you look so good.
They flatter me so much.
Yeah, horizontal for round people, baby. It's a.
Well, you know what?
I think it looks good, Bo.
That's about all you can get.
Nah, that's bold. Yeah, they don't make them anything.
And plus, if you go vertical, everybody calls you a referee. You know.
Hey, boy.
Too many men on the field.
So, lots to talk about. 15 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Anybody on the phones? Jake, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are y'all?
Fantastic. Getting after it in a 3-point stance, waiting on that head to move. So what's on your mind?
Well, I'm probably one of the few country boys that hunts a lot that is against it, and I don't really mean to poke holes in all the stuff you guys are talking
well, it's
about.
really simple, Jake. You're really no complicating this. If this is not what you want to do, then don't do it.
Yeah.
End of subject. Okay, but see, it's un-American. Are you a socialist, Jake?
No.
Are you going to vote for Biden if he gets the nominee, or Bernie Sanders? I mean, so you want to dictate to me what I can do on my own land? That's un-American.
No, not that. I'm just calling in like the other fella called in that was for it.
Okay. Well, but for you, it's simpler. See, he wanted to do it but couldn't. If you don't want to do it, then you don't have to.
Yeah, you have the choice.
Yeah.
He didn't have the choice.
Yeah, so you get a choice. He didn't get one. Now he's got one.
I got you.
Isn't it great? We all have a choice now.
Will you sing the national anthem on me right now?
Rick?
I can do that.
Okay, so if you want to be un-American, then keep talking.
How does this affect you, Jake?
Yeah, why do you care?
Like, how does this hurt you as a hunter? I mean, I'm asking. I don't know.
It doesn't hurt me, but what bothers me if somebody spends a lot of time and effort in the woods and just beats themselves up during the season, sitting out there all day, trying to do it in a way that you're really using woodsmanship, and you got somebody that like the caller before me said, well, I can set a feeder to come out in the daytime, and lo and behold, all these big bucks are coming out in the daytime.
I don't know where he's at. I've never seen that happen, actually.
Jake, if you're tired and you feel like you're beating yourself up, you need to put some out too.
No.
Because see, Jake, here's the thing: it's all levels of degree. It's all levels of degree. There are people that when the rifle came out thought it was unfair.
Right.
That we all ought to be using bows, and then there are people that think compound bows are cheating.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's people that think crossbows are cheating. So it's all just degrees.
Mm-hmm.
It's all just anything above a rock and you standing next to a tree is just a different degree of what you're trying to hunt with. So, I understand, but the big point is you have a choice how you want to do it. And a lot of us have not had a choice, and now we do too, and I think that's fair for everybody. And we all want to be fair.
Yeah, because you're not going to be able to be a woodman on my land anyway. I hunt on my own land. It's really none of your business.
Yeah, I get that. But I just, when people say things like, I don't see how it's different from a green field. Well, a green field's out there all the time. You don't get to choose when the feed comes out of a green field or even a cut cornfield. So you sit out there all day. They're not going to come out in the daytime.
Let me tell you,
the feeder does the same thing. I can tell you that. We just had feeders that could be 100 yards out of sight, and I never saw more activity going to that feeder during the day than I saw coming to the green field during the day. I really couldn't tell the difference. Sadly.
Then why do we want it, though? Why do we want to do that?
Well, did you hear him talking about the nutrition part of it? The also the stuff you can put in there that's good for the deer. Get your antlers bigger because you give them. In some parts of Alabama, the reason why other parts of the country have better antlers is because of what they have access to. Well, when a feeder, I can give the deer what he can't find in the natural habitat of Alabama to have bigger antlers.
Well, the places he's talking about, the deer aren't big because of bait. The deer are big because of liberal deer season. They don't shoot. They don't kill as many deer as Alabama. They let them get big. They don't.
It brings me to my knees.
20 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number as we make our way back. And so the weekend, we talked about that with the deer because that came up. But so we're drawing closer to the next wedding, which is scheduled for October the 8th.
Here it comes.
And so, you've had all kinds of showers, and we got to doing this and doing that, and Brody and his fiance Camtastic, they're going through pre-marriage, counseling with the singles minister at our church, and he's not now, but he was then. He was their guy, so he's taking them through that. I'm going to have the honor of officiating it, and that's going to be great, and probably pretty emotional, but we'll see. But anyway, I was not prepared when Greg's daughter and his wife asked me to officiate Chandler's wedding. I thought I was okay, and I got through it, and I really thought I would have no problem at all until the real thing. You know, the rehearsal doesn't bother you.
Yeah.
And then we got to the real thing, and I was perfectly fine until I looked up and saw Greg with her, and then I was like, oh.
Yeah.
You know, and then I'm like, there's no way I can do this. But anyway, but thank goodness. But so I'm sure that'll be a similar situation. But anyway, so there's my brother, and so that's his daughter. You know, and
She's growing together.
He's with bunnies. And so anyway, you know, there is something different when, because of family or your connection to a family, when you see people like when they're born. You know what? And then you see them as tiny babies and children, and then all of a sudden there they are in some adult situation. It is kind of weird. It is. It's one thing if all you've ever known is them as adults, then you're okay.
Yeah.
But
Different.
But anyway, so anyway, so the idea was, Sherry told me, she said, you know that we're having a prayer service for Cameron, and a bunch of women are getting together, and we're just going to pray over her and pray over the marriage. And I said, yeah. I said, you know, we this is pretty common. And she said, you know, since it's on this day, this is probably the best day for you to do, you know, this deal with Brody. And I said, yeah, that's. I said, I'll tell you what we'll do too. I said, we'll just go to the farm, and so and we'll gather these men that either. They have they've discipled me in my faith. They are our pastors over the years. You know, they played some role in either discipling Brody, discipling me. You know, and they've been in the spiritual growth of his life, and they'll be there, and all of us will give a little charge to him and pray over him. And I said, I tell you what I'll do Camp House breakfast.
There you go.
And then the hype started up of Camp House breakfast, and. So Brody was like, Dad, Camp House breakfast. I said, look, let me just everybody know this. I'm just gonna let's just confess it, okay, man? Hey, Sean, you can call me later, okay? Trainer Sean. I said, I will be reckless, and we will dine like kings.
Okay.
And I said, and we're gonna dine like Southern men at a hunting camp. Okay, so don't think y'all gonna come down here.
No power bars.
And I'm gonna have all this doing a little better stuff. We're going all in. I said, as a matter of fact, if animals are not weeping looking at Camp House, I said, then I don't have enough meat.
Okay.
And let me tell you something. I went out. The people at Piggly Wiggly, they thought, what are you doing? I mean, they almost like were telling people that were coming after me, you may not get bacon. You know what I mean? And I mean,
this man took all the bacon.
I was piling bacon. I was piling sausage. I was piling.
Get it all.
I was doing Kaneka sausage.
Oh,
I was doing, and then Bubba, this is where you're going to fight back tears. I said, I tell you what, there's nothing that says holy matrimony for a Gentile quite like bologna.
Oh,
and I said, let me tell you this. This is going to be, you know, so thankful that we're the wild branch grafted in, because there's a lot of things here that our Hebrew brothers couldn't eat, but we're going to eat it. Mm-hmm. Now, they may be free in Christ to eat it, but I know some of them can't get past it. But let me tell you this. So I said, so then I realized, because I just live to be efficient. I live for it, and I realized I don't think, and this was embarrassing a little bit, not near as embarrassing as the TV, but I said I don't think I have enough pots and pans for this level.
Not a pot and pan shortage
for this level.
Yeah.
Okay.
P&P
table
trouble.
full of food.
And everything around me was like, I think I got to drive 20 minutes to go get some more pans. And I just and it was bothering me. I said, I've already got down here. I've got my stuff at the grocery store near, and I my son had taken my American Express card and forgot to give it back to me. And I said, there's nothing to worry about, because where I'm at right now, they don't take American Express.
Yeah.
This is a debit card cash world anyway. So don't worry about it. I'm not hurting. You know, and then I just said, you know what I'm gonna do is I was pumping gas in my truck. I said, here, not diesel. I said, look,
right.
I said, I'm going to Google houseware near me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
that's not bad.
Because I just couldn't do it. I couldn't drive back to where I came from to get these items, and it came up less than a mile, and I thought less than a mile, and I looked, and it was Dollar General.
Yeah, it was.
Oh.
And I thought,
Like you can find anything
and I
there.
thought, well, that's too good to be true. So I hit call. Hello, Dollar General. I said, look, this is telling me y'all got pots and pans. Yeah, we got them on the back wall.
Oh.
I said, I'm talking about big ones. Y'all got big pans? Well, yeah, we got about every size you can think of. I said, Dollar General, y'all got pots and pans? Yeah, we do. Cookie sheets. Griddles,
got it all.
I'm like at Dollar General
at a heck of a price.
I thought I said headed your way.
They're not $1,
guys.
No.
I don't know what's wrong with me. I need some sort of help.
$9.
The way it felt
Which is good.
to know that I wasn't having to leave the farm area and I could still get everything I
you
wanted.
were right
That's what
down there,
Dollar
hang
General's all about.
I was
Rick.
so excited. I
found
came.
them
They go
everywhere.
where nobody else
I
is.
came
That's
into
it.
Dollar General, and of course it looked like there had been some sort of storm because nothing's really on the shelves. It's laying everywhere.
No, you're right, and they're always stocking.
Never been to a clean Dollar General. I mean,
Never.
nothing.
Oh, it's like somebody had a backpack blower and said, all right, I'm going to see if I can blow it.
I tell you what, I tell you what, Dollar General looks like this. Yeah, you can put it up there. There's no rhyme or reason to it.
And
It's
at
like
the end, they have the rack with all the stuff that they haven't stocked yet. I just get in it.
Yeah, and the guy was so helpful. So what a nice guy. He was so rare, so rare for nice people. And I went into
I can't imagine you going in there.
over there, and I said, hey man, I can't find. I don't want to do coffee mugs on the coffee. I'd like them to be disposable. I was doing disposable plates, disposable
Styrofoam
everything.
cup.
And I said, I can't find them. And he goes, oh no, we got them. And I said, I looked everywhere. And I said, I know I made a mistake. I went over where the coffee was. Like he goes, oh no, it's back in some corner.
See, I get turned around.
And he
there a
said,
lot.
stand right here. I'll go get them. He goes, not only have we got them with tops. And I said, I don't see any of this bunch putting the top on it, but I like having that option.
Yeah.
Good to have.
So I will tell you all this: the combination of when you come into Camp House breakfast and this Camp House celebration, and I was able to look at every man and say, everything you see here is a combination of Piggly Wiggly and Dollar General.
Oh, you don't get no better than that.
And you could say they almost got emotional. I mean, they just got emotional. And
They
you
have
just-
TVs there.
That may be the. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. That is a good. That may be the only thing they don't have.
Listen, the funniest line ever was one guy who has no connection to any of this. He only has a connection to Brody. And I do know him, but he looked and he goes, I can't believe it. I said, what? He goes, never met Camp House Rick. I said, oh, Camp House Rick is a whole different Rick.
He's a fun guy.
And I said, you only know married Rick. You only know Indian Crest Rick.
Yeah.
I said, you don't know about Camp House Rick. And he goes, yeah,
Different breed.
He said, I only see you like, kind of cold because you're with your wife.
He's a jolly fellow.
He said, I've only seen Family Rick.
Yeah.
I said, you'll love Camp House Rick. And then I gave him the George Costanza speech. I said, if Family Rick comes through that door, he
Look
will
out.
kill Camp House Rick.
Yes, he will.
And
Immediately.
you know what everybody thought about Camp House? Back to this again. You can't let this be taken from you.
No.
You know what somebody says? It's like a museum. Everything in here is like from y'all. There's none of this goes. I'm like I'm at a museum.
Yeah.
It's like a Dollar General.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Kill $1 a year.
Yeah, but that,
Well, we can only kill what, 2 now?
yeah, but protein
Three?
also does
Three?
play a role in the antlers size.
It does, but a lot of that stuff is.
Jake,
is
you
to
don't
make
want to
it
hunt
look
this
better.
way. Fine, it's good. It's fine.
Well,
Don't do it.
I'm just trying to say the other end of the story. That's all I'm doing.
We're going to declare you Woodsman of the Year. Okay, and
But don't go out there wearing camouflage.
yeah, you
now.
better not be camo. And
That's
you
cheating.
better be naked in the loincloth.
I'm just saying the other side of it. That's all. I get it. I mean, I'm just saying there's more to it.
Jake, don't let Bernie talk you into this now.
No. Hey, I'm the biggest country boy that wants to kill a deer more than anybody out there.
Well, I have great.
Jack, I will say this: there has been enough states go to this that there's a lot of data out there, and it's all been positive.
Yeah, look, you do it your way. I got certain things I like to do, certain things I like the way I want to do it, and I completely understand. And you do it the way you get the biggest jolt out of it, And maybe when I get a little older and I've got more free time to devote to it, as opposed now, this is the way I go and sit and relax and have time with friends and with my sons. And we want to see deer. And you know what? We killed one deer last year. The year before, we didn't kill any. So it's not like we're out there shooting the woods up, you know. But we certainly want to see a lot of deer, and we want to have a healthy herd, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, I take more time and effort and really pride now in growing the herd than I do harvesting.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
We certainly spend a lot more money growing the herd.
And for some reason, Jake does not want us to be able to take meat when we've had all we need and give it to people that are in need. I mean, I don't know.
Rick, I'm for freedom and I'm for fairness.
You know what I'm for?
And that's what this is about, and it's good for America. It's American is what it is.
We continue. We go to Jason in Florida. Jason, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Thanks a lot. How y'all fellas doing this morning?
We're great.
I've been sitting here listening, and I'm originally from Lee County, Alabama, but retired military, and I'm living in Milton, Florida area for the past 20 years. And I've been feeding deer on my property since over 10 years now. And putting the corn out does not necessarily mean you're going to change a buck's pattern of behavior. I still have bucks for the past 2 years that I catch on my cameras they are always nocturnal. And even my neighbors and everybody that hunts land, my property backs up to 800 acres of hunting land, and then on other sides, the state park hunting land, there's thousands of acres. It doesn't mean you're going to bring in every buck from around.
No.
And my next door neighbors are the same thing. The bucks come in, sit there in the rut, they're going to come in on their patterns.
Yeah, the rut is still the game changer when you're talking about bucks. And where a feeder's located and it just doesn't have the impact that I think some of you think. I think you have a vision of somebody sitting 50 yards from a feeder and there's deer 3 deep standing all around it, and he's just sitting there picking out which one he wants to shoot. That is not what this looks like.
No.
In Texas. Yeah, right. You may have that in your neighborhood, but you don't have it out there.
Rick, I'm for freedom. I don't know about you.
Well, you know what? I am too.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
All right, we're moving on from deer hunting. Adler's keeps trying to get my attention. Hey, buddy. Here comes the great woodsman right here.
There he is. Nice shirt.
I was wondering, if the deer are only eating at night, why don't you just hunt at night?
Well, now there's a
Problem
thought.
solved.
Hey, see if you can get that one passed. That would help.
Yeah, I mean, you could just use a night vision scope like Bubba has
Yeah.
when he hunts at night. It's perfect.
Right.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
I don't think we should let anybody that has a hair in a bun comment on hunting.
Well, that's a great point, too. That is an excellent
So you say
point.
just hunt at night if that's when they come
I'll
out.
solve it.
You know, hunt from a car, too.
You know what? How about this?
Yeah.
Would anybody be open to this?
That'll be more challenging driving down the road.
Would anybody open to this? We go through a period of time where we can legally hunt at night, and then that drives them into morning, and then we go back.
There you go.
There it is.
Because I got news for you. Let me tell you what deer react to. Pressure. There's a lot of people in here, a lot of noise. I smell lots of things. Pressure. Let's just go away from them.
I'll lay down and take a nap.
If you don't believe that, go hunting the very first day and then go about mid-season. You'll think, what happened to all the deer? Yeah, what in the world? Man, they were here when we first started. And that's another reason why these states, when people say, well, we see all these big deer, I'll tell you why, and people go up and kill them in these other states, because if you do, and I'm not for this because I like the length of our season, but if you only allow a few days to hunt, you have deer that have never pressured.
Yeah, and
so y'all sitting there getting on us who live in a state where the deer are very difficult to hunt and whatever, and you're acting like you got this great deal because you go to another state. 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us. Hey, so Bubba, CBDstillery.com, brand new sponsor of the Rick and Bubba Show. Now,
CBDB.
These products, and there's been a lot going on. You and I in the beginning were kind of like, kicking the tires. What is this? Is this something we can get behind? Something we can't? And the more we found out that a lot of people are using these with if you're and they're showing great results in the way that they're designed and the way they work. I mean, 81% of CBD users say it helps them with stress and anxiety. It's a big number, by the way. Sleep better. 90% of CBD users say they enjoy improved sleep. Yeah. Which is even a bigger number than that. So, and CBDstillery.com, what they're doing, they're using the last D there and making the word distillery, offers a full range of carefully formulated CBD and other plant-based solutions. They're packed with whole body healing plant compounds, vital nutrients, and 100% clean ingredients. So there's no artificial colors, flavors, preservatives, anything like that. They're even recommended by Dr. Kevin Frey, and we just talked about the Mayo Clinic, with our friend Jordy and all they do for ALS, but they do a lot of research, and he's a leading Mayo Clinic trained internist, and he says that he's also in the health preventive a specialist, meaning trying to get ahead of disease, which is probably important, is to try to wellness is something that probably is a better plan than waiting till you get sick then taking a bunch of drugs, if you can avoid that. Now there's some great drugs out there, but it's probably better to try to stay out of that by not being sick overall and sleeping and relaxing. Stress and sleep, if you can eliminate those, it goes a long way to help your health as well. So if you go to cbdstillery.com, enter the code Bubba. No prescription required. You can go check out all the oils, topicals, capsules, powders at cbdstillery.com. They even offer pet products, too. As always, you'll find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button as well. All right, so we finished that, but know that there was – I had one pan that was Conecuh sausage.
Did you bring any of that in?
One pan that was – it was all went away. One pan that was my bacon. Another that was my sausage, and another I put a griddle out there and did fried bologna.
Ooh.
And I just rotated them until we were out of everything. So, and then I had these tins that you can throw away. I filled them all with various meats, put them over on one table. Then I had 2 things of eggs, because the eggs must be last. And then you put the biscuits in at the right time where the eggs and the biscuits are ready, and then your meats. You go over there and you get the paper plates so you can throw them all away. You got the throwaway containers. And I mean, and watching, the Camp House will never smell the same again. It will smell like these meats forever.
Well, that's a good thing.
At one point, I was asked by one of the men, "Is there a fire alarm in here?" And I said, "No, we're fine." You know what I mean? I've got all that
smoking.
Yeah, we're good. Open the door. That's what we do here at Camp House. I've got the fan. The fan could not keep up with how much smoke I was producing from everything we were cooking.
Bogging down.
The fan couldn't do it.
Rick, you in there? Yeah, I'm in here.
Right, and then I don't know. Do y'all agree with this? Wingo got there. He stayed the night before and was wanting to try to help, and he said, "I realize with you got a way you want it done, and me trying to help is actually annoying you." And I said,
Shame you couldn't go watch TV.
Yeah, I was like, and I said, "Why don't you go watch TV?" He said, "I'd like to, but I can't see it." And really got on me with TV, and then got everybody going on me, which that's fine. That's fine. Everybody's got. Guess who's got the mic today? But anyway, that's perfectly fine. But at one point, keep in mind at Camp House, which is one of the things everybody loves about Camp House, which I now have realized it's a new selling point to Sherry. It's really a family museum.
Yeah,
there's stuff that
is one way of looking at it.
I mean, you have Mom and Dad's original, the house Greg and I grew up on. We've got the mailbox top that's up there. We've got, all kinds of things from various historic moments. Basically, it's anything that Sherry deems she doesn't want anymore, it goes to Camp House, or it's something historic from the hunting and fishing history of the family. Okay?
There you go.
And so, but watching that smoke roll and watching the meat after meat after meat, eggs, biscuits, fig preserves, pears, all this on the tables, butter, all this was there. And right over there,
give me my pineapple.
How about this? Right over that, Bubba, is that sign that y'all have seen when y'all been to Camp House. If God didn't want us to eat animals, he would not have made them out of meat.
Yeah.
And there it is on the wall while all that's going on.
Right there.
It was, I'm telling you.
You talking about the motto?
We ate like kings. And unfortunately for Brody, everybody wanted to give him a spiritual charge, but they couldn't stay awake.
Yeah, Rick got him. Filled them bellies up.
And
the feast of the wedding.
Unfortunately, our friend Jordy Henson, who's been on the show and on the podcast, came in with a chip on his shoulder and introduced himself as, "You may not know me, I'm the one that Rick and Bubba say can't fish." We were just making a point that it'd be hard to handle.
Jordy, I was with you,
Didn't
buddy.
say can't.
I did, and that's what he introduced.
Valid concern.
That's what he introduced himself as the whole time.
Armpit and arm.
Right. It was, and I wasn't prepared for this. Do you remember one of the things that Jordy talks about when you are struggling with this? There's certain things that are more difficult to do now. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes, I heard it. I took myself out of the direct conversation because I was uncomfortable.
I'm going to leave it there.
I would.
And if Greg, you would not paint the picture, I'd appreciate it. But I was very taken back. You ever had somebody say something to you and you think they're joking?
Yeah. Right.
And they keep coming back and you go, "Wow, so you're serious?" He goes, "I'm absolutely serious."
Okay, just let it.
So I'm
you're
over
the one
there.
saying it.
Picture. Well, no, this is too good for the show. There's no way I let this go. It's irresponsible to the show.
Yeah,
okay.
do you do?
So I'm there, and I've got. Keep in mind, I'm on an old country stove. Okay, every eye has meat cooking on it. Every one.
It's hard to beat that.
With multiple meats ready to go in with the. I'm using grease
They're
for
in
these
waiting.
meats for this.
Oh,
I'm gonna
yeah.
put those eggs in there on the grease that's already there,
Come on,
so
Rick.
they won't stick. And of course I'm putting the cheese. We go try to put cheese in too quick. That's why I didn't want help. But anyway, so you don't put it in at the beginning.
No.
But anyway, so all this is going. My biscuits are cut under here, and Jordy comes over and he said, "I have to ask you a question." He said, "I want you to know that I am going all in on this food." And I said, "Well, nobody's surprised by that."
Mm-hmm.
And then he said, "But with the treatments I've got right now, my stomach,
really?
and all this." And I said, "Well, maybe you shouldn't eat it. Do you want me to get you something else?" He goes, "No, I have to go all in." He goes, "Hey, can I ask you a question?" I said, he goes, "Where's the hose pipe?"
Shut up.
And I said, "What did you say?"
The what?
And he says, "Where's the hose? Do you have a hose?"
You talking about out in the yard?
Look at skill, Bubba. I knew it would. And I said,
"Hose?"
I said, "Yeah."
You mean the old yard bidet?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh,
And I said, "Why are you asking about that?" He goes, "I may need it."
What?
And I said, "Do you need it and a friend?" And
Because who's going to be the friend?
Right.
Yeah.
And I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Is it in kind of a discreet area?" I said, No, it's not.
It's right by the road.
I said, people usually don't put their hoses in a discreet area because we usually want it. We can get it out to all the stuff in the yard.
Yeah.
I said, if you use that hose, it will not be discreet. And I said, answer that second question because I'm about to pick somebody. You know what I mean? Stephen may have been picked to take care of the widows, but this person is not going to want this on.
No.
You know, and I've got the 12.
You're the unluckiest person alive.
This going to carry deacon duty to a whole new level.
And I said, I'm kind of feeling. I'll tell you who's going to get the job if Wingo makes one more joke about my TV.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You just went to the top of the list.
Right. I'll tell you one thing. We'll test that servant's heart.
Yeah.
So I said, Jordy, I just have to say no to that. You can't do that.
You can't eat. That's it.
And
You're
look,
off.
and I kept. Yeah, he goes, well, you got your hands full. I said, I really kind of do. And he says, I'm going to have to look for the hose. And then he left. Look, and then he comes back. He goes, okay, I got where it is. He goes, wow, it's not discreet. I said, I told you it wasn't discreet.
Rick.
I said, Jordy, please tell me you're not going to use that hose.
Yeah, I think you got to have a friend. I don't think you can get a good
Right?
shot
Not with
by
a
that by
hose because the
yourself.
bidet shoots on its own, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, but you got to get it. Yeah, you could.
Hey,
could you?
And it depends on what type of spray you got on the end. You might hurt
He
yourself.
asked about that.
You could hurt yourself.
He said, have you got
You
the-
need a little distance.
No,
to
he,
let it.
he said, do you have
He's
the?
got some PSI.
He said, do you have the high pressure attachment? And I said, well, I do, but what that injure
Don't
you?
put it on jet.
You need that one that you
Right.
like water plants with.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
shower.
I was like, if somebody doesn't know how to operate this thing or they don't hold back on the throttle, you may have bigger problems.
Yeah.
Ow!
The
Let me ask you a
gentle
question,
shower.
and I'm being straight up. Did you cut up his food for him? Because that would be tough, I would think.
I didn't.
Compared to
I'm
this,
being
that's
serious.
a walk
I'm
in the
being
park.
serious.
Compared to this
That's
is
very
nothing.
inconsiderate of you, Rick.
No, I just made
Yeah,
everything
I'd rather
bite-sized.
cut it up and
Okay.
feed it to him than get the job with the hose.
I looked over
I'm agreeing with
I
you.
ain't never seen him so happy. I looked at one time. You know what he did? He decided to pick the fried bologna up and just eat it.
Oh, there you go.
And I said, that's good.
Why not?
Right. But not only does the person need to have a servant's heart, they need to have pretty good aim.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
Steady
You know it.
hand.
Right, a steady hand. So it never came into play, so I assume that never happened.
Right.
But the prep for it
that ride home.
absolutely happened.
Mm.
And if it happened, I wasn't aware of. They kept it from me. Which, let's be honest, it does take the sting off a prayer meeting for a young man getting married.
Oh, yeah.
And I
That'll
thought,
turn the
I thought to
conversation.
myself, I thought I'd made good choices, but I realized maybe I hadn't.
My goodness.
You know, but there you go.
Bless
So
him.
that's, but it was believe it or not, it turned out to be a pretty powerful morning, but it had some rough spots. And that being a real big one.
Oh, Rick.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have any
Or
leftovers
Greg
at all?
likes to call it a stranger in the house.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
We
I'm
just left it
telling you
over
what.
there, the grazing, and Brody and I grazed on it the rest of the day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top.
Rick Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hunts, 2 weeks out of the year, and you go, I always kill these big deer up there and all that. Well, I tell you why, the deer never pressured. They just walk out in front of him, you're sitting there, and then you're upset about somebody wanting to have a feeder or not. All you do is go to a state when they're under so little pressure, they walk around like you're at a zoo. And then you act like this other thing. Well, I'll tell you what I won't do. I'm a great woodsman. Mm-hmm. But anyway, so
what if just like the last night of the season, that it's like purge night, and
that night,
no rules off the top of a course.
Well, now you're talking about Chicago. You've just described living in Chicago.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so anyway,
and I do want to give you a heads up. You're wearing a Christmas T-shirt.
Yeah, buddy.
I just didn't know if you knew that.
Did you know
Christmas
that?
in July,
April.
buddy. Christmas in July.
You realize Santa?
I mean April. I meant April.
Yeah.
You have Santa on your shirt.
Yeah, that's cool.
And I know when they brought that shirt, it was bigger than that. Did you shrink it?
I'm just so jacked. Greg.
Is that what it is?
That's what it
All
is.
that wrestling.
This is it's Friday, and I've run out of things to wear.
That's it.
Yep.
Did you just?
we wash clothes on Saturday.
That's right.
Did you just grab a red shirt today? So there's a red shirt.
Yeah, I grabbed red shirt. Yeah,
Okay.
red shirt. I thought it was that Smoothie King shirt actually, and then I put it on. I was like, it's too late. You got to go. Man.
Santa's going to
He
work.
has a shirt with Santa Claus on it.
There ain't no balls like sausage ball shirt that one of the listeners brought us.
If it-
It's just holiday.
Great
treat.
shirt.
If
but
it just had that
it's
on
normally Christmas.
Yeah, but if it just had the phrase.
Yeah,
right.
You
Yeah.
could, because sausage balls can be eaten any time of year, but he's got Santa on
I
it.
mean, a very big Santa on there.
See, y'all, I'm different, guys. I eat sausage balls year round, and I hunt year round. I do what I want.
Whatever time of the day.
Down with Bernie Sanders.
That's it.
That's funny. All right, thanks, Adler.
Yep.
So it has been 25 years worth of interns rolling through Rick and Bubba University, and our goal is really, it's quite lofty, but it is to change the world. To send these young people out with their degree in common sense, to be peppered with the wisdom that is found only here as they go out to take on life. And now we will send into the world today, ladies and gentlemen, Skunk Baxter.
The great Skunk
Hello.
Baxter.
There he is.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of exposure over here. There's a lot of safety in the pit.
Yeah,
A lot of safety in the pit.
Yeah, you like it over here in the pit.
Yeah,
don't you?
now you're.
I want
over-
everybody to see you on your last day.
Yeah,
Everybody-
a lot of exposure over here.
Yeah, well, look, you're in the spotlight now, baby. You made a
Yeah.
decision to sign up for Rick and Bubba University.
Oh yeah, loved it.
And that brings you out of the shadows into the light.
Oh yeah.
So, what's this ride been like for you, my friend?
It's been great. I've learned a lot. It's interesting. You get to know callers. Sometimes too well.
Right.
Some of them are real nice. Some of them aren't really.
You handle both situations very well, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard somebody wearing you out this morning. It was
Yeah.
either you or Andy. Somebody just when I got here at work.
That might have been me and Speedy
That's what I was
wearing out
gonna say.
Andy.
That was either Speedy or him.
So he hasn't lived up to it. The second chance not working out.
Well,
we'll talk later.
yeah, it's
All
fine.
right,
I
let's
was in
go.
the classic class. Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Not Skunk Baxter.
No,
he's been a
not
go-getter.
Skunk.
He's a self-starter.
Love it. Skunk, I got to ask this. When you showed up, you had this wonderful Amish beard,
Yes.
and you shaved it off. Adler gave you a little advice.
Yeah.
Now, you told me you
Called
paid,
me homeless,
You
but
paid $6 to get shaved, and told me that you didn't know how to shave. Have you learned how to shave since you've been here?
Not like clean.
Well, no, but you said you never knew, so you paid somebody to do it.
No, I knew how to, just not a clean shave. Like a good, close.
I just hate you'd have to spend $6 every time.
Close
you
razor.
Go with the grain, then go against the grain.
Yeah, well, with most of that, there, you go with the experience too. You get the towel.
Yeah, is that what that's okay? You like all that?
You like that hot towel.
Yeah.
Like the
Now
massage
that
and
beard
the
you were
towel.
rocking, I bet they were impressed with it when you laid there in that chair. So
Yeah,
have at it.
yeah.
Guys, I haven't moved past the fact that he said that Adler called him homeless.
Yeah, a guy with a
Adler?
man bun is telling you how to look.
We got a guy with a Santa Claus shirt on and
Yeah.
greasy hair back in a bun. Just told Skunk Baxter, "You look like you're homeless."
He did.
Yeah.
I was standing right there. He told him one day, "Hey man, you need to lose the beard and quit wearing all that things hanging around your neck." I mean, he gave him some
Yeah,
fashion.
Well, Adler must have just looked to the right to come up with that.
You took fashion advice from Adler?
Yeah. Well, I respect Adler. He's one of my elders.
Right.
One of my elders.
Scary thought.
You ever
Rick,
think you'd
the
be called
greatest-
that?
The greatest line from Skunk when I asked him about his beard, and he said he paid $6. I said, "You don't know how to shave?" He goes, "No, my dad never showed me how to shave or ride a bicycle." That's how he ended it.
Wow.
Still don't know
Hand
how
in
to ride a
hand.
bike.
You don't know how to ride a bicycle?
Oh, we got.
I wish we'd known that. We'd have been working on that all week.
Yeah.
That we'd have you shaving live on air.
You know what? I would have.
While riding a bicycle. There
Yeah. You don't really want me to show you how to ride once. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. We're back. 866 We Be Big. All right, so let's update you today. Rick and Bubba Charity Charge benefiting ALS, and you can eat at any of the Alabama participating Buffalo Wild Wings. We add Vestavia this time, so be sure and go out and do that, and let's try to get a big check for them. All right, so Bubba, we did. So there was a little bit of it was kind of a camp house weekend. Did you ever get your truck back, and how's it performing?
Yes. I went and picked it up Friday right after the show, and she is humming like a kitty, man. Just like nothing ever happened. By the way, I did. You know, some of the people who had called in. Of course, there's other ways to handle this. I know, but thank goodness for Joel Smith and Henrik to be able to take care of it.
Amen.
And we talked about it. I had a lot of people I've run into at the pump now. They come over and be sure, they double check what I'm pumping and ask if I'll pump them 4,000 worth.
Look, wouldn't you do the same thing?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And but it is running. I did get to the bottom of one of the things the callers had called in about. I was talking to a guy that works for diesel equipment, and he said when we've had this happen, we put in the fluid they put in the transmission? Didn't we have somebody call and say put in transmission fluid? You heard that?
I remember them calling, just saying, just put some oil in, like 1030 or whatever.
Yeah,
just to put some oil in.
And what it is, it waters down the gas to a lower octane, and it also provides a lubricant. So it's almost like diesel fuel when you do that. But no, you got to get it the right amount, and your pump can't be blown up ahead of time and all that. And you run that through, and then you kind of get back to diesel. But they've done that out in places where they can't haul in a piece of equipment and have it serviced at a first-rate service place like what we did. So
how's it running?
Oh, just purring, sweet.
Is it mad at you, or has it forgiven you?
Oh, it's good. They even cleaned it up, which has been a while. So
do you realize?
Detailed it, isn't it?
And you know how
giving a car a wash.
And don't you like that we're all considered one thing? And I love that, but it does cause confusion because I had people help me with gas too this weekend.
Oh, I had to get out and fill up again over the weekend, and I was like,
you scared to death.
I talked to myself in a very negative way, Greg.
I bet you did.
Greg's favorite.
You said, "Look, let's have a word."
Yeah, about being sure I had the right pump. I mean, I put my hand on the nozzle before I ever put the card in, just to be sure I didn't come off that nozzle.
That's it.
That is funny. I had a guy walk up to me and say, "You sure you're putting the right thing in your truck?" I said,
"Hey, Bobby, want to fill mine up?"
Oh yeah, I got the same thing. It was great.
Okay, Wise.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
So all good. The truck case is now closed.
It's
we're
over?
back to where we were.
$4,000
we're
later.
4,100 lighter, but we are.
Yeah.
We're gonna make it.
You can check that box though and go. That's done.
How about
calling the insurance today?
How about tornado update?
Moving along slowly but surely.
You feel good about the progress?
Slowly but surely.
Coming along.
And that's the world now.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I've been I got that out there in front of me. I'm thinking to myself, as every day goes by, I'm getting less and less enthused about building a house.
Well, the last one we built was 24 years ago, thereabouts. And the jokes about contractors and all that, there's some truth based in those jokes.
Oh, of course there is.
And
Money Pit, when they would do the 2 weeks thing in Money Pit, that was hilarious. I remember the last time he said, "No, what are we talking about?" He said, "About 2 weeks," and they start laughing, driving up.
2 weeks.
It's it's like the cost of everything has changed in 24 years.
Of course,
and I don't think it's tightened up any. Overall.
Can I tell y'all something that happened over the weekend that was actually there were a lot of positive, but one thing I've been thinking about. I'm still missing federal. But, I told you this was the first year. Now, keep in mind, this is how weird we've gotten with the way the government is. What I'm really saying by getting a tax return this year, which is first time in decade, at least more than I don't know. I'm getting tax money back.
You're not getting a return. You're getting money back.
Getting money back. Okay. Really, all they're saying is you lost so much money that we overtaxed you and we kept it and we gave you no interest and we're giving it back.
Right.
So I had to have a negative experience to even get this money.
Right.
And it was always my money anyway. And they overtaxed me, and the reason they overtaxed me is because I didn't do as well as I've done in the past, and they taxed me like I did well. This is not something to celebrate, okay?
No.
But for some reason, I was like, what is taking so long? Because, now let me tell you this. It's kind of like everything else. It's kind of like insurance. It's kind of like your power bill, your whatever bill. If we don't pay on time, everybody gets mad. But when they owe you money, they can take their sweet time. You just have to eat it.
Yep.
I'm like, why do y'all get to take your time, but I don't get to take mine? At one time, I thought, I guess I'm not getting this.
They just get it to you
money.
when they can.
And so I got the state over the weekend, and that's been all the way back from April 15th because my stuff was turned in on time, and I still don't have the federal. You realize the year's about to be over.
Yeah.
I mean, how long does it take to get the federal? I mean,
have you seen those budgets?
Oh, I have. So at least that happened. Yeah. And see,
that's a win.
Well, I didn't know this had happened, so I'll tell you a funny story about that. So you go and check your accounts to see where you are, and I went, I looked over here and I said, what's that?
Mm-hmm.
And so I said, well, how about that? Because it's direct deposit. I was like, well, look at there. I got the state money back, and so Brody, because we were together all weekend, and he said, Dad, do you remember that one glorious day that I had? And I said, what are you talking about? And I'd forgotten about it. He goes, well, you, for some reason, got confused on my bank account and your bank account, and you put your paycheck, this is before we had direct deposit, you put your paycheck in my account.
That.
He goes, and for 4 glorious hours, he said I was loaded. And I said, you know what? I forgot about that. And he was like, man, that was awesome. And I said, he said, you wouldn't believe the plans I was making. And I said, yeah, but I knew something was wrong, but he goes, just for 4 glorious hours.
Just 4.
And he said, I'll never forget that. And I said, I bet. That was.
You didn't either, did
No.
you?
But I said, well, I said, you really kind of messed up by going your own way now. Now I don't have access to your account.
I can't accidentally deposit money.
Yeah. You're too independent now, so there's no chance that'll happen again. Of course, the way you're going, you're probably going to end up buying all of us. But because Dad keeps making less, you keep making more. And so we'll see how that goes. But it's you can see yourself, Bubba. You said you declared the end to the rough patch, and you may be. I mean, there's still some things to go, but I mean, the truck getting back, that was big. Yeah, but that was big, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was big. Yeah, because that was one I kicked myself on that one.
Greg, would you like to have been with him when he was dogging himself when he was pumping fuel back in?
When he gets on and teaches.
How hard did you get on yourself?
Bad.
Hope you didn't do that move you did that day. You was mad about your tennis playing.
I was in the truck before I got out, and I said, "Let's not do this one for 4
How many times did you check the nozzle?
A bunch.
Mm-hmm.
I walked around the truck and went back and looked again.
Let me make
just
sure.
to be sure.
Oh yeah. All right, we'll
I think I'm gonna carry a pump with me to suck it out, just in case. Whenever I discover it, I'm gonna get it out of there.
Funny. If you leave us, have a good day. If you got more Rick and Bubba on the live, we'll be back. If you want to go back and catch the archive, you can. Our website's got all the details about all the different ways to get the Rick and Bubba show live or archived at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Just crashed on one. But a lot of people here could help you.
Yeah. And it's one of those things to where, I saw Adler and it's like, he's just trying, take me under his wing, help me out a little bit, learn from his own mistakes.
There you go.
So
wisdom's what he was doing.
So I lost all of that, tried to keep a good shave. Wednesday's a good example. He saw me, walked in and said, "You growing it back?" Because I had some stubble on, and I was like, "No."
Because you're not a big shaver.
Yeah. I was like, "No, I usually try to do every 2 weeks now." And so
can't imagine
it was like, all right, just making sure. And I was like,
So every
Just
2
every
weeks.
2 weeks. I thought you was going to say 2 days.
So every
2 weeks.
So every, well, he's still got that sleek baby face. Yeah. It takes a while for those whiskers to find their way there.
Yeah.
And they're only in patches. There's a lot of space in between.
Yeah, the Walker County patch.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the
He
one.
had that Amish look going.
He did.
Yeah.
What's his neck beard potential?
It was mostly neck beard.
Yeah,
It was.
Yeah, it was.
So every
That's
every
really
two
all
weeks.
he's got, Rick.
Honestly, thought I was sharp.
Now look, just because Adler said you wasn't sharp, don't
Yeah,
Hair bun
Don't
straightened
listen
him
to
out. I
Adler.
think it was a good change.
I didn't say the word homeless.
You did.
Did I?
You said homeless.
Maybe I did.
Trust me. I remember that. It was homeless.
If you just see him from the neck up, you're talking about homeless, I would think it was Adler.
I would have.
Look, take it from a guy who looks homeless. You looked homeless, buddy. Okay?
Yeah. All right, so I've gone to the YouTube chat room.
It's kind of like
these-
Bubba and I can speak to fat people that try to tuck their shirt in.
Yeah.
We know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that.
The tubers want to know how your online dating is going.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. They've asked about that. I go in there every now and then and say something to them. Still single, so
You still doing the online dating thing?
yeah.
Now, what about this
not
girl
really.
you were talking to? Has that moved forward any?
Didn't really work out. Kind of fizzled,
Well,
but
you know.
for the best.
It happens.
For the best.
Mm-hmm.
New update, kind of.
Oh my
the
God.
the girlfriend that I did have, blocked me on everything, so that's all good. That's all
Blocked
good.
you?
Just blocked you?
Yeah.
It didn't end
Yeah.
well.
So I guess that's over.
Is there an
guess
order,
so,
an
too.
official order from the law that you can't get within so many feet of or any of
I
that?
think it might have been because of that
Restraining order.
segment. Not too sure,
Because-
but
Yeah. So,
Hey,
but
buddy, we all know how that works.
But we want to clarify what Greg said. This-
Blocked me?
Yeah. This has not been mandated by some piece of paper, right?
no.
Yeah. A judge didn't have to sign anything.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. You're
So
good.
she heard you talking about on there that you had another lady online?
I guess I have no idea.
So you're blocked now.
I have no idea what I've done.
I guess that one's over.
How long were y'all boyfriend and girlfriend?
We met through a mutual friend in like November, December.
How many dates had y'all been on?
Many.
Describe to me.
Many would be
Like
one a week.
I would say we would see each other once a week, and then once school started, we would try to see each other once, twice a week.
That's when he's rocking that beard.
Yeah, it was.
Well, maybe Adler's
Maybe-
advice was bad.
maybe that.
Yeah,
Maybe she is into neckbeards.
Right.
Oh,
Look,
maybe that's it.
You'll
She
find
blocked
somebody.
him for some reason.
You can find somebody that's into anything. And
There's all kind of categories.
There-
Rick. You've heard them. I'm not going to run them down.
No, I will not. There might be women out there that said, "I'll tell you what I like is a good neck beard."
Yeah.
Something about the Amish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had me
The
at neck
simple
beard.
life has me.
You had me at neck beard.
Yeah. Yeah.
You had me at
That
going
barn
to bed
raise.
when the sun goes
Rick,
down.
that and a barn raiser.
Yeah.
You know,
Let me tell you something, Jedediah. You had me at neck beard.
Yeah.
You did. Now go churn some butter.
So the Avengers movie is out, and he says he's going to
that's
see it
big
today.
tonight.
Oh,
Yes.
And he claims that he's not going to drink anything after 2:00.
Now, what's this about?
Okay.
Planning. I
So,
like this.
so the movie is 3 hours long.
That's long.
With no break. No break in between.
You don't get an intermission.
Hey, buddy, we're not in the 50s anymore. No movie breaks.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Sit and play.
It would be nice.
It's not
though.
Gone with the Wind.
Yeah.
So my plan, once 2:00, have enough water to take my medication with.
Please do that.
Yes.
They don't want to hurt
You don't want to
nobody.
go in there unmedicated.
No.
Definitely
You
not.
might go off on somebody.
And then the next time I will drink or eat anything will be probably an hour into the movie.
Now, look, let me tell you something.
You don't have to get up.
You're a good kid, and I wish you nothing but the best. But I look at you, I see you, you're one of us.
Yes.
Nobody who looks the way we look, and you've done better, and you've lost a little weight,
Yes.
goes to the movie and sticks to the commitment that we're not going to eat anything.
Oh no, I'm gonna eat something there.
Hey,
Okay, because I thought you was talking crazy talk. for a
No.
minute.
Rick, I'll have those Whoppers open during the previews.
No.
Yeah.
I'm just
My
not.
problem is to eat everything I got before the movie starts.
Yeah.
But basically, I'm just not eating anything from 2 until the movie
So
starts.
you don't. That way
I
you won't have
got
to
you.
get up during the movie.
I got you.
and go.
Okay.
You don't
Yes.
want to have to get up
Good.
to
That
buy
make-
anything or go to the bathroom during the movie.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That
I
makes,
got that part.
that makes perfect sense.
Yes.
So you're stoked about the Avengers tonight, aren't you?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not crazy about it.
It's
I'm
no
more,
WWE.
Yeah, it's not Rock Cena, but I mean it's all right.
Okay. So WWE outranks any
Still
entertainment.
The top.
Oh yeah, I mean
Avengers can't got nothing on WWE.
I mean their WWE events are longer. I mean WrestleMania was 7 hours long.
Well, I bet you didn't drink nothing for 2 days.
But they have breaks though. They have breaks.
That's true.
Skunk Baxter's headed out into the world. I hope you
Look
learned
at
a lot
him.
today.
I loved it here.
Well, you did a good job.
You did a great job.
You really did. Yeah, it was a pleasure.
All to God. All to God.
We'll be back. 14 minutes now to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show. It's past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here for this hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining the Rick and Bubba experience.
Bubba, Trump was interviewed over the weekend.
I'm very proud of
Trump.
myself.
You can't always Trumpster.
What you want.
Let's go with it. All right, so he was interviewed about a number of things. Who's interviewing him? Do we know who it is? I just want to give proper credit and all that kind of.
Meet the Press.
Is it Meet the
Yeah.
Press? Okay. Meet the Press
NBC.
is interviewing Trump, and he is first going to take on what a lot of people have been noticing lately, is that Biden has always and still seems to have a hard time with the truth. So here we go.
Could I say one thing? Look at all the lies he's told over the last couple of weeks. He said he was at the World Trade Center, and he wasn't. He said he flew airplanes, right? He didn't. He said he drove trucks, and he didn't. Everything he says is like a lie. It's terrible.
Mr. President,
Even his handicap in golf, he said he's a 6. He's not a 6.
I want to stay focused on you
Oh, my God.
for the purposes of this interview, okay? Because it's important that we hear from you about all of this.
Well, I'd like you to, but you keep interrupting me.
Of course. Of course.
By
That's
the way,
so good.
there's a lot to that comment of hers saying we want to make this about you. If they make this next election about Trump and not
Of
about the
course.
terrible job that Joe Biden is doing, Donald Trump probably won't win. That's why they want to make this
Right.
whole next cycle about Trump.
Right.
That's true.
Next, she's going to ask him if he worries about going to jail. So here we go.
I want to hear from you on this. I want to know what's in your head. When you go to bed at night, do you worry about going to jail?
No, I don't, really. I don't even think about it. I'm built a little differently, I guess, because I have had people come up to me and say, how do you do it, sir? How do you do it? I don't even think about it. These are corrupt people that I'm dealing with. They're destroying our country. I don't even think about it. All I think about is making the country great, making America great. Look, these are political, these are Banana Republic indictments. These are third world indictments. The President of the United States sees how we're doing. We have a movement, the likes of which has never happened in this country before. And you see it with the polls. I mean, I'm up on these people by 60 points and 59 points. I don't mean I'm at 59. I'm leading them by 59. You almost say, like, why are they campaigning? Asa Hutchinson, he's at 0. Christie's at 2. Other ones are at 1. DeSanctimonious is at 9. I just see a poll coming. I mean, I'm leading him by 60 points.
Mr. President.
And you say, why are they doing it? But here's what they did. They saw this happening. And he went to the Attorney General of the United States, and he told them, indict Trump.
There's just no evidence of that, Mr.
why?
President.
Because you mean
But
he's on
let's stay on
Look at all
track.
the lies he's told.
Mr. President, I want to talk
Kristen,
about
wait a
you.
minute. Wait.
Oh, here we go. So
he also doubled down on Pelosi in January 6th, too, saying that she turned down 10,000 soldiers, I guess, to protect the Capitol. He's not letting up on that.
Well, and you know, you see, and Adler, you're right. They're trying to use this as to set up how they will go against him coming up in the election if he can survive all these attempts to have him put in jail. And if that doesn't work, and he is going to win the Republican nomination unless they find some way to put him in jail.
I think he'll probably win it if he's sitting in jail.
Well, that's probably right. But anyway, So now they're thinking, well, how can we get what is kind of some of your base to turn on you? And that's when she tried to go down. It was so funny to watch somebody from NBC now become concerned about where life begins.
Yeah.
So you can see. So they're trying to get him to tell the evangelicals that he's not with you. He's not for heartbeat bills and some of the things that like Alabama has done and Florida has done and others. There's a whole list. I think what is it, about 9 states that have done that.
I think it's more now.
Yeah, I can't remember. But anyway, what he should have said, and maybe he did, but I saw it in the clip, is this is not a federal issue. I won't be involved in that. I think we clarified that this is a state issue, and the states can do, what they think is right. It should never be a federal issue. But she did kind of goat him into saying that he thinks the heartbeat bills are wrong. And that's what she was after. She did get him to say that. And what he was trying to say is, I'll get down to the table and let's negotiate something we all can agree on. And he was using the thing 15 weeks. And so she pressed him on what do you think about all these heartbeat bills. And, of course, he said he didn't like them. But what he should have done is just said, I don't know why we're discussing this. I think we've come to the conclusion, which is constitutionally right, that this is not a federal issue. There is no federal guarantee to access it, and the federal government should not be involved in it. If the state wants to give access, they can. If they don't have to.
And it should be decided on the local level.
And that should have been the answer, but she kind of got him to say something that now becomes a soundbite. And the only reason why they're doing that is they're hoping they can make an evangelical who's really devoted to life begins at conception to have a little bit of a little nauseous stomach when it comes to voting for Trump. But I think they've missed it. I think the country is in such bad shape, and the progressives have become so bizarre that that probably doesn't have as much punch as it might have before all that.
Well, Trump has never been on the front line of the abortion issue. It was really kind of a non-issue.
Or the LGBTQ issue.
Yeah, he wouldn't wade into it. And all he has said now is, look, we have two sides with very hard views on this, and I'll help negotiate something in the middle everybody can live with. He's looking at it like a business deal.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't look at it that way.
Yeah, but she did get the quote from him that he thought the heartbeat bills were wrong, and that's what she wanted. But I'm not sure it will have. But now, and they're not saying they're going to get the evangelical vote for themselves. They're just hoping an evangelical will say, "I'm not going to vote at all," which is good for them.
Well, here's the thing: if you are having trouble buying groceries,
right, every
every other issue becomes secondary.
Yeah,
and if you're doing fine, then you may have stronger views, but. I think what you're seeing with Trump is just the fact that the country is, everybody knows, and they can say Bidenomics and whatever, they know that the prices are out of control. You can't buy what you used to could with the same amount of money, and something's wrong, very wrong with the country.
Well, we heard someone who did not vote for him last time when we did our little mini poll there, and her quote was, when he was president, I could afford groceries, and when Biden is president, I can't.
Right.
That's your point. It wasn't all that complicated.
Right.
To her when it comes down to that, because the president has a job to do, and a lot of people say, and that's the job, and I don't look at that the same way I do. I'm not ever going to get perfection there, so I get the closest thing I can to my principles.
Right.
But most importantly, if I can I'll get the best. I'll do the best I can. But the vote really is for me to have access to things I can afford, for me to be able to maximize my freedoms, including your worship. And he's certainly not an enemy of the church. He may not be a member of the church, as I've said, but he's certainly not an enemy.
No.
And some of the opponents would be enemies of the church, from on the other party.
Again, you get down to picking the less of the two evils, because no one's going to have a perfect candidate.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of following on Adler's point. I'm not making a statement. I'm just saying you see what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to decide whether it works with you or not.
Yeah.
When it comes to it. And but he's going to, just like we said, I mean, he's really trying to do his version of it. I wish he hadn't said the thing she goaded him into saying, because that's going to be a soundbite now. Yeah. But what he really is saying, you remember the day we came on the air and said, you know what, we believe that life begins at conception, but if we can get the opponents to us to agree that it's going to be available to, in very, very small circumstances, like the mother's life, rape or incest, we'll give that, because if we gave that, we would save over 90% of the babies.
Right.
and we would consider that to be a good deal. For those. But there are some that says, well, I'm not going to be part of anything that doesn't say not available at any time, anywhere, because that's life. That's where life begins. And I understand that, and would probably share that view. But sometimes when it comes to this kind of stuff, wouldn't you be into trying to save as many lives as you possibly could versus leaving it just like it is? But now right now, there's certain states, they are where they want to be, so they're not going to want to hear that somebody's going to mess with that. It really isn't any of the federal government's business, and you were never given a right to it. And the states can decide for themselves, and he needs to just stay in that vein.
Yeah.
Because when the federal government start negotiating stuff, you usually are never really happy with the outcome. The more autonomy the states have, the better.
Well, it keeps it local.
Yeah.
It keeps it local.
We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. We'll take your phone calls next at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This fall.
All right, so Speedy, this is the interesting dynamic on these kind of topics with the program. As Speedy predicts, and he is correct, any new fad health thing will be shredded by the brothers Burgess until there's nothing left of it.
Correct.
No matter if we know what we're talking about or not. Our first reaction is to shred it.
Shredded like chicken.
Helmsley will sit out on the outer peripheral, kind of looking at it, checking it out, kicking the tires on it. Speedy's trying to find a way for him to get it for free. And trying to get the health benefits, and really the most bizarre of all those reactions is the reaction of Mike number 2, probably a person who eats as poorly as any person could, and he will always look at these kind of things as if he's interested in it.
Yeah,
and
he's looking for the magic bullet,
and he's
right? He
thinking,
really is.
I tell you what. If I go in there and I eat 3 bags of cheese straws and half of a casserole, you mean to tell me if I bite into a beet, it's all good?
Yeah.
It
I
cancels
don't
it out.
I don't think I can
Bubba,
take beets.
your interest in these health kicks is really bizarre because it's almost like I want to keep
No,
it.
I kind of love it from the science standpoint,
right.
and just to see what Speedy's got into this time,
Right.
and see if he's a distributor yet.
Right.
And if it'll work with hyperstepping.
Right, that's
So I had
That's Bubba's workout.
Now, I enjoy a bag of cookies listening to it.
all right.
yeah.
While I'm taking it all in.
So Speedy, when were you drawn into beet juice?
All right, so I'm sitting at the ballpark at one of my 2,000 games. It seems like a year I go to for one of my boys, and we're all just sitting there, shooting the bull before the game starts in our chairs. And one of my buddies says, "You know what I've been doing?" And I was like, "What?" He goes, I've been drinking this beet juice. Have you heard? It was just kind of, he just brought it up. And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Oh, buddy, me and a buddy of mine, and he's a PE coach." He said, buddy of mine, we started looking at the benefits of beet juice." He said, "I can't even remember how it came up, and we started looking at it, and we were like, well, wait a minute, should we try this?" And I said, "Well, stop. What do you mean beet juice? Where do you get beet juice?" He said, "Well, at most grocery stores, they just sell it over the counter. You just go to the juice aisle, and there it is." He said, "Now you got to watch out for what you get. It's one like specific brand or whatever, and then you just get it like you would grapefruit juice."
Are you talking
or
about beet juice wars?
Yeah.
Some beet juices are not what they're
right. He said
watch out for fake beet juice.
He said, sometimes you can have the Sure Enough brand, and then you have like whatever brand of a grocery store you're at.
You want to get the healthy one that actually has the benefit.
Yeah. He said, don't get the grocery store brand. He said, get these certain kinds. He said, this one is a little bit more stout. This one is a little bit more watered down for the beginners. And I said, stop.
That means it doesn't taste good. That's what that means.
He said,
Greg, have you ever tasted beets before?
No.
It tastes like dirt.
I have no desire.
Awful.
I bet.
The look of them are just
awful.
horrible.
He said, but it's been proven. Okay, you just let me finish this sentence.
Where they go find something? Is there a secret room somewhere
to help lower?
That you walk in, so I understand you're the beet juice people.
Yeah, right.
Believe the discovery.
And whatever y'all say must be true.
Right. It helps in lowering blood pressure. All right. It helps in reducing your risk of cancer.
Let's put some of them oils on you.
It increases blood flow to the brain, and I
knew what that's about.
And it boosts stamina.
You sure?
That?
Are people drinking?
I get it now.
Are people drinking it for the blood flow just to the brain?
and I
Or
said,
maybe other areas.
No, it's a legitimate question.
It is.
If you want to sell a product, make that claim.
And I said, there's one thing that I want to get better at.
Okay.
Oh, and
you can't say it on air.
And it bought.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're not. There's one thing I want to get better at, and I think I do too much.
Wow.
All right, and that is I want to stop taking.
Don't be so hard on yourself.
I didn't know that was possible.
Too much. Go ahead. I gotta tell you what I gotta do.
I'll tell you what I'm about.
All right, to the phones we go. The real Greg Burgess is taking phone calls right now, so you can get in. We're going to go phone trolling 30 seconds a pop now. Largest number of people in the shortest amount of time. The old buzzer becomes our friend. Boundaries are a blessing. But we do have many lines available right now, so you can come in. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, nothing like that. But you can make a comment, ask a question, and bring some information to the table. Could be about things you've already heard on the program today. Could be things you would like to ask, like to say. You can do that now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Don't forget Rick and Bubba Charity Charge today at participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations in Alabama for ALS. 10% of the food sales today goes to the ongoing research in the state of Alabama, too, for patients there. David is in Montgomery, Alabama, I-92, WLWI, and David will get us started on the phone trail. David, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Well, I was just calling real quick. Great show as always, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Are we ever going to get a Dickie Admire update on the State of the Union for Alabama football? I mean, I know things have gone tough, but I didn't know if he might have went down to Florida last Saturday.
Hey, David, this is Dickie Nadmeyer. I see you calling from Montgomery. Are you an Albee? Are you a Barner?
Oh, he's
David. Well, I look at our quarterback situation, and it's grave and disappointing. Maybe we could be like Auburn and go pay somebody to play for us to get us a fake championship. We could do that, I guess. Roll Tide. And Saban's kind of past his prime. I mean, it's something nobody wants to talk about. But I mean, he's kind of got. I mean, and to me, he seems like he's soft a little bit. I mean, he's starting to get a little soft. Roll Tide. Might be time for a change.
We need to hear from him.
Roll Tide. We continue. Let's go to Adam out of Birmingham. Adam, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I just want Dickie Nadmeyer's take on the fact that the Alabama game, when it was in rain delay, got bled over into the Beth Mowens game.
Well, sometimes when God begins to hand down his wrath, it is overwhelming. The Tide right now is we're not playing well, and when you don't play well, you get mowings. It's called getting mowed. You get mowed over. Row Tide. We deserve it. I'm kind of like Bubba. When things go south, we got to get on ourselves and we got to turn this thing around.
Right, got to.
Phyllis is squalling. Everybody's upset. I don't know what's happened. Row Tide. We continue. Let's go to Robert. Robert, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What about We're good.
Man, I was just going to tell y'all, if y'all want to see what Beth Mowens will do to a team, look at Florida after she was down there at Florida. See what they did to Tennessee up there. Y'all have a good one now.
It made them mean, didn't it? It made them mean. I didn't even think about that. It can go back the other way. You know, maybe when you get mowing, it makes the team so mean they come back the next week and they play well. I didn't think about that. You know what they think? Well, my goodness, look what's happened to us.
Don't let that happen again.
We better start playing better. Let's go to Pat. Speaking of Florida, Pat's calling us out of Florida. Pat, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing this morning?
We're good.
We're great.
My question is, I'm a YouTuber, so I've been watching, and I've noticed a caricature right behind you, Rick, I think it might be time for an update. I think it's a little outdated. We need to change Bubba's hairstyle. Doesn't have a mustache anymore. You've gone with a full beard, little hairdo change. So I think it might be time to change the logo. That one right there.
Yeah,
you never know. We might swing back.
Yeah, Adler did a version of it that shows me with a full beard, and he actually updated it himself. But it's not that when that was put up. I don't think we had that yet, or we so we still had the old one. Yeah, Rick and Bubba. I used to think my dad was stuck in his ways. We make him look like that he lives out on the cutting edge of change. We wouldn't change something if we cling to it, and so it's. But if you look here, this is kind of the logo now.
Yeah,
that's the one that we call that studio logo. But you're right; those cartoons are grossly outdated. But it's almost like a museum piece now.
Yeah, they're funny though.
They are funny.
Here's the one I updated right here.
Yeah, there it is. That's that.
everybody.
Yeah, that was the.
Thanks, Adam.
That's the joke one, actually.
That's good. We continue. Let's go to Bobby. Bobby, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey guys. Good Monday morning to you.
Thank you.
Just a quick question to get your thoughts. If Trump is convicted, because presidents that leave the White House have a security detail, that would be kind of sticky situation. Would he get security detail in prison? And if so, would it be cellmate?
That's funny. That's a good question.
It was in the rap, the AI rap about having his Secret Service in jail with him. So
Right.
I don't know. I mean, we're in uncharted waters.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
think anybody can tell you they know.
Mike in Fort Payne. Mike, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey guys, I want to hear Beth Mowins as Corinne Jean-Pierre's replacement, talking about Biden and his son.
Oh my God!
I don't think any of us could take that.
If anyone else asks me about the president, son, I'm not getting a timeout. That's a tackler. Let's go to Lisa in Alabama. Lisa, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, morning, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Just wanted to ask you, because it seems a little out of place on your show. You guys are advertising for CBD now. What's that about?
Well, we actually did research on it to discover if there was anything that we had opposition to, and we did this for several years. And then locally, we started looking into it, and Bubba was asked to do an endorsement, and we actually did some research on it, and didn't find any problem with it.
Yeah. Do you have a problem with it, man?
Well, she hung up.
No.
Yeah. It isn't like smoking marijuana. It's not like getting high or anything like that. It's basically supplements.
Yeah.
And so when we did research on it, we really didn't have a moral opposition to it. And we did in the beginning because we were like, well,
we didn't know.
Let's slow
We didn't
walk
know.
this.
Yep.
And some people that we trust and educated us on these products, and honestly don't think it violates any principles that we have.
It's legal, and like I say, I don't see any moral issue with it.
Right.
I've tried some. I didn't have any problem with it.
Yeah. Now keep in mind, Bubba's non-denominational,
Right.
but I still
They'll
have
help you go to sleep.
Yeah, I'm still Baptist, so I don't take them. But
You love that, Bubba.
Right. Oh, that's
one of his favorites.
Look, we both love that. I basically do it so Bubba will laugh because he loves it.
It is a good one.
Yeah, it's a good one. So but
it's an indefensible.
Well,
that's what's so good.
we decided not to do a shoot, ready, aim. So when everybody told us they were okay, we still didn't touch them, and we went years saying let's try to find out about this because do we have a stance against it that is not correct?
Yeah, I don't think it's the bleeding edge anymore. I think it's kind of been established. So.
Yeah, so there you go. 866, but thank you for asking. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll come back. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. Also, don't forget, if you haven't shopped the Rick and Bubba store lately, check some of the items that are available so you can wear your Rick and Bubba swag. And let everybody know that you're on Team Rick and Bubba. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is that if you don't watch me, I'll have an energy drink.
Oh, yes,
and
that's not good.
And
Who
I mean,
does
that's kind of like my coffee. All right, and
well, just drink coffee.
Well, and I
thought
have
you did
been.
drink
Y'all
coffee.
have introduced me to coffee. I have,
Boris
but
is
sometimes
helpless. He can't make coffee.
some days I need a little bit more, and I lean on Spark, okay, a lot, and that helps.
Wait, the beet juice is supposed to.
But but I knew it. Here we go. And he said, I have found, and he goes,
to put one glove on to drink it.
He said before you, he said before you knock it, he said we're on a 6-week. Just trial
Keep in
run.
mind, Bubba's paying attention about eating another sucker.
Right, yeah.
I'm eating this blow pop while we're discussing.
Right.
Yeah, I tell you what, are there blow pops and beet juice? M&M's got beet M&M's yet?
Hey, I won't have any problem not being drawn to beets. Trust me.
How about this? Let me say this loud and clear. I would rather die than drink beet juice.
How long have you been drinking beet?
Somebody said if he drank beet juice, he would have lived longer. I said, and I said, I did, but my quality of life would have gone backward. Now I'm drinking beet juice.
Now,
I would be miserable.
I'd rather just die. I mean, it's like.
Well, I didn't want to bring this up because I knew I'd get this, but also I didn't want to do the classic thing is when we bring things up on the show, then you can't find them on the shelves. And so
I believe you're safe on this.
I don't think you're going to see a run on beet juice today.
This is where you guys would be amazed. He said, "This is the store I go to the most to get it." He said, "But you got to be careful because it's out all the time." He goes. He said,
so you got to be careful.
He said the shelves are
Be
empty.
careful. Hey,
And I said, "Wait a minute, are you telling me?"
Handle it with care, everybody.
Bubba, look at me being careful in the store.
Don't let nobody see me looking at it.
Hey, Rick, what's wrong? You sound a little down, honey. What's wrong? No beet juice.
He said, "Don't wait till you're on your last jar to go get any because you might have to go back 2 or 3 times before you find
a
any."
few days without it.
Yeah.
Then what happens?
And then,
so if you could just have it shipped to your house, it would be easier, don't y'all think?
Yeah, but it's in the grapefruit jar, and I just don't.
Not that it's a pyramid, but it's a triangle sales plan.
Exactly.
How would you like to pick up another $2,000, $1,500 a month?
And so I'm like, okay, let me try this then. He said,
"Why don't you bring some in here and let us try?"
He said, "Here's the link. I will.
Greg,
I will Monday."
Greg, I'm almost to the beet juice. I turned the corner.
Surprised.
Honey, I ain't no beet juice.
I'm not a dumb American, Rick.
It's confused American.
My yellow shirt's in the cleaner.
Dang it.
If I had that thing today, it'd be on right now.
He said, "Here's the deal.
There'd be a beet juice around you drove."
He said, "Take 4 ounces in the morning."
Speedy, I've stopped listening.
And then take
That's
4
not a
ounces,
lot
4
at
ounces
all.
in the afternoon. On average, he tries to take in about 8 ounces a day.
This
All
is
right?
just like the people drinking vinegar,
Does that come in a pill?
right?
Yeah,
And
you sent me in a different direction.
It does,
at
Bubba,
beet
but
juice.
you don't get the
Right,
same
and
nutrients.
that was what was scary to me too. I mean, I
Somebody's
don't like
got it in a supplement.
I've got to.
I think they do, but you don't get the
Y'all
same
Drink
nutrients.
the
I've gotta
vinegar with
ask-
the mother.
Again.
I've got to ask
Your
this.
body absorbs it better.
I've got to
He said
ask
there-
this,
I've
and
heard 'em all.
Hams, I need your help to kind of check Speedy. Side effects of drinking beet juice.
Here comes side effects.
That's
The
what I was
natural
gonna get to,
red
but I
color
can't.
of beet juice may temporarily add a red tinge to the skin, urine, and stool.
It does.
How's that stool?
Look, you know,
he said.
as a matter of fact, Speedy loves Trump so much he wants the same skin tone.
Exactly.
He said, "Now here's the downside." He goes, "There's about 2 or 3 of them. One of them is the taste.
That's one of them.
And he goes, and the other
That's a big one.
is the color of your urine. And he goes, don't
Who really
freak
cares
out.
what color
Don't
the
freak
urine
out.
All right, seriously,
what if you have a
gonna
serious
I was about
issue?
to say, I'm about to be somewhat serious. One of the things that we're told to look for is that our urine turns, if you see it looking
Blood
pinkish
in
or
our
red,
urine.
that you need to get that addressed. So how do I know if it's the beets doing it or I got some issue?
Well, I don't.
It's a legitimate
know.
concern.
But you know you're taking
I
beet
don't
juice.
I don't know. I guess I would say, hey, going in, my urine it doesn't have blood in it. I guess it wouldn't now.
Oh, really?
You know,
Oh,
because
that's a real safe thing.
I mean,
I'd
not
go
in-
with that.
Not in one day.
No, but everybody's who got blood in their urine one time didn't.
I know, but that's the way
I
my stupid brain.
I
works.
bet I
think they were
could mix
born with it.
this. I bet I could mix this in my daily smoothie, and I'd never know.
No,
How
you
long-
wouldn't know beet juice. let me
Other
tell
than-
you.
other
No,
than-
I can address that. And I know this sounds odd, and I'm out of time. I can address this. There is a delicious drink that I enjoy at this place next door to us if I go in to have the 24/7 breakfast.
Yeah.
And it gives you, it's good, a little natural Henry, a bunch of fruit juices. And they tried this on me. They said, well, it also has a little beet juice in it. And when I drank it, I said, this would be wonderful if the beet juice wasn't in it.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what I mean? And I was like, can you have it without the beet juice? That's how much it alters the taste.
Wow. So how much do I have to buy to get it started?
It also helps fight dementia and other things. And so I'm not saying that that's why I got it.
Wait a
but
minute, as big a problem as dementia is, we've got it.
Yeah. Well,
Beets.
Yeah.
Minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us. MyPillow.com/Bubba. From pillows to sheets, MyPillow is ready to go. Boy, some great savings going on right now, too. Celebrating their 20th anniversary this year. And, man, they keep on rolling out savings after savings after savings. And you can find them all by going to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Go there. Pillows to sheets, towels to slippers, sandals for the shower. My Pillow coffee help them. I mean, you love that. So especially if you sent kids off to college, I mean, be sure you got them supplied with My Pillow items. MyPillow.com/Bubba also has the limited edition My Pillow sale. The Queen is $19.98, or you can get a King for $10 more. Either way, you save $50. On this outstanding pillow. The coffee's 50% off. It's 100% Arabica grade. And you also get a Go Anywhere My Pillow with the purchase of the coffee. Find this and all the deals that are available now by going to MyPillow.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, Joy Behar, I know that you probably are like me. You lie awake at night wondering how she feels about you.
I did till I got the CBD oil, and off to Sleepville I
went. What's the thing, Greg? It doesn't have in it the non THC. Now Cheech and Chong, they've got the THC.
I think they got the full.
They've got
that's
the
the Colorado gummies.
Yeah, but what we have and are talking about it does
Watch
not.
them candy bars.
Does not. So okay, all right. Let's. Here's Joy. And she's really going to say, if you are a young person, she's trying to take, was it Churchill? Was it Ben Franklin? Who was it that said?
I've heard both of them.
Yeah, if you're 30 years old and younger, and you're not a Democrat, progressive, or liberal, you have no heart. If you're over 30 and you're not a conservative or Republican, you have no brain.
Right. I've heard it credited to both of them.
Yeah,
I don't know who said
it. But anyway, she's going to try to flip that and say, no, if you're young and you're Republican, you're dumb. So
now, Ben Franklin had some other sayings.
He did.
He sure did.
Which probably would have applied to Joy.
Yeah.
But all right, so
I doubt it.
I don't know.
I doubt it.
Well, you're right. All right,
He didn't have much of a coal factory.
Well, that's where I was going, but Bubba makes a good point. All right.
He never met Joy.
This business about the aging that keeps coming up and talking about the young generation. The young generation of Republicans are dumb. You've got that Vivek Ramaswamy. You've got Marjorie Taylor Greene. You've got, wait a second, Lauren Bubblehead, Matt Gaetz. But you have all these people who went along with the insurrection, who believe that Trump won. Oh, Marjorie's out there. Oh, Trump won by a landslide. They're liars, and they are the new generation of the Republican Party. Do you want that?
No, and I don't think that's. I don't think that's the case. They're all, with the exception of Vivek, in hyper.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that boy Joey, I would have walk out a narrative.
And they've got that young, astute AOC. That's good. Chalk one up for the Dems.
See her trying to have a press conference.
Socialists.
Yeah.
Have they
what an idiot.
Have they seen their press secretary?
She's another one. It's kind of the Beth Moen thing. Her voice just it physically hurts me to listen to her talk.
You talking about Joy or KJP?
Joy in this case.
I agree.
Oh, Joy.
Oh, Joy. Oh.
It's kind of like a squawking noise. You know what I mean? Sweetie, you're right. I don't know what it is.
Has there ever been anybody so misnamed than Joy? There's nothing joyful about it.
She doesn't bring joy.
Zero joy.
I mean, it's like she's got a burr in the saddle every time she talks.
I call no joy.
Yeah, no joy. No joy.
No joy.
Zero joy.
Right. Now again,
you're below the flight deck. No joy.
Zero dark joy.
It's also the same party that gave us Fetterman. So Fetterman is in the news.
Oh, yeah, Rick. The U.S. Senate will no longer enforce a dress code for members in the upper house. However, those entering the chamber must still comply with the dress code. That's coat and ties for men, business attires for the women or those that think they are. The Senate leader, Chuck Schumer, quietly sent down the directive to the Senate Sergeant at Arms, and it allows Senator John Fetterman, Democrat, Pennsylvania, to wear his traditional hooded sweatshirts and gym shorts while working for America.
Thank goodness.
I
know I hate for him not to struggle and put on a suit.
Yeah.
So let's change the rule.
Him standing there in that with everybody else is all formal.
Yeah. Well,
it's something else.
I'm like what you were talking about, Bubba. Do you have to be made to be appropriate?
Look right
I mean, don't you have the walk?
Listen, I know he's had health problems and doesn't feel like dressing up, but I mean, wasn't that the whole point? You're probably not fit to serve if you can't do what the other members do.
Yeah, if you're going to be,
and this is on both sides of the aisle.
Yeah,
okay?
if you're going to be,
this is not a party issue because the Republicans have got them too.
Oh, McConnell needs to go. But
I'm all about us changing the dress code if we want to, but not because of this.
There you go. When someone says, I don't dress up because I don't want to, I don't feel like it.
Yeah.
I don't
It's
think
a hassle.
I
But
don't
yeah.
I don't think I can. Maybe you can't serve in the Senate.
Yeah.
Right.
You know?
You ain't got the wherewithal to even pull that off.
Right. I don't think there's any version of
don't run
being a senator and you want to have casual Friday every day. I mean, it's I can't even believe this is something that someone just can't just simply do.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah. Has he ever given a statement, and we might have talked about it or I missed it, of why he doesn't want to dress up, why he goes to a hoodie? Has he ever said why? Like
he probably can't button his shirt, Speedy. He probably can't tie
I
a tie.
saw him in a suit one time. They showed him.
Well, yeah.
Maybe his mother dressed him. I don't know.
Oh wow.
I don't know if he's ever said, well, yeah, I want to wear one, but.
So you have an impression of him as well?
I don't know if he's.
Could you do Joy Behar talking to Fetterman? Yeah. So, is he saying because of my challenges, I can't? Hoodies.
I don't know.
Hoodies bring me comfort. I communicate better in a hoodie.
Lazy slob.
Does he have some kind of sensory problem?
I don't know.
I think he was doing that before the stroke. I think he was wearing the hoodie.
By the way, all the reasons that I just gave, if any of those stick, you shouldn't be a senator.
Thank you. That's
okay. I mean,
that's the ultimate point.
Really, and especially the one I think y'all keep landing on. He just doesn't want to. Yeah. I'm bothered by that.
Yeah.
I mean,
and I get that.
I mean, you know how they dress
completely,
when you signed up to run for the office.
Exactly.
You know what it looks like. You know what it requires.
We shouldn't change the rules because of one person.
He shouldn't dress that way to flip burgers.
Right. No, you're
I
right.
mean, much less being.
They would not let you dress that way to flip burgers. You would have to wear.
Look, I want you to look in
Please
front of him and then look at his big goofy.
That
butt
looks like a comedy bit.
It does.
Back when Saturday Night Live was funny. That's what they would do right there.
Yeah.
But that's real.
Look at that.
I can't even wrap my mind around that. And
That's you don't let him get away with that.
Neither
That's
can
quite
he.
a little lineup right there, by the way.
Yeah. There's a meeting of the minds.
It looks like, honestly, and I don't want to be mean because that's not my nature.
No.
It's almost like they're at Disney World and they're cutting the ribbon on the new Shrek exhibit.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, and
there is Shrek.
Yeah, and Shrek is there. I mean, that's what it looks like. I mean,
or special guest, the WWE champion.
Right.
It's like something.
Right. Yeah. It just doesn't. And I just don't understand. There's a lot of things that I don't want to do, but I know that I need to because it's appropriate.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Don't we all have those?
I mean, I'd rather be in here shirtless. That's why I normally am.
Let's just say that he thought everything was way too stuffy. He wanted to go more casual. Why not go with the Steve Jobs? Put you a black T-shirt and jeans on and wear that every single time we see you.
Or do what I've done now. I don't play golf, but I wear their clothing.
Right.
Yeah.
Just go get their golf
You
stuff.
know what it is, though. The Dems were like, we need him to have majority, and so he's a handle. We know it, but we had to have him.
But is it a big reach to say, but we still want you to dress appropriately?
Oh, yeah. But
just like if I had to go to a funeral today, okay, I would much rather wear what I'm currently wearing.
Of course.
A pullover and some
But tell us why you won't.
Because it's inappropriate.
It's not appropriate.
Right. That's why.
Yeah.
I mean,
and it might inconvenience my day where I have to carry some extra dress clothes around and have to change at some point.
Now, I will tell you.
But I would because that's the
this.
appropriate thing to do.
Tell you the kind of family that Greg and I come from. I've been to funerals where people had crimson tide jerseys on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Rick, that was in honor of.
Right. But it
business casual.
But I'm going to go ahead and say it wasn't appropriate.
No.
Right.
Rick, neither was Freebird when they played it on the boombox.
No, it wasn't. It was not appropriate.
But I think he's kind of like in the kill me mode. Like, what are you going to do to me?
Right.
I know they
yeah, because now they've changed the rule.
Yeah.
Greg, they wanted to play Sweet Home Alabama, but they said it's a funeral. Let's play something sad. Don't laugh.
Don't laugh,
Greg,
guys.
Greg and I were standing there looking at the body, and I leaned over to him. I said, "Is that Freebird?" Do you remember that?
Yeah, Rick. I mean, don't happen a lot.
You know what I love about back to Fetterman? You know what I love about this here too? Say I'm going with a hoodie and shorts. He doesn't even have good hoodie and shorts.
No.
He don't. You know what I mean?
He could have an opportunity to market something there.
Yeah, as a matter of fact,
some kind of endorsement.
As a matter of fact, apparently your Cavs called and said we'd like to be back.
I know, Rick. Look at that. No calves at all.
He got no calves.
He looks like if you saw him, you go, "Oh, you're not working today. Are you off today?" I mean,
It's like knocking on his door and you think you woke him up.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I'm sorry I stopped by.
no, I was going out to work.
Oh, no, I'm in here working on a new bill I'm going to propose.
He looks like he's about to go and pet the bunnies too hard, you know?
All right.
Oh, I agree.
Hey, that's not funny.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, and so I've
everybody
tried
be
it,
drinking
and I got to tell you, I've been taking it for a month, and I do see huge benefit from it.
It hadn't helped your.
That's all. It's a
How about your
placebo.
libido?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And Greg, I'm so sorry. I really am. I tried to correct it, and unless he corrected it after I left the kitchen a minute ago, I heard Speedy say the following phrase, and I tried to correct it to reel it in. He said to Adler, "I've been drinking beet juice, and it has helped me a lot."
A lot.
He didn't say some.
You said a lot.
He said a lot. And I said, let's dial that back. Let's say some. He said, no, a
How long
lot.
have you been taking it?
A month.
How is it helping you?
You've kept it quiet that long?
Well, he has to, Greg. You can't bring it up here.
Well, I will say
That's a
this.
great
About
point.
a week ago or 2 weeks ago, you said, I've been doing something for a couple of weeks now, and I'll tell y'all at some point. So it's probably been a month.
Yeah, because I didn't want to jump out like
longer.
day 2 and go, hey, man, this is great. Because,
how is it helping you?
It's
Don't you
no
look, take a
different.
sip.
Run the
It's
list.
no different than the apple cider vinegar from the
Greg,
mother.
First of all, you don't
Greg,
know.
will you
that.
let him
It's
tell
the
us
same
how
thing.
it's helped
Greg,
him?
You don't know.
My wife.
And then you can make
My
fun.
wife believes. She
apple
does.
cider vinegar?
She every time somebody gets sick at the house, they have to drink apple cider
Yeah,
vinegar. And she
I heard a lot
claims
about that.
and
From the mother.
Yeah, and she claims
From what?
It's on the bottle. I don't know what it means.
Yeah,
but
I
it's
don't know
gotta
what it
be
means.
that.
I tell you one thing that we need to know.
Mm-hmm.
And she claims that everybody who was sick is better the next day, and that they get past it quicker.
Oh,
Yeah, I've heard that.
I know people that live by it.
Yeah, helps a lot with
And then we
acid
got the-
reflux.
then we got
Probably cleans you out.
Acacia berries, muscadine grapes,
all that.
Reese's cups.
pomegranates.
Yeah.
I just got hearts on it for a reason.
Cosmic brownies.
All right, so Helmsy asked how it's helping me.
Yeah,
This
I'm
is,
the only one that cares.
This is what I
Will you
can
please
tell.
dial back the term a lot?
Yeah,
well, we
a
got
lot.
to know, Rick. It may be a lot.
Okay.
I'll give you,
you
all right,
would-
I'm gonna shut up. I'll give you that. I don't know
Greg.
what word to use, really.
Some.
Yeah,
It's helped me some.
I've noticed some effects some
It's helped me-
positive effects.
Give us
from it.
examples.
It's helped
All
me.
right.
It's helped me some.
All right.
A lot. That's
I don't
a
know.
giant
I don't know
statement.
if you guys ever feel this way with our schedule of just tired of being tired, tired of just being just worn down.
Yeah, that's when I get a nap.
Guys,
but there's a lot of
I don't know how to
times
feel any
I
other way.
can't. I
I
can't.
don't either. I don't know that beet juice is going to turn that around for
Honestly,
me.
to your point, Speedy, and I'm being straight, and I know that different times of life get better. But I honestly, there's a certain feel of drag that I mean. Now, don't misunderstand me. Whatever is required, I don't feel draggy during that.
Yeah.
I can always do whatever needs to be done. But then on the post side of it, there's a drag to me that's just always there.
Yeah.
Now,
If I wander around this office too much in between the break, it drag come on.
Rick, if the beet juice can somehow negotiate that I can show up here at 9,
Right.
then it will probably
Yeah, that would be
it
awesome,
will probably
wouldn't it?
make me feel.
Can I
nice.
tell you this? If y'all decided to, like Greg said, if y'all decided, let's all get here at 9:30. I promise you, we won't be chasing after weird fruits.
Yeah.
We'd all be like, I feel fantastic.
Well, I got energy.
All right.
How'd that happen?
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's not reality. So when I wish it
9
was.
hours. I feel great.
And it's about the tail end of our vacations. That's when it really you start feeling good, don't you?
You're talking when we become the people we really are.
Yeah. My wife like, wow, okay, you're not sleepy. But so I was just like, I don't know. I thought I would try it, and so I have, and that's that mid-afternoon drag that I feel when I can't go home and take a nap or I can't stop. It just seems to. I've noticed. Wait a minute, I'm not looking to lay down. I don't feel that urge to just go be.
Okay.
I'm just telling
Let
you.
him finish. I want to hear
I'm
the
just
other
telling you.
benefits.
I'm just telling you.
All right, go ahead.
And that's now I can't tell because I hadn't had any of my numbers ran on
blood pressure, and all that,
cholesterol, and all that. But I can just tell you that
stamina good.
I can just tell you when I take it, the 4 ounces in the morning, that it is. I can tell a difference after I take it. You jerk.
Really?
And then mid-afternoon I try to take it.
Wow.
And then I didn't know this, but I did not know this.
Off.
But I read a little bit more on it. That's not the stamina I'm talking about.
What? What? What are you talking
And a lot of, I didn't know this because I don't do this, but a lot of long-distance runners take it, and then as well as Olympians take it as well.
What are you, a long-distance runner now?
I just said I don't do that. I just said it.
What's chasing
I heard
I
you,
just
by the way.
said it. Well, you got me Kenyan now?
He said, what's chasing you?
Look, y'all will get through the weekend. Maybe you need some beet juice to get through this Hall of Fame weekend. That might be what it is.
No, the things I'm going to have to overcome, beet juice can't solve.
But that's it. And I tell you what, right now,
who would have thought it was beet juice all along?
Right now, that's just what I can tell you. I thought I'd bring it.
So
to
you're
the
the
show.
man right now.
No, I didn't say that.
Blood flow's good.
That doesn't mean that I
How's
don't
that?
have my days where I'm dragging, because that's life. But I think on average, it seems to help me some.
Well,
No, you said a lot.
a lot. You did
say,
say I did say a lot.
Will you
You're
dial
right.
that back,
I
please?
did. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll say
so
it.
it's officially dialed back to some.
Yeah. What about this? Hey, some of the benefits. I don't know
That's
how to
fine.
say it.
No. Hey, how about this? This has actually
No,
helped me
say it.
some.
It's improved
not that
my
hard.
quality of life.
There we go. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number. Don't forget the Rick and Bubba charity charge today at all participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations in Sweet Home, Alabama. We have added the new one in Vestavia, and this is just a grab and go. But it's but if you're getting something from it, 10% of the food sales goes to the ongoing research for ALS. All right, so. This Toohey story, the Toohey family. This is just such an odd thing.
So has the case gone to court?
It's just lawyers that are out there trying to get their platform and the argument before everybody before we get there. So he is the lawyers for Sean and Leanne Toohey denied in court documents filed Thursday that they used a legal agreement between them and Michael Orr to get rich at his expense and lied about intending to adopt him. It says the accused Orr has accused the couple in a lawsuit. He filed it in Tennessee probate court last month of falsely representing them as his adoptive parents. And he said he discovered in February that what he agreed to nearly 20 years ago was not the arrangement he thought. Now, that's the part I don't get. What did he think they were doing? And he said the Tooheys, he claims, kept him in the dark when it came to the financial dealings. But haven't they come out and said, what do you mean? We all know what we made on the movie. And
I think the people who made the movie said that they
and we all
they
split it
gave
evenly.
all of it evenly, yeah.
Right.
And didn't he write in his book?
Right. Yeah.
That he knew that it was
right. So
there was.
Now they keep claiming that Orr maintained that they knew that he said they denied that he ever claimed that he wanted to end the arrangement they had, but they were perfectly willing to. And they said they love him like a son, provided him with food, shelter, clothing, cars. While he lived with them, they denied saying that they intended to legally adopt him. They said this was something that was talked about in the general sense, but because of his age, that they knew that was not something that was really ever going to be necessary.
Right.
They just took care of him until he could get on his own feet.
And it would create issues with the NCAA if he went to Ole Miss to play.
Right, exactly.
Which looks like where he was headed.
Yeah. He referred to them, he says, his mom and dad. They referred to him as their son. And they acknowledge that that's true, but they're saying that doesn't mean that we ever legally, because of what Bubba said and the fact, this was our relationship, this is how we lived, but that was not in a legal sense.
Right.
And nor did we ever intend for it to be in a legal sense. And they don't think they misled him on anything. And they thought they were all in the agreement they all agreed on, and it seemed to be going fine for 20 years.
And there's still nothing in there that shows that they were involved in anything to do with his professional contracts or anything, right? Because I haven't heard that.
Right.
then what's the beef?
Yeah, and like I say, he made a lot of money playing in NFL. Tui made a lot of money selling his business he was involved in. I don't get this. Just seems so bizarre
really
to
is.
me. The whole thing.
And just like Greg said, the Tuies are pointing out that in the 2011 book, I Beat the Odds, he indicated he was aware the Tuies were appointed and as conservators rather than adoptive parents. So him claiming he just found out in February, they say that just isn't true, that he's lying about that, which I know that has to be hurtful for them to have to say, look, I'm sorry, that's a lie.
Yeah,
but it is, apparently. If you can go to the book and see it,
pretty much,
then we know it's a lie, right? If you knew it in 2011, then you didn't just find out in February.
Except for the split of the movie, which I think they've come out and said this is what everybody got.
What everybody got.
What else have they supposedly done by taking advantage of him financially? I mean, first of all, they were wealthy. So, I mean, I'm not saying a lot of wealthy people, they're never wealthy enough. I get that. But again, we're going to have to say they had to look at this homeless kid and go, one day he's going to grow up into be a great football player, and we're going to get a movie made about it, and we're all going to get rich. Well, that's impossible.
They're all going to be a little lighter when they get to legal bills
Well,
from all this.
normally you hear someone from the other side at least make points on why Michael's right, and I've yet to hear that.
No, agreed.
I'm waiting on it.
Does all this stem from he hates Blindside the movie? He didn't like how he was portrayed.
Michael.
Do you think
None
he's
of
just
it's real-
do you think he's just angry about it?
I think there's a woman in this.
Yeah,
and it just doesn't
So
seem
they
right.
did you wrong.
I think
that was
I think,
my first feeling on it.
and whoever it
Is he getting Kaepernick?
that's what I was about to.
I guess so.
You took it right on my. He is getting same things happening to him that happened to Colin Kaepernick. They were fine with their family. They were fine with how everything is until some woman got in their life and said, "Hey, they're using you and you're being treated bad."
And he's probably out of money.
Well, now we don't know.
I hope not.
But
Well, I mean,
it's
it's
possible. It is possible.
Had a pretty successful career.
Sure, but it's
But it
possible.
depends on what type of lifestyle you
You can
maintain.
blow through it pretty quick.
Oh no, I understand that, but I'm just saying I hope not.
So
'cause
was
that's
TLC.
that's right.
The
Talk
TLC
to Mike
documentary.
Tyson.
So was MC Hammer.
Oh, we got. I know we
Yeah.
got lots of examples, but surely that's
I know.
not
You
it.
just don't want to believe it.
I'm protecting
Yeah.
myself. I guess.
Yeah. I'm like you, Speed. I don't want to ever think that it's that bad.
But
Right.
And also the Tuies say, look, this portrayal that we saw him as a gullible young man whose athletic talent could be exploited for our own benefit is just insane. Yeah. They said they are real mad about that accusation.
And should be.
Rick, I don't know if you saw a bill that the California legislature has approved. It is awaiting signature from the governor. The bill will instruct judicial courts in the state to consider, as one of the factors when making custody and visitation decisions, whether a parent affirms a child's gender identity. Critics of the bill argue it will cause parents who don't support their kids' desire to pursue gender-affirming surgery to lose custody of their children.
It's not good.
Gosh,
I saw something
do we
this
hear what we're
weekend
saying?
that was in regards to kids picking their gender. And it was a guy sat down $10,000, a stack of bills, $100 bills, $10,000 worth, and 2 Oreo cookies, and said, "Kid, choose which one you'd rather have." And the kid picked the 2 Oreo cookies, and they said, "So we're going to allow them to pick their gender."
I thought that was a good boy.
And I thought, wow, this is excellent.
Of course, honestly, that is a tough decision.
It is. It
Depends how hungry you are.
It really wasn't fair.
But no, you're right.
Deck was stacked.
Sometimes you have to use visuals to make everybody go, "Oh wow,
Well,
I see it now."
You use the absurd to point out the absurdity of a situation.
Well, and kids are gullible, and they're something so serious as these kind of hormones, surgeries, and we have allowed it to become trendy. And when things become trendy, children they have no idea. They don't have the ability. Their minds are not ready to reason out the long-term ramifications for something that seems trendy. I know I keep using this, but it's true. Your children aren't begging you to go buy them a pair of bell-bottom jeans because everybody's doing it, or to get a mullet again because the mullet's back, or a tattoo, or earrings, or nose ring. This is not what this is. This is so much. This is a really, really big deal, and it should never be something that's trendy. It's a major, serious decision.
Yeah.
Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a great day. We thank you for being with us. If you got more Rick and Bubba, enjoy that. You can get all the Rick and Bubba show live and or archived by going to rickandbubba.com and picking your preference.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.